Yumino High School stands tall at the start of a new term. A classmate calls out to Aikisawa as he enters the grounds. Aikisawa gives a short greeting to his friend. The friend comments on how fast the month has gone since the entrance ceremony and notes that the cherry blossoms have already fallen. Aguchi walks through the school greenery while adjusting her glasses. The friend asks Aikisawa if he remembers Aguchi, the girl he began sitting next to after the recent seat change. He describes her as plain but cute. Aikisawa finally realizes what her name is. Aikisawa admits he was only focused on her chest. His friend tells him that is why he is not popular with girls, but Aikisawa argues that his interest is healthy and makes him likable. Aguchi stands nearby and looks troubled after overhearing their conversation. She watches the boys walk away with a flushed expression. Inside the classroom, students exchange morning greetings. Aguchi realizes the weather is much hotter than she anticipated. She begins to adjust her uniform to deal with the heat. As Aguchi pulls her sweater over her head, someone nearby calls the sight erotic. Aikisawa smirks from his seat. He tells Aguchi that her shirt has become see-through from her sweat and warns her that it looks dangerous. Other girls in the class call Aikisawa gross and tell Aguchi to ignore him. Aikisawa claims he was only giving her a compliment while Aguchi begins to observe him closely. Aguchi looks at Aikisawa's trimmed nape and notices that his nails are surprisingly well kept despite the bandages from his soccer injuries. Aguchi continues her observation, telling Aikisawa that when he bends down to pick something up, his shirt is so open that his nipples might show. She stares at him and tells him that his nipples are really erotic. Aikisawa is mortified and immediately crosses his arms over his chest while his friend reacts with shock in the background. Aikisawa shouts at Aguchi to stop looking at him with perverted eyes. Aguchi is baffled, explaining that she was only trying to give him a compliment. Aguchi reflects on her own words about being able to see Aikisawa's nipples when he bends over. Aikisawa goes to the school restroom and stands in front of the mirrors to check himself. He looks down at his exposed chest with a flustered expression. His friend walks in and catches him asking what he is doing. Aikisawa panics and drops into a squat, claiming he is just doing some stretches. His friend questions why he would choose to stretch in the restroom. Aguchi makes a strained sound as she moves around the classroom. She reaches across a desk for a chalkboard eraser, leaning her body forward. Aguchi pants from the effort while Aikisawa asks her if she is doing this on purpose. Aikisawa grins and tells her that it is erotic to watch how her chest sways while she moves. Aguchi asks Aikisawa if he is buttoning his shirt all the way to the top on purpose. Aikisawa is startled by her observation. Aguchi suggests he is hiding his chest because he thought she was looking at him with perverted eyes. She begins to explain what happens when he buttons his shirt up that high. She tells him the style emphasizes his Adam's apple and makes him look more manly. She adds that he is wearing a shirt one size smaller to avoid any gaps, leaving Aikisawa wondering how she could tell. Aguchi points out that the tight shirt makes his waistline stand out instead. She admits the sight makes her want to grip his waist. Aikisawa screams in a panic as she reaches for him. Aikisawa yells at her to stay away. Aguchi points out that she hasn't actually touched him yet, causing him to panic more over her choice of words. Aikisawa sits at his desk attempting to do work, but finds himself flustered by thoughts of Aguchi. Aguchi reaches forward while it is noted that she keeps her sleeves down because she dislikes tight sensations around her elbows. Back at his home, Aikisawa looks over his clothes while trying to decide what to wear. He stands shirtless in front of his mirror and finally selects a specific shirt for the day. Aikisawa enters his classroom and greets the others. He reflects on how he usually only cares about his hair, but choosing an undershirt was a struggle this morning. He looks at Aguchi in the seat next to him and identifies her as the reason for his morning trouble. The teacher tells everyone to return to their seats for attendance. Aikisawa thinks about how Aguchi has an erotic body but was looking at him with perverted eyes. Aikisawa feels prepared for the day and thinks he will be fine even if she looks at him. He takes a look at her and then turns his head away, leaving Aguchi confused. The teacher stands at the front of the classroom and instructs the students to reply properly as he begins calling out names for attendance. The teacher and Aguchi both let out sounds of confusion as they look toward one another. Aguchi is asked if she is looking at the teacher with perverted eyes. Aikisawa is stunned at the possibility of Aguchi looking at another guy besides him. Aikisawa wonders if Aguchi is interested in anyone who wears clothes that show their body shape. He mentions his own thoughts about wearing an undershirt while criticizing her for looking at the teacher inappropriately. Aikisawa checks his own muscles and concludes that his body is superior to the teacher's. Aikawa feels embarrassed and questions why he is acting this way. The next morning, Aikawa feels pathetic for being manipulated by Aguchi's gaze. He is glad her focus is on other people so he can go to school comfortably. Aikawa enters the classroom and says good morning while wearing a dark turtleneck under his shirt. A classmate greets Aikawa and asks why he is wearing an extra layer in the heat. Aikawa claims it was a bit cold when he left his house. Aikawa is excited to see that Aguchi is indeed staring at him. Aikawa feels proud that his clothing strategy worked on Aguchi. He accuses her of looking at him with the same perverted eyes she used on the teacher, but she denies having those thoughts about her instructor. Aguchi explains that she was only looking at the teacher to imagine how erotic Aikawa would look in that style of clothing. Aikawa demands that she stop having erotic thoughts about him, but she says her imagination is out of her control. Aikawa looks at a black shirt while considering his options. Aikawa carries a bag from an athletic wear store while a woman in a shirt labeled MOM asks if he was going to buy headphones. An alarm clock rings to start the day. Aguchi tells the class to stretch properly. Aikawa's friend asks if he is hot in his jersey, but Aikawa explains he is wearing it to avoid any risks. Aikawa notes that sports attire is thin and he needs to be careful. He sees Aguchi staring at him and wonders if she is looking below his waist. Aikawa reacts with a shock as he sits on the ground. Aikawa shouts at Aguchi while she looks back at him. Aikawa accuses Aguchi of looking at his underwear just now. Aguchi is confused and asks him what he is doing. Aikawa yells at Aguchi to stop thinking about what she saw. Aikawa is sure that Aguchi is replaying the sight in her mind and tells her to open her eyes. Aguchi says she already understands. Aguchi pulls down her shorts to show her underwear and says they should call it even. Aikawa screams in response. Nearby students wonder why the two are showing each other their underwear. Aikawa calls Aguchi an idiot and identifies her clothing as panties. Aikawa asks if she is showing her panties instead of apologizing. A teammate calls out that the match is starting. Aguchi holds onto the jersey while Aikawa runs away, telling her to stop looking at underwear and focus on class. Aikawa stands at the goal as the goalkeeper. A teammate explains that if Aikawa plays up front there will be no match. Aikawa expresses his annoyance before suddenly realizing that Aguchi still has his jersey. Aguchi zips up the jersey that belongs to Aikawa. Aikawa looks on with a flustered expression. A soccer ball strikes Aikawa directly in the face during the game as someone shouts his name. Aikawa lifts his shirt to show his midriff while Aguchi watches him from nearby. Aguchi pulls down the front of her shorts to show Aikawa her underwear as he looks on with a flushed face. Aguchi stands in the hallway wearing Aikawa's jersey while he demands that she hurry up and return it to him. Aguchi says she will return the jersey after washing it, but Aikawa refuses, because he claims he doesn't know what she will do to his belongings. Aikawa complains that a normal person would have denied his accusations immediately and asks what she is planning to do with his jersey since he never gave her permission to wear it. Aguchi looks at Aikawa and begins to unzip the jersey. Aikawa shields his eyes in a panic and asks her why she is actually doing what he said. Aikawa yells at her to hurry up and strip, prompting nearby female students to call him a pervert and the worst. Aguchi runs away as Aikawa tries to stop her, attempting to tell the other students that she is actually the pervert causing him trouble. Aguchi sprints down the school hallway while Aikawa chases her, yelling for her to explain why she is running away. Aikawa runs after her and declares that since he is in a sports club and she is in the go-home club, he has no intention of losing to her. Aikawa catches Aguchi and calls her an idiot while demanding to know what she plans to do with his jersey. Aguchi explains that she was sweating, which was why she was wearing the jersey. Aikawa tells Aguchi that he is also sweaty, so she should not worry about it. Aguchi suddenly pulls up Aikawa's shirt, exposing his torso and catching him off guard. Aikawa is shocked by Aguchi's sudden and unexpected action. Aguchi leans in close and takes a sniff of Aikawa's bare stomach. Aguchi tells Aikawa that he is lying about the sweat because he actually has a nice scent. As Aguchi walks away, a voice tells her to hurry up and change before the start of the next class. The school bell rings and the teacher finds Aikawa still on the floor, ordering him to get back to the classroom. Aikawa is left completely flustered and questions what exactly just happened between them. Aikawa is the type of person who takes extreme care of his skin and uses various hygiene products because he hates the sticky feeling of sweat. Aguchi fixes her hair while Aikawa watches her with a conflicted expression. The school day ends and the teacher tells Aizawa to write a reflection essay for being 5 minutes late as other students head to their club activities. Aizawa is annoyed that he got in trouble because of Eguchi and realizes she still hasn't returned his jersey. A white tote bag is seen hanging from the side of a school desk. Aizawa realizes that Eguchi completely forgot to take her bag home with her. Aizawa yells at Eguchi to take responsibility for the laundry. He runs to return her forgotten bag, but then questions why he is acting like a mother. Aizawa decides he will just take his jersey back. Eguchi suddenly slams the classroom door open. Eguchi shouts for Aizawa to give her bag back. Aizawa yells back that the jersey belongs to him. Eguchi accuses Aizawa of wanting to sniff the jersey. Aizawa is outraged and says he will wash it immediately once he gets home, telling her not to lump him in with a pervert like her. At home, Aizawa stands in front of the washing machine while looking at the jersey. Aizawa's mother tells him to put the jersey in a net before washing it. He panics and hides the clothing behind his back. Aizawa runs into his room and slams the door shut while shouting that he won't be wearing the jersey today. Aizawa stares at the jersey and questions what he is doing. Aizawa tells himself he is not a pervert as he tosses the jersey onto his bed. He thinks about how Eguchi sniffed him earlier. Aizawa looks at the jersey on the bed and feels annoyed that he was the only one who got sniffed. He decides that sniffing it just a little bit should be fine. Aizawa imagines Eguchi lying on the bed while wearing the jersey. Aizawa stares at the jersey and gulps. Aizawa reaches out and grips the fabric of the jersey. Aizawa leans his face down toward the jersey. Aizawa takes a deep sniff of the jersey. Aizawa hunches over the jersey on his bed and remarks on its sweet scent as he sniffs it. Aizawa sits on his bed clutching the jersey with a red, flustered expression. Aizawa tosses the jersey away in a sudden panic. Aizawa returns home and his mother asks him what was wrong with his jersey as she holds it up for him to see. Aizawa's mother explains that she found the jersey tangled in his bedsheets while changing them and washed it for him. Aizawa stands in silence, feeling completely dismayed by the news. The next morning at school, a friend greets Aizawa and asks why he isn't going inside the building, but Aizawa tells him no. Aizawa looks through the door at Eguchi and thinks about how awkward the situation has become. Aizawa covers his face and tells his friend he doesn't know how to face her, but his friend begins to drag him into the room anyway. Eguchi watches from her desk as the friend struggles to pull a hunched-over Aizawa toward his seat. Aizawa collapses face down at his desk and bangs his bag against it while his friend asks if he's in a bad mood. Eguchi turns around and greets Aizawa with a good morning, which causes him to startle. Aizawa keeps his face buried in his arms and gives a short, muffled reply to her greeting. The friend scolds Aizawa for his bad attitude and apologizes to Eguchi, explaining that Aizawa is acting strange today. Aizawa hides his face at his desk. Eguchi tells him she is happy to see the shape of his back from up close. Aizawa is stunned by her comment and tries to avoid looking at her. Aizawa feels Eguchi staring at him even more intensely than usual. Aizawa feels a sensation like Eguchi's breath on his neck while she sits behind him. Eguchi leans in and points out that Aizawa's ears are turning red. He reacts with surprise as she gets closer. Aizawa shouts at Eguchi and asks why she is getting so close to him. Eguchi gives him a knowing look. Eguchi smiles warmly and says she is glad they finally made eye contact. Aizawa is left wide-eyed and stunned by her expression. The teacher calls for attendance and tells everyone to return to their seats. Aizawa is confused by Eguchi's reaction and wonders what she meant by being glad. Eguchi leans over her desk as Aizawa thinks about how she is always observing his body. Eguchi looks down as Aizawa reflects on their eye contact. Aizawa blushes deeply into his bag as he realizes his actions also affect Eguchi. Aizawa's friend asks if his mood has improved because he is grinning. Aizawa excitedly hits his friend while exclaiming how emotional the situation is. Eguchi asks Aizawa if he sniffed his jersey after she was finished wearing it. Eguchi recoils in disgust at the thought. Aizawa tells her she is the last person in the world who should be making that face about this topic. Aizawa lets out a sigh and notes that the day has finally arrived. Students arrive at school on the first day of switching to summer uniforms and comment on how hot the morning is. Aizawa is certain Eguchi will look at his summer uniform with perverted eyes and worries that his undershirt might even make him look more erotic. His friend Mino greets him. Aizawa asks Mino why he isn't wearing an undershirt. Mino explains he left it off because of the heat. Aizawa remains silent as he looks down at his own shirt collar. Aizawa checks his reflection to see if his shirt is see-through. He concludes that going without an undershirt is actually more erotic. Eguchi arrives and greets Aikisawa, causing him to react with surprise. Aikisawa panics and tells Mino to head inside while he deals with Eguchi. Eguchi greets Mino as he zooms past them. Aikisawa is left stunned by his friend's quick departure. Eguchi looks at them and asks who is more erotic. Aikisawa is shocked by the question. Eguchi claims that eyes are drawn to the person with more skin exposed. Mino realizes his bottom button is undone. Eguchi reaches out toward Aikisawa. Eguchi grabs Aikisawa's shirt and asks if he really wants her to look at him with perverted eyes that much. Aikisawa shouts that she is wrong and retorts that she is the erotic one since her shirt is bursting at the seams. Aikisawa lets out a loud groan and runs away from the group. Eguchi explains that her uniform size was correct during the entrance ceremony. Aikisawa asks her what she means while Mino coughs in surprise. Eguchi admits she has been eating too much lately, which has caused her figure to change and her shirt to become tight. Eguchi declares that she will return to her original figure soon. Eguchi walks away in a huff while Aikisawa tries to apologize and explain that he did not mean his comment in a bad way. Aikisawa calls out to Eguchi, but she completely ignores him and continues walking. Aikisawa collapses in despair on the floor while Mino tells him to cheer up. The teacher arrives and orders the boys to get to their classroom. Aikisawa asks the teacher if he can go home early, but the teacher refuses and tells him it is his own fault. Aikisawa calls the teacher a demon in response. It is noted that melon bread is the favorite food of Eguchi. Aikisawa eats okonomiyaki, which is his favorite food. Aikisawa sits at his desk and realizes he has made the girl sitting next to him angry. Aikisawa attempts to break the tension with a casual question about math homework. He observes that Eguchi is not giving him her usual irritating look. Eguchi confirms she did the homework and asks if he is suggesting she needs to exercise more. Aikisawa frantically denies saying anything of the sort. The teacher assigns Aikisawa and Eguchi to retrieve class materials from the preparation room together during their lunch break. Aikisawa is shocked by the pairing. The teacher gives a thumbs up as Eguchi agrees to the task, leaving Aikisawa stunned. Aikisawa realizes that being assigned to the preparation room with Eguchi is his chance to make amends, but he feels stuck. He watches her as she focuses on the bookshelves and ignores him. Aikisawa compares the situation to his older sister who would forgive anything for a simple pudding. He becomes increasingly stressed because he has no idea what it will take to earn Eguchi's forgiveness. Aikisawa tries to offer Eguchi some ice cream from the convenience store as a peace offering. She rejects him, immediately stating that since she is fat, she does not want it. Aikisawa berates himself for being an idiot and tries to think of something that would make Eguchi unconditionally happy. He suddenly has an idea and calls her name to get her attention. Aikisawa makes a bold proposal to Eguchi. He tells her that just for today, he will allow her to look at any part of his body that she wants. Eguchi takes Aikisawa up on his offer and demands that he show her his nipples. Aikisawa is taken aback by the specific request, and Eguchi quickly tells him to never mind when he doesn't immediately comply. Aikisawa forces himself to agree and tries to convince himself that a guy shouldn't be embarrassed to show his nipples. He compares the situation to going for a swim at the beach to calm his nerves. Aikisawa slowly lifts his shirt and exposes his bare chest to Eguchi. As Aikisawa shows her his chest, Eguchi suddenly reaches out and touches him. Aikisawa lets out a cry of surprise at the sudden physical contact. Aikisawa pulls away in a panic and tells Eguchi that he never gave her permission to touch him. Eguchi watches his reaction in silence. Eguchi licks her thumb while staring at Aikisawa and remarks on how erotic the situation is. Aikisawa is left completely speechless and overwhelmed by Eguchi's forward behavior. The teacher walks into the preparation room and wonders to himself if Aikisawa and Eguchi have managed to reconcile. He admits that he may have been meddling too much in their affairs. Aikisawa flees from the room while screaming at Eguchi to stay away from him. He repeatedly calls her an idiot and a pervert. Eguchi walks out behind him and calls Aikisawa an idiot instead. She points out that he was the one so desperate to please her after causing an argument. Eguchi tells Aikisawa that everything would have been fine if he had just offered a sincere apology from the very start. The teacher realizes that Aikisawa failed to actually apologize to Eguchi. Eguchi admits that despite the lack of an apology, she got to see something good. The teacher asks again if the two made up. Aikisawa screams out in anger and frustration. Mino asks Aikisawa why he is standing with his arms crossed so tightly over his chest. Aikisawa remains flustered and avoids eye contact. Aikisawa shouts at Eguchi to stop replaying the earlier events in her mind. Eguchi remains silent and continues her internal observation. At home, Aikisawa lets out a sneeze while his mother scolds him for leaving the air conditioner on all night. He dismisses her concerns, claiming his body is too strong to get a cold that easily. The school day begins as students gather inside the building. During class, Aikisawa struggles with intense stomach pain. He leans over his desk and realizes the situation is getting bad. Eguchi notices Aikisawa's distress and asks if he is feeling unwell. Aikisawa is frustrated that this is happening specifically during a lesson. Eguchi comments that his excessive sweating is erotic. Aikisawa retorts that she shouldn't use eroticism as a way to measure someone's health. Eguchi raises her hand and informs the teacher that Aikisawa looks unwell. She plans to escort him to the school infirmary, though Aikisawa tries to refuse her help. The teacher agrees and tells Eguchi to take him. Eguchi mentions she is a member of the school's infirmary committee and flashes a peace sign which annoys Aikisawa further. They arrive at the infirmary to find a sign stating the nurse is currently out. Aikisawa tells Eguchi she should just leave him at the entrance, but she points out that he has quite a lot to say for someone who is sick. Aikisawa panics and calls for help as Eguchi reaches for him. She tells him she won't lay a hand on a sick person, leaving him confused and wary of her phrasing. Eguchi heads to the cabinet to get painkillers for Aikisawa. He takes the medicine from her and offers a brief thank you. Aikisawa drinks a glass of water while Eguchi stands back and watches him in silence. Aikisawa warns Eguchi not to try anything strange. She calls him rude and explains that she accidentally had pocket heaters in her bag from the winter. Eguchi begins searching through the shelves for a hot water bottle. Aikisawa is surprised to see how genuinely worried she seems to be about his condition. Eguchi turns around and offers to use her warm hands to heat up his stomach. Aikisawa becomes convinced that she actually has an ulterior motive for being so helpful. Aikisawa calls Eguchi a pervert and refuses her offer. Eguchi argues that warming his stomach isn't indecent and compares it to treating a burn with ice. Eguchi claims Aikisawa is only embarrassed because he always has perverted thoughts. Aikisawa tells her he doesn't want to hear that from her of all people. Eguchi warns that his pain might increase if left untreated. Aikisawa watches her hand as she reaches toward him. Aikisawa gives in but tells Eguchi she is strictly prohibited from touching him anywhere other than his stomach. Eguchi agrees as he prepares himself. Eguchi tells Aikisawa to lie on his side on the bed. He warns her not to rub or feel him up, but she dismisses it as just a medical treatment. Eguchi places her hand onto Aikisawa's bare stomach and he reacts to the sudden sensation. Eguchi asks if her hand is warm or if he finds it ticklish. Aikisawa hides his face in the pillow and says that it is fine. Aikisawa lies still and admits to himself that Eguchi's hand feels warm against his skin. Aikisawa realizes that the entire situation is actually making him feel worse. A man enters the infirmary and catches the two students in a compromising position. Eguchi panics and tries to explain to the shocked man that she was only trying to help with Aikisawa's stomachache. The person quickly leaves the room and Aikisawa and Eguchi are left together in an awkward silence. Later at home, Aikisawa is back in bed and is offered a box of tissues. A thermometer shows that Aikisawa has a slight fever. His family member tells him they are going shopping and asks if he wants anything, so he requests some ice cream. Aikisawa lies in bed and agrees to be obedient and rest after being told to do so. Aikisawa reflects on how his body feels worse because of Eguchi. He recalls her touching him and asking if his stomach felt warm. Aikisawa tries to force himself to forget the memory of their encounter. He feels a sharp pain and groans in discomfort. His phone pings with a message from Mino, who says he is coming over with school printouts. Aikisawa thinks about how he needs to prevent others from touching his body so easily when the doorbell suddenly rings. Aikisawa opens the door and tells the visitor not to surprise a sick person. He assumes Mino has already arrived to deliver the papers. Eguchi stands at the door, catching Aikisawa completely off guard. Aikisawa is shocked to see Eguchi at his house. Mino stands nearby and remarks that he is glad he arrived at the right time. Mino prepares to hand over the printouts as Aikisawa reacts with disbelief to Eguchi's presence. Aikisawa quickly pulls Eguchi inside his house and slams the door shut. Aikisawa covers Eguchi's mouth with his hand to keep her quiet. Outside, Mino wonders if Aikisawa is actually sleeping. Mino decides to put the papers in the letterbox and walks away. Aikisawa waits in silence until he is sure the other boy has gone. Eguchi makes a muffled noise while Aikisawa continues to hold his hand firmly over her mouth. Aizawa lets go and lets out a breath of relief. Eguchi points out that it was just Mino and hiding was unnecessary. Aizawa retorts that it would be troublesome if Mino misunderstood the situation. Eguchi asks what he means by a misunderstanding between the two of them. Aizawa becomes flustered and struggles to find an answer. Aizawa shouts at her to shut up. Eguchi calmly states that she didn't actually say anything. Aizawa asks again what she is doing at his home. Eguchi explains that she came to visit because she worried his condition got worse specifically because of her. Eguchi stares at Aizawa and notes that it is something like revenge patient care, adding that he does not seem to learn from experience. Aizawa tells Eguchi to hurry up and go home. Eguchi looks around the hallway and asks if anyone else is currently at the house. Aizawa explains that his mother has gone out shopping. He asks Eguchi if she is actually planning to stay there. Eguchi reaches out and points out that Aizawa still looks a little feverish. Eguchi states that she needs to take responsibility for the fact that his condition became worse. Eguchi leans in close to Aizawa and asks if he will let her make up for what happened. Aizawa stands in silence while blushing and recalling how he held his hand over Eguchi's mouth earlier. It is revealed that earlier that morning, Eguchi informed the class that Aizawa was unwell and would be absent for the day. Eguchi removes a lukewarm cooling pad from Aizawa's forehead and says it is time to change it for a fresh one. Eguchi holds up a new cooling pad and tells Aizawa to stay still. Aizawa panics internally and wonders why he is being looked after by Eguchi. He remembers her asking to make up for her actions. Aizawa yelps as the cold pad touches him. Eguchi says she told him so. Aizawa turns away and shouts for her not to touch him. Aizawa demands that Eguchi restrain herself, but she replies that she was not going to touch him lewdly just now. Aizawa continues to shout in response. Aizawa tells Eguchi that if she truly wants to make amends, she must promise not to touch him even once for the rest of the day. Eguchi mutters to herself that being in Aizawa's room provides plenty of erotic material, and she should compromise in this situation. Aizawa is confused and asks what she is talking about. Aizawa tells her he understands but notices she is slurring her words. Eguchi ignores this and tells him to go back to sleep since she only came to check on him. Aizawa tells her once more to absolutely not do anything while he rests. Eguchi watches Aizawa and mumbles about how he sleeps lying face down. Aizawa becomes annoyed and accuses her of visiting just to give him weird looks while he is weak. Eguchi apologizes and explains she subconsciously made the sound of a data update. Aizawa yells at her to erase the data and stop updating it. Eguchi shouts he is wrong and she really was worried about him. She admits she felt she went too far when they were in the infirmary earlier. Aizawa is taken aback by her admission. Eguchi explains that she spent the whole day thinking about him while staring at the empty seat next to her in class. Eguchi says she is reflecting on her actions because she pushed him too hard when he was feeling sick. Aizawa stares at her in surprise. Eguchi approaches the bed, causing Aizawa to jump back. She suddenly remembers her promise that she was not supposed to touch him today. Eguchi leans her face down right next to Aizawa's and offers another apology. The two remain in silence as they look at each other from a very close distance. Eguchi observes that Aizawa's eyelashes are long when seen from up close. Aizawa argues that those are actually her own eyelashes she is seeing. Aizawa notices how the curls at the tips of Eguchi's hair cover her face. Eguchi comments that Aizawa has nice skin but his cheeks have turned a little red. The two continue to stare at each other while the word cute hangs in the air. Aizawa suddenly panics and pulls away while screaming about what he just said. Eguchi looks on with a dazed expression. Eguchi laughs and tells him it is amazing that he managed to read what she was about to say. Aizawa tries to backpedal, explaining that instead of reading her mind, he was simply stating that she is indeed cute. Eguchi is left confused while Aizawa remains visibly flustered. Aizawa yells at Eguchi to hurry up and go back home. As she departs, she wonders why he suddenly became so angry with her. Aizawa reflects on the fact that there is currently a girl in his bedroom. Eguchi glances around the room while Aizawa walks behind her with a red face. Aizawa sits at a table reading a lifestyle magazine. He pauses on a page featuring an advertisement for a seductive perfume. Aizawa's older sister suddenly appears and asks if he is finally planning to be seductive. He flinches in surprise and asks when she returned. She offers him an item to help him through puberty. His sister hands him a small perfume sample and claims it will make girls fall in love with him. Aizawa looks at the tube skeptically and wonders who would ever use such a product. Back at school, Mino takes a sniff of the air and asks Aizawa if he put on perfume. Aizawa is caught off guard by the observation. Aizawa claims his older sister sprayed the perfume on him against his will. Mino thinks it is a nice scent while Aizawa glances nervously toward Iguchi. Iguchi stares at Aizawa with a shocked and overwhelmed expression. Iguchi abruptly leaves her desk and heads for the exit while offering a brief apology. Aizawa asks why she is making that face and tries to stop her. Iguchi admits that she is very bad with perfumes and continues to walk away. Iguchi leaves for the bathroom while Aizawa yells at his sister in his head. In the background, his sister tells him to stop blaming her for everything. Iguchi washes her face at the restroom sink. She feels bad about her reaction and worries about how she will manage to sit next to Aizawa for the rest of the school day. Aizawa desperately splashes water over his head at the sink to wash off the scent, even though Mino warns him that it is impossible to get rid of the smell there. In the foreground, Iguchi watches the scene unfold. Mino complains that Aizawa is making the floor wet and leaves to fetch a cleaning cloth. Left alone with Iguchi, Aizawa sniffs himself to check if the scent is gone while she quietly observes him. Iguchi thanks Aizawa, caught off guard by his gesture. Still flustered, Aizawa turns away and admits he simply did not want to be treated like a smelly nuisance by her. Iguchi approaches and begins to gently wipe the remaining water from Aizawa's face. While she is wiping him dry, she asks where exactly he applied the perfume, and he mentions his wrists. Iguchi wipes down his wrists and asks where else he put it. Aizawa blushes and hesitantly reveals that he also applied it to the back of his ears. Iguchi tells Aizawa that she will wipe off all the perfume for him, leaving him completely startled. Iguchi asks how he applied the perfume. Aizawa nervously explains that he put it on haphazardly, recalling how he sprayed it all over his bare torso before putting on his school uniform. Iguchi reaches out with her cloth to clean off the scent. Iguchi reaches inside his unbuttoned shirt and presses the cloth directly onto his chest, causing Aizawa to yell in sheer panic. Aizawa tries to get her to stop, but Iguchi continues wiping his upper body while starting to pant and sweat from the intense scent. Iguchi suddenly looks dizzy and admits that the perfume is making her feel sick, prompting a frustrated Aizawa to retort that she is only reaping what she sowed. The two end up sitting far apart in the classroom, but Iguchi still finds joy in staring at the back of Aizawa's head from across the room. Iguchi wishes there was a perfume that smelled exactly like Aizawa, but she is told that nobody else would ever want something like that. Aizawa finds himself flustered as he tries to resist imagining what a perfume smelling like Iguchi would be like. In class, the representative announces that they will be running a maid and butler cafe for the upcoming school cultural festival. When the representative mentions needing someone to prepare the outfits, Aizawa quickly raises his hand and volunteers to wear the mascot costume to attract customers. Aizawa is relieved to volunteer first so he can avoid being cast as a butler, but the class representative points out that the existing mascot costume is a women's size and will be too small for him. Iguchi raises her hand and announces that she will take charge of making a mascot costume from scratch. Iguchi adjusts her glasses and tells Aizawa that she will need to measure every single nook and cranny of his body, driving him into a panicked rage. The class decides to assign Iguchi and Aizawa to the costume positions, leaving the other students to split the remaining roles among themselves. Aizawa is left highly frustrated, wondering why he always ends up in these troublesome situations. Inside the equipment room, Iguchi holds up a tape measure and tells Aizawa to quickly strip for her. Aizawa panics as he realizes the bizarre situation he has found himself in. Aizawa demands that Mino be called in to do the measurements because he never agreed to let Iguchi do it, but she notes that Mino is currently busy in an executive committee meeting. When Aizawa insists on measuring himself instead, Iguchi argues that it is impossible because taking proper measurements requires a lot of sensitivity. Aizawa tries to suggest finding any other person for the task, but Iguchi offers to make things fair by letting him measure her in return. Aizawa is completely stunned by her proposal as she begins to rustle her clothes. Iguchi hands the measuring tape over to a flustered Aizawa and invites him to begin measuring her. Aizawa is shocked to realize Iguchi took off her bra. Iguchi calmly explains that it is necessary to remove it to measure the bust length properly, leaving him to process the news in a daze. Aizawa is left completely flustered and questions her explanation as she stands right in front of him. Iguchi tells Aizawa that he can measure wherever he likes as she places her hands on his shoulders. He panics internally, recognizing that the situation is becoming highly problematic. Aizawa holds the measuring tape around Eguchi's chest, but keeps it loose, causing her to step closer to him. Eguchi instructs Aizawa to pull the tape tighter because she cannot be measured properly if there is any movement. He complies and pulls the tape tight against her chest. Aizawa struggles to maintain his composure during the measurement and wonders how Eguchi can remain so completely calm. Eguchi suddenly notices something and runs to grab a tissue while yelling. Aizawa tries to deny that anything is wrong, but she insists that it has already started. Eguchi points out that Aizawa has a nosebleed, leaving him completely surprised as he realizes his nose is bleeding. Aizawa panics as blood drips onto the floor while Eguchi searches the room for something to help him. He yells at her to remember that she is still not wearing her bra. Aizawa holds his nose to stop the bleeding and despairs over his own reaction. He wonders why Eguchi acts as though it is entirely normal to be braless around him. Aizawa is startled when he hears classmates talking outside the window. They discuss whether wearing a maid outfit is too exposing or embarrassing, with one girl mentioning she always wanted to try it since they cannot wear such clothes normally. One classmate explains that it is not embarrassing to wear the outfit because she does not care about the opinions of the boys in their class, comparing it to wearing a mascot costume. Aizawa is struck by the classmate's comment and wonders if Eguchi is similarly unaffected because she does not care about him at all. It is revealed that the last time Aizawa had a nosebleed before this incident was back during his elementary school years. Eguchi is actually having a small panic attack because she is bad with the sight of blood. She frantically wonders where the tissues are and debates whether she should run to a nearby mini-mart or go all the way back to her home, even though she knows that would take far too long. Aizawa silently stares at his phone screen. He reads an online article about the top 10 signs a girl shows when she likes someone, which highlights physical contact, frequent eye contact, and being in close proximity. Aizawa continues to reflect on how Eguchi has always shown him her panties without a single moment of hesitation. Meanwhile, other girls in the background happily chat about getting a senior's contact information. Aizawa recalls how Eguchi was always near him, made plenty of physical contact, and looked at him with perverted eyes, which had led him to believe that she actually liked him. However, he is plagued by the classmate's comment about how it is not embarrassing to expose oneself when one does not care about the boys in the class at all. Standing alone in the school hallway, Aizawa crosses his arms and contemplates the situation. He wonders if Eguchi really is just looking at him with perverted eyes rather than harboring any genuine feelings for him. Aizawa is startled when Eguchi suddenly approaches him in the hallway and greets him with a good morning. Aizawa thinks to himself that even he would find himself looking if an attractive girl were in front of him, making him feel that he should be able to understand Eguchi's behavior. Eguchi asks Aizawa if he was okay after his nosebleed the previous day, because he was already gone when she returned, causing him to react with surprise and quickly look away. Eguchi asks Aizawa if he is free after school to try on the mascot costume that the teacher brought back from the cleaners, but Aizawa dismisses her and tries to walk away. Aizawa points out that there is still some time left before homeroom and suggests they go to the storage room to get the task done immediately, to which Eguchi agrees. Aizawa strips down to his underwear and tells Eguchi that since she does not care about him, she can look and touch as much as she wants, which surprises her, even though she admits it makes her happy. Aizawa tries to convince himself that there is no need to be self-conscious about every little detail as Eguchi steps closer and stares intently at him. Aizawa suddenly panics and places his hand on Eguchi's shoulder to keep her at a distance as his resolve completely breaks. Aizawa abruptly changes his mind and runs away in a panic while grabbing the mascot costume, ignoring Eguchi as she yells that he is taking the wrong outfit. Wearing the bare mascot head that leaves his back entirely exposed, Aizawa stands in the hallway and begs Eguchi not to look at him while she notes that he is acting very strange today. Aizawa calls out to Eguchi and asks what she would do if he were actually a bear. Eguchi is left completely bewildered by the sudden question about bears. Aizawa explains that since he is covered in fluffy fur, she would not be able to see his body shape at all. Aizawa asks if she would lose interest in looking at him if his entire body were completely hidden by the costume. Eguchi stares in silence before other classmates suddenly arrive and loudly ask what is going on with Aizawa's bizarre outfit. The classmates gather around Aizawa and laugh, pointing out that his back is completely exposed and that the mascot costume does not fit him well at all. A classmate suggests that Aizawa should just wear the mascot head to attract customers, which Aizawa rejects because he does not want to become a joke, while Iguchi quietly watches the interaction. As the classmates head off together, a girl tells Iguchi that she will check her clothing size with her mother later, leaving Iguchi and Aizawa to walk back in an awkward silence. Iguchi fondly stares at a small bear keychain designed to look like a tiny angry Aizawa, flailing his arms and demanding to be let go. Aizawa imagines Iguchi dressed in a revealing bear-themed bikini costume. As the class is warned not to stay too late preparing for the festival, Iguchi wears a baggy bear mascot costume. She asks Aizawa if he would still look at her even though her body shape is completely hidden. Aizawa clutches his head in absolute embarrassment, wondering why he asked her such an awkward question. Aizawa worries that Iguchi is avoiding eye contact because of his question. Iguchi clarifies that they were simply interrupted by others during their conversation. A classmate interrupts the two to ask if they have bought the paint, catching a flustered Aizawa and Iguchi completely off guard. A classmate asks Iguchi to come over and try on the maid outfit, prompting both her and Aizawa to react in surprise. As the other boys whisper about how Iguchi will look in the outfit with her figure, a classmate explains to Iguchi that there is a specific way to wear it and asks her to try it on for comparison, to which Iguchi agrees. Aizawa looks annoyed as he silently concludes that Iguchi will definitely look erotic in the outfit. A classmate hands Aizawa a shopping list while another student leads Iguchi to a classroom to change, and Iguchi agrees to go inside. Hearing the rustle of Iguchi changing her clothes, Aizawa suddenly panics and runs away down the hallway, shouting to his classmate to find someone else to do the shopping. Aizawa rushes to the room and peers through the door window, catching Iguchi while she is still in her underwear. Iguchi looks back in surprise and asks what is wrong, while Aizawa panics internally because he acted on impulse and has no idea what to say to her. Aizawa struggles to find his words while privately thinking about how erotic Iguchi will look in the costume. He desperately tells her not to wear the maid outfit under any circumstances, which leaves Iguchi confused as she asks him for a reason. Hoping to hide his real thoughts, Aizawa tells Iguchi that she simply would not look good in the outfit. This comment makes Iguchi highly annoyed, prompting her to angrily open the sliding door to confront him. Iguchi steps out of the room fully dressed in the maid outfit and demands to know who exactly Aizawa thinks would not look good in it. Aizawa is completely stunned and blushes intensely at her appearance, but Iguchi ignores his reaction and decides to head to the classroom since everyone is waiting. Aizawa grabs her arm in a panic and tries to take back his comment, but she casually asks him what mistake he is talking about. Aizawa confesses to Iguchi that he simply does not want the other classmates to look at her with perverted eyes. Iguchi is left wide-eyed and completely shocked by his sudden confession. Iguchi asks Aizawa if he feels that way even though he also looks at her with perverted eyes. Aizawa becomes flustered, apologizes in case he made her recall a terrible memory, and begins to back away toward the door. Iguchi suddenly shoves Aizawa against the door, causing him to crash onto the floor. Aizawa groans in pain and asks what she is doing, but Iguchi quickly tells him that he has misunderstood her reaction. Iguchi sits close to Aizawa on the floor and admits that she has never once hated the way he looks at her. Iguchi explains that all this time she has felt that it is fine if it is Aizawa. Iguchi crouches down and declares that she thinks it is completely fine for Aizawa specifically to look at her with perverted eyes. Aizawa is left completely speechless and blushes deeply as he processes the massive implication of her words. It is revealed that their homeroom teacher ultimately rejected the maid outfit because it was too inappropriate for a school event, even though the students agreed it was cute. Aizawa becomes completely obsessed and unable to stop thinking about the encounter, desperately trying to rationalize the difference between looking at her and staring at her underwear. Aizawa sits on the floor and wonders if this means Iguchi actually likes him, recalling how she insisted she did not mind him looking at her that way because of who he is. Iguchi clarifies that she does not mind him looking at her in an obscene manner, which leaves Aizawa completely dumbfounded. Iguchi moves closer and asks Aizawa if he hates the idea, causing him to panic and scramble backward until his back is pressed against the door. After a tense silence, Aikisawa finally looks away and quietly admits that he does not hate it. Eguchi continues her confession, telling Aikisawa that his bare body covered in the mascot fur was actually highly appealing to her, and she admits what she would do if he were a real teddy bear. Eguchi explains that seeing him surrounded by their other classmates made her worry he would become too popular, which made her secretly hope he would not wear that costume. Eguchi reveals that she does not want anyone other than herself to look at him in a suggestive way, leaving Aikisawa completely stunned as he wonders if she is expressing jealousy. Eguchi leans in close and confirms her feelings, while a nervous Aikisawa realizes the deeper meaning behind what she is saying. As they close the distance between them, Aikisawa becomes convinced that Eguchi must truly have feelings for him. Just as they are about to kiss, Eguchi suddenly makes a startled noise and hesitates. Eguchi abruptly pulls away and retreats, leaving Aikisawa completely dumbfounded. Though confused by her sudden departure, Aikisawa tries to mask his embarrassment by laughing loudly in front of her. Aikisawa teasingly asks Eguchi if she actually believed they were about to kiss. Aikisawa continues to laugh and claims that he was only playing a joke on her, but an angry Eguchi kicks him right out of the room. Yelling from inside the room, a deeply embarrassed Eguchi calls him an idiot. Aikisawa tries to call out to her, but Eguchi slams the sliding door firmly shut. Left alone in the hallway, Aikisawa collapses onto his hands and knees in despair. Aikisawa whimpers in frustration, confessing to himself that he only acted that way because he believed she liked him, and he never expected her to run away from him. Meanwhile, inside the room, Eguchi slumps onto the floor with her heart beating wildly, admitting to herself that she was terrified because she genuinely believed they were going to kiss. Eguchi sits curled up on the floor and blushes deeply as she convinces herself that there is absolutely no way Aikisawa would look at her in such a suggestive manner. During a classroom reorganization, the students move their desks around, and Eguchi discovers that her new desk neighbor is Aikisawa. Eguchi politely greets Aikisawa and remarks that they will be desk neighbors from now on, asking him to take care of her. Aikisawa replies that she should take care of him as well, but Eguchi notices him looking toward her chest and assumes he is silently thinking about her being fat. Walking down the hallway after school, Eguchi wonders why boys find chests so interesting, noting that she lost track of time writing in her journal and stayed later than planned. Eguchi's thoughts are interrupted when she hears a sports coach shouting nearby, and she spots Aikisawa practicing on the soccer field. Eguchi watches the soccer team perform intense physical exercises, reflecting on how regular gym class is already too exhausting for her. Eguchi continues to watch from a distance as Aikisawa does push-ups on the grass. As Aikisawa continues his exercise, Eguchi finds her gaze drawn directly toward his lower body. Suddenly realizing what part of his body she was just staring at, Eguchi gasps in shock and runs away in a flustered panic. Out on the field, a sweaty Aikisawa lifts his shirt to wipe his face, completely exposing his bare torso. Watching the scene unfold, Eguchi blushes furiously as her heart starts to beat rapidly. Eguchi runs all the way home while wondering why she suddenly feels so incredibly warm, and she gives a brief reply when her family member points out that she returned later than usual. Eguchi informs her family member that she is sweaty and needs to take a shower, and she begins undressing. While showering, Eguchi stands under the running water and contemplates her feelings, trying to find the perfect word to describe Aikisawa. Eguchi leans against the shower wall and breathes heavily, finding it difficult to catch her breath as she thinks of him. Eguchi tries to convince herself that her heavy breathing was just caused by something she ate, and the next morning she arrives at school feeling completely normal again. Upon arriving at her classroom, Eguchi watches as Aikisawa turns around casually to converse with his classmates. The moment Eguchi looks at Aikisawa, she is instantly overwhelmed and blushes deeply. Despite trying to stay calm, Eguchi immediately finds her eyes drawn to Aikisawa's lower body once more. As they stand by their desks, Eguchi quietly concludes to herself that Aikisawa is simply erotic. Meanwhile, Aikisawa clutches his face in absolute shock as he reflects on the fact that he almost kissed Eguchi. Aikisawa buries his face on his desk and despairs, realizing that calling the moment a joke was a huge mistake and wondering how he can possibly face her today. Eguchi enters the classroom and greets Mino instead of him, catching Aikisawa completely off guard. Aikisawa is left highly panicked when Eguchi refuses to speak to him at all as she takes her seat. Aikisawa rationalizes that Eguchi's suggestive behavior was what gave him the wrong idea in the first place, insisting to himself that it was not his fault, and decides to act if she is going to treat him this way. Aizawa loudly complains about the heat to get Eguchi's attention while pulling out a body wipe stating that he needs to thoroughly wipe himself down. Aizawa starts by wiping his neck with the cloth. He continues by wiping under his shirt towards his armpit. Aizawa moves on to wipe his chest, prompting Eguchi to take a quick glance at him. Aizawa is highly frustrated when Eguchi pretends not to look at all, so he stands up and leans over his desk to get her attention. Aizawa calls out to Eguchi and directly asks her if she can help him wipe the areas of his body that he cannot reach himself. Aizawa pulls up his shirt to reveal his bare back and asks her to wipe it for him, which shocks Eguchi. Eguchi immediately turns away and refuses, prompting Aizawa to ask why she is being so stubborn about it. Feeling a sudden wave of déjà vu, Aizawa remembers their previous awkward encounter in the preparation room and frantically shakes his head to clear the memory. Aizawa recalls how Eguchi previously told him that everything would have been fine if he had just offered a sincere apology from the very start, so he crouches down beside her desk. Looking down in embarrassment, Aizawa sincerely apologizes to Eguchi. Eguchi is startled as Aizawa further explains that he went overboard with his behavior the day before. Eguchi replies that she wishes he would not tease her with jokes like that, but she admits that it is actually fine for him to show his skin as much as he wants. Clutching her pen, Eguchi attempts to play it cool and claims she does not feel anything at all when he acts that way toward her. Eguchi suddenly grabs the body wipe from Aizawa's hand, taking him completely by surprise. Eguchi declares that she will wipe all his sweat for him as a way of making up, and she immediately reaches under his shirt to wipe his back, causing him to scream in shock. Aizawa struggles and tells her to stop, while Eguchi insists he stay still, prompting Mino to observe that they immediately started fighting again right after making up. Eguchi approaches Aizawa with a gloomy expression, and when he asks why she is so downcast, she explains that she decided to buy the mascot costume from a store because making it was too difficult. Eguchi admits that she originally wanted to make a special custom outfit that would perfectly fit his bodyline, which makes Aizawa feel immensely relieved that her plan failed. Eguchi asks Aizawa to accompany her after class to help her buy the costume and try it out, and he hesitantly agrees to go with her. Aizawa panics as he realizes that going shopping together after class sounds like a date, but he warns himself not to overthink things and mess up again. After the school chime rings, Mino tells Aizawa that they need to decide the festival menu, but Aizawa begins to decline because of his promise to Eguchi. Eguchi interrupts to ask Aizawa if he is ready to head out, and as Aizawa agrees to go with her, Mino is left completely shocked by the sudden departure. Mino smirks and silently accuses Aizawa of betrayal as he watches him leave. While a dramatic Mino accuses him of betrayal in the background, Eguchi and Aizawa head out to the local shopping center, with Eguchi assuming Mino is simply tired from his committee duties. Looking at the shopping directory, Eguchi notes that they should check out the layout, while Aizawa notices how close she is standing to him. Eguchi suggests they check out the clothing store first, and Aizawa casually agrees to follow her lead. Knowing it is her favorite food, Aizawa watches as Eguchi visibly gulps with anticipation after passing by a bakery selling freshly baked melon bread. Aizawa asks Eguchi if she is hungry, and though she frantically claims she was only looking, he steps up to the counter and orders 2 pieces of melon bread. Aizawa hands one of the treats to a surprised Eguchi, explaining that he always gets hungry around this time of day too. Eguchi blushes and offers a quiet thank you as she holds the bread while Aizawa watches her and reflects on how she usually looks at him. Aizawa observes that Eguchi seems completely normal today and hasn't teased him once, convincing himself that his decision to stop overthinking things is working well. Eguchi happily takes a large bite of her favorite food, looking completely satisfied. Aizawa suddenly begins to cough violently, and when a concerned Eguchi asks if he is okay, he complains that breadcrumbs have fallen inside his shirt. Aizawa pulls the front of his shirt open to shake the crumbs out, exposing his bare skin directly in front of Eguchi. Eguchi comments that letting them fall would be a waste in both senses of the word, and licks her lips, leaving a deeply embarrassed Aizawa to demand what she means. Eguchi tastes a crumb from her finger and quietly remarks that it tastes a little salty. Aizawa turns completely red with embarrassment and loudly orders her not to taste them under any circumstances. Finding himself inside a photo booth instead of a costume shop, Aikawa wonders why they are there when they were supposed to be looking for a festival mascot costume. Aikawa is left utterly bewildered as the camera clicks while he is wearing bear-themed cosplay accessories alongside Iguchi. Aikawa loudly questions what they are doing and points out that this is completely off from their original goal, though Iguchi calmly insists that it is not. Iguchi adjusts her glasses and claims she is only doing her job to see if the bear theme actually suits him, which Aikawa is certain she just made up on the spot. Iguchi explains that she spotted the cosplay photo booth while they were walking and dragged him inside because she felt there was no other option, though Aikawa protests that she had no right to force him. Aikawa complains that he is the only one wearing cosplay gear and points out that he has no plans to dress up during the school festival, but Iguchi indifferently dismisses his complaints. Iguchi opens a curtain to reveal a large rack of various cosplay outfits and tells Aikawa that he can select whichever costume he wants her to wear instead. A highly flustered Aikawa looks over the various options and gulps as he realizes he can choose absolutely any outfit he wants her to put on. Iguchi puts on cat ears and paws to match his animal theme, noting that they now look like they are wearing matching outfits. As the photo booth begins its countdown, Aikawa struggles to keep his composure, while Iguchi tells him to get ready to pose for a cute photo. Iguchi poses confidently for the camera while Aikawa looks on in disbelief, wondering if she feels any embarrassment at all. Iguchi tells Aikawa to stop being so tense and pose properly, while the booth prompts them to prepare for a smart-looking pose next. Iguchi chooses to go with a safer normal pose as the machine counts down and takes another picture. Iguchi notices him staring at her and tells him to look at the camera instead of focusing entirely on her. Aikawa is caught completely off guard by her close proximity, prompting Iguchi to urge him to hurry up and pose before the timer runs out. Iguchi turns her head away and reminds him that she told him not to look at her, leading Aikawa to wonder if she is actually starting to feel embarrassed. Aikawa has a sudden realization that Iguchi might actually get flustered when she is observed from the side, which prompts her to ask him what is wrong. As the photo booth prompts them to strike a slightly sexy pose, next Aikawa watches Iguchi as she hesitantly gets into position. Iguchi strikes a playful pose with her cat paws and admits to herself that the experience is actually quite fun while the countdown begins once again. Iguchi leans in extremely close and tells Aikawa that getting so close makes her want to attack him, slipping her hand under his shirt. Iguchi looks at the printed photo card showing their series of poses and notes that it resembles a 4-panel manga, though a flustered Aikawa loudly declares that it does not make him happy. Back at the store, Aikawa tries on a bear-themed hoodie costume. Iguchi is completely captivated by the sight and stares at him with sparkling, admiring eyes. Iguchi repeatedly takes photos of him on her phone, and when she asks him to try on rabbit and panda outfits, next Aikawa firmly refuses and insists they return home now that they have bought the mascot costume. After purchasing the costume, they note how late it has gotten and decide to take a detour as they head home together at sunset. While walking down the street, Aikawa asks Iguchi what she will be doing on the day of the cultural festival next week, and she explains that she will be in the back preparing drinks. Iguchi reflects on their day, pointing out that even though they went shopping for outfits, they also had snacks and took couples photos, which made it feel like they were simply hanging out. When Iguchi asks him if he had fun, a deeply embarrassed Aikawa immediately denies it. Aikawa rants that the day was actually terrible because he was forced to go along with her whims, which causes Iguchi to look down and quietly accept his response. Looking downcast and hurt, Iguchi offers him a quiet apology. Seeing her reaction, Aikawa instantly regrets his harsh words and frantically tries to assure her that it is actually fine. Iguchi remains silent as they continue walking, leaving a worried Aikawa to contemplate the situation. Aikawa panics internally as he realizes that his usual habit of denying his feelings has made him look like the bad guy, and he desperately tries to call out to her to make amends. Iguchi tells Aikawa she is taking a different path home and bids him goodbye, leaving him surprised as he awkwardly waves back. Aikawa watches Iguchi walk away and wonders why she looks so lonely, feeling regret because he did not mean to hurt her feelings despite his complaining. He reflects on the fact that despite his complaints, he actually had a lot of fun during their outing. Aikawa clutches his head and squeezes the shopping bag in deep frustration, kicking himself for ruining the moment so badly. The next morning at school, Iguchi's classmates greet her warmly as she arrives. Mino greets Iguchi while Aizawa quietly stares down at his phone and Iguchi looks in his direction. Aizawa stares at his phone screen looking at the digital version of the photo card they took together in the cosplay booth. Aizawa blushes softly as he continues to look at the photos of them together on his phone. Iguchi quietly observes him from her seat and blushes as she watches his reaction. Both students sit at their neighboring desks in silence with Aizawa looking at his phone, while Iguchi turns her head away to hide her blushing face. The day of the school cultural festival arrives, and the classroom is fully decorated with balloons and chains for the maid and butler cafe. A classmate desperately begs Iguchi to wear the maid outfit, calling it a once-in-a-lifetime favor. Classmates explain that the top prize for the festival competition is grilled meat, and they need her help to win it, prompting Iguchi to look hesitantly toward Aizawa. To everyone's shock, Aizawa agrees to wear a male-sized maid dress to attract customers instead of her allowing Iguchi to comfortably wear the bare hoodie costume as she quietly offers him her thanks. Iguchi's classmates apologize to her for pushing her to wear the maid outfit but compliment her on how cute she looks in the bare hoodie. Meanwhile, Aizawa walks past in his maid dress and pretends he is only wearing it because he thought it would be fun. A classmate tells them both that they look hot in their costumes and warns them to take care of themselves, which they both acknowledge. However, Iguchi suddenly becomes distant and coldly tells Aizawa that he needs to bring in customers at all costs, leaving him confused by her sudden attitude shift. Aizawa suggests that they take a walk around the school together, and Iguchi quietly agrees. As they walk down the hallway, Aizawa tries to strike up a conversation by asking her what she wants to eat later, but they are interrupted when someone calls out his name. Two of Aizawa's seniors approach him and tease him about his maid outfit, with one remarking that the cross-dressing actually suits him, while the other complains that his skirt is too long. The seniors ask Aizawa if he is wearing the outfit as part of a punishment game, and when he tries to deny it, they jokingly demand that he show them his panties and give them a little service. One of the seniors lifts the hem of Aizawa's skirt and asks if he is also wearing female underwear underneath, while a flustered Aizawa desperately begs them to stop. Iguchi suddenly slams her hand down between them to stop the senior from lifting the skirt, further startling both the senior and Aizawa. Iguchi grabs Aizawa's hand and hurriedly drags him away, shouting back to the seniors that they need to go and publicize the cafe immediately. The two stop on a stairwell to catch their breath, and Aizawa asks Iguchi why she is acting so strange, questioning if she is angry that he was participating in perverted roleplay with his seniors, to which she quietly says no. Iguchi turns back to Aizawa and explains that she intervened because he looked like he truly hated what his seniors were doing to him. Aizawa blushes and asks how she could possibly know that, and Iguchi casually replies that she can just tell. Iguchi walks up to Aizawa and unexpectedly slides her hand under his skirt, reaching for his thigh while Aizawa tells her to wait. Iguchi looks up at a heavily blushing and sweating Aizawa, pointing out his reaction to her touch. Iguchi tells him that his physical reaction right now is completely different from the way he reacted to his seniors before. Iguchi continues to slide her hand further up his leg under the skirt, prompting a panicked Aizawa to call out her name and plead with her not to touch any higher. Iguchi continues sliding her hand up his inner thigh, and a deeply flustered Aizawa warns her about what will happen if her hand goes any higher. Iguchi stares intently at Aizawa and quietly tells him that she won't stop unless he makes her stop. Iguchi directly asks him if it is okay for her to touch him, leaving Aizawa in a severe internal struggle as he clenches his fist and tries to convince himself that this is a bad idea. Iguchi pins Aizawa against the wall and directly asks him if he wants her to touch him, catching him completely off guard. Aizawa panics, internally struggling to figure out what to say, because admitting he wants her to touch him would make him look like a complete pervert, even as her hand rests on his leg. When Aizawa remains silent, Iguchi tells him that he does not need to use words to express his answer and suggests he simply nod instead. Iguchi looks directly at him and asks once more if he wants her to touch him. Aizawa frantically tells himself that he should say no and that there is absolutely no way he wants her to do it. Instead of speaking, Aizawa simply squeezes his eyes shut and lets out a soft, defeated sigh. Iguchi notices his reaction and hesitates, letting out a quiet sound. Aizawa asks Iguchi if she seriously wants to touch him. The two of them stare at each other in silence, blushing intensely as the tension between them builds. Iguchi quietly turns her eyes downward without saying a word. Aizawa reaches down to grab her wrist and pulls her hand away, telling her that it is probably better if they stop right now. Suddenly overwhelmed, Aizawa panics and pulls Iguchi into a tight hug, catching her completely by surprise. Overcome by sheer embarrassment and exhaustion, Aizawa collapses straight onto his knees on the floor. A deeply flustered Iguchi looks down at him and stammers out his name. Slumped on the floor in absolute shame, Aizawa desperately begs her to just kill him, while a confused Iguchi tries to comfort him by pointing out that she only touched his inner thigh. Iguchi suddenly decides to go buy him new underwear at the convenience store, but a panicked Aizawa grabs her arm and begs her to wait, claiming he will just change later to prevent her from going. Iguchi looks back at him and mentions that she actually needs to buy some underwear for herself as well, which only adds to his embarrassment. Left completely speechless by her bluntness, Aizawa collapses back onto the floor and begs her to give him a break as she walks away. After getting themselves sorted out, Aizawa and Iguchi head out to advertise their cafe with a sign determined to do their absolute best to bring in customers. As they search for potential customers, Iguchi wonders if people are gathering in the sports hall for a band performance, but Aizawa points out they probably will not be allowed inside while a performance is actively playing. While Aizawa suggests they just stick to a disciplined strategy, he is suddenly approached by a classmate wearing a creepy, multi-eyed monster mask, who comments on his cute outfit. Startled by the creepy appearance, Aizawa hits his classmate with his advertisement sign, prompting Iguchi to scold him for attacking every supposed ghost he sees, while Aizawa apologizes for the mistake. The classmate demands that they apologize by visiting Class CS' newly prepared haunted house. The classmate explains that visitors must wear a microphone upon entry, and anyone who can complete the entire attraction without screaming even once will win a special prize. Aizawa immediately declines the challenge, leaving the classmate shocked and demanding to know why he refuses. Aizawa claims they are too busy promoting their own class, but the classmate mocks him for being a coward who is simply afraid of screaming and losing face in front of Iguchi. The classmate flippantly insults Aizawa as he walks away, provoking Aizawa's anger and causing him to silently warn the classmate not to push his luck. Unable to let the insults slide, Aizawa shakes with suppressed anger and loudly declares that he is not scared of the haunted house at all. After a microphone is attached to his outfit, the classmate bids them goodbye and warns them to stick together, while Aizawa internally recalls the childhood trauma his sister caused by forcing him to watch horror movies. As Aizawa slides open the entrance door to the haunted house, he tries to reassure himself and Iguchi that a school-made attraction will not be scary at all, while Iguchi quietly calls his name. Iguchi advises him not to force himself if he does not want to go inside, but a smug Aizawa insists that he is perfectly fine and teases her by asking if she is actually the one who is terrified. Iguchi takes his challenge seriously and commands him to go in first, taking Aizawa completely by surprise. Confidently laughing, Aizawa tells her to leave it to him as he parts the entrance curtain and steps inside, thinking to himself that nothing in a school festival attraction could possibly scare him enough to make him scream. Just inside the entrance, they immediately encounter a terrifying fake severed head with bleeding eyes lying on the floor. The sudden sight of the gruesome prop completely freezes Aizawa in place as he stammers in shock. Outside, the Class C students monitoring the microphone are surprised by the complete silence, noting that they fully expected him to scream at the fake head placed right at the entrance. Inside, a terrified Aizawa panics silently, cursing his decision to agree to the challenge and thinking to himself that putting the scary prop directly under his foot is completely unfair. Iguchi asks him if he is okay as she notices his entire body violently shaking, concluding that he is clearly not fine at all. Overwhelmed by fear, Aizawa clings tightly to Iguchi's back for comfort, leaving her highly flustered and blushing as she realizes the awkward situation they are now in. Iguchi gets dizzy from his close proximity and frantically wonders to herself if they are really going to continue through the rest of the haunted house in this position. The terrifying bleeding head remains on the floor directly in front of them as they try to move forward. Aizawa continues to stare at the horrific sight in silence, paralyzed by his fear. Aizawa continues to cling tightly to Iguchi's back in silence, paralyzed by his fear of the haunted house. Iguchi blushes and tells Aizawa that they cannot move while he is holding her like this, asking if he can please let her go. Iguchi tells Aikisawa to listen to her offering to cast a spell on him that will supposedly make the haunted house feel a lot less scary. Iguchi leans in slightly and confesses that she is not wearing any underwear underneath her bare costume. Aikisawa reacts with absolute shock to her sudden confession. Aikisawa asks if she did not just change her underwear earlier, but Iguchi explains that she was in too much of a rush and accidentally bought a size that was far too big, which is why she is not wearing any. The realization that there is absolutely nothing beneath her costume causes a highly flustered Aikisawa to squeeze her waist even tighter as his mind races. Aikisawa panics and demands to know why she would choose to tell him something like that right now, suddenly realizing just how long he has been holding her in that position. Aikisawa finally pulls himself away, prompting Iguchi to ask if he has calmed down, but he yells back that she has only made him feel significantly more on edge. Iguchi suggests they move quickly to leave the haunted house, and as Aikisawa hesitantly agrees, he despairs over his situation, unable to stop thinking about her lack of underwear. Aikisawa looks down and gulps as his gaze is drawn directly toward her backside and the small bare tail on her costume. Suddenly, a scary skeleton figure pops out of the darkness and screams at them. Aikisawa remains completely unbothered by the jump scare, privately noting that the attraction is not scary at all because his entire focus is completely occupied by his thoughts of her. Reflecting on how effective her confession was at curing his fear, Aikisawa notices Iguchi has stopped walking and asks her if they are pausing here, prompting her to offer a quiet apology. Iguchi stands quietly in the dimly lit hallway, nervously clutching the fabric of her costume as she blushes. Iguchi looks closely at Aikisawa and asks him if he is also weak when it comes to scary things. Aikisawa asks her why she didn't say anything sooner, but she explains that she kept quiet because he was already scared out of his mind. Aikisawa reacts with surprise as Iguchi admits she thought his reaction to the haunted house would have been even worse if she had said the truth out loud earlier. Standing in a room decorated with bloody handprints and paper talismans, Aikisawa begins to regret his choices. He realizes he is forcing Iguchi into an uncomfortable position just so he won't look like a wimp in front of his friends, and wonders what he is even doing. Iguchi decides to cast a spell of her own on Aikisawa to help him deal with his fear as she prepares to show him what is underneath her bare costume. A heavily blushing Aikisawa stands in the middle of the haunted house while holding the large pair of underwear Iguchi gave him. He looks back at her and tells her that she isn't scared of the attraction either. The students monitoring the haunted house overhear the conversation through the microphones and ask each other if they just heard something about pants, wondering what kind of cheating is taking place, while Iguchi stands by in a flustered state. Iguchi leans in close to Aikisawa and tells him that she doesn't think a specific song was that bad. Aikisawa reacts with a sudden look of shock and a loud shout. Inside the haunted house, Aikisawa holds up his own underwear and calls it a spell of his own, while a stunned Iguchi tells him that he really didn't need to take them off. Aikisawa points toward the exit and orders them to move out, repeatedly insisting to a doubtful Iguchi that he is no longer scared. As they move through the attraction, Aikisawa claims it will be a walk in the park if they just walk fast, even as a mummy actor crawls toward them on the floor while making groaning noises. Aikisawa's bravery fails as he and the mummy actor both begin screaming at the top of their lungs while Iguchi watches. The monitoring students listen as Aikisawa shouts about sexual harassment and lack of dignity, and they agree that scaring customers in skirts by peeking at their underwear is not a fair tactic. Aikisawa hurriedly leads the way while thinking about how defenseless he feels going commando in a skirt, silently admitting that pants are actually quite important. Aikisawa suddenly stops and panics when he realizes he doesn't have his underwear, wondering if he threw them away out of fear, while Iguchi tries to reassure him that they should be easy to find. They spot the underwear hanging high up on a railing, and Iguchi comments on how high they are as Aikisawa looks on in shock. Iguchi tells Aikisawa that she has an idea and asks him to bear with her because she knows she is a bit heavy. Aikisawa gets down on all fours and lets Iguchi sit on his back so she can reach up toward the railing, and she asks him if he is able to manage her weight. Aikisawa panics, internally thinking that being this close to Iguchi at such a strange angle is extremely dangerous. Aikisawa is completely overwhelmed by the fact that Iguchi currently isn't wearing any underwear while she sits on his back. Iguchi calls out Aikisawa's name as she attempts to steady herself. Iguchi asks if he can lift her just a bit higher so she can finally reach the clothing on the railing. As Iguchi reaches further, a flustered Aizawa desperately tells her to wait and stay completely still. Iguchi insists she needs a bit more height because she still cannot reach the item hanging above them. Iguchi continues to ask for a bit more while Aizawa nervously agrees to help her reach the top. Aizawa suddenly lets out a massive scream which startles the classmates monitoring the attraction from outside. Aizawa abandons Iguchi and runs off in a panic, shouting that he is going to buy new underwear and that she should put hers on too. Still sitting on the floor, Iguchi calls out to a fleeing Aizawa that she is actually wearing underwear. Aizawa is stunned as Iguchi confesses she lied about not wearing underwear just to distract him, having read that perverted thoughts can cure fear. Aizawa angrily calls Iguchi an ass while their classmate wonders what kind of fight they are having inside the haunted house. Iguchi moves toward a flustered Aizawa and teasingly tells him she will have to eat him up. Aizawa manages to retrieve his pants and finally put them back on. As they leave the haunted house, Iguchi apologizes for lying to him earlier, but an annoyed Aizawa declares that she will pay for her crimes with her stomach. The two enter a classroom that has been converted into a Chinese-style restaurant for the festival. A waitress welcomes them as they walk into the busy room. The waitress recognizes Aizawa and tells him that the maid costume really suits him, though he replies that he is not happy about it. She then asks who the person in the bear costume is while Iguchi thinks to herself that she is not happy in the slightest. Aizawa looks back at Iguchi and introduces her to the waitress as just a classmate. The waitress tells them to come in and sit wherever they like. Iguchi asks why they are at another class restaurant, and Aizawa explains that it is all part of a plan he has. Looking confident, Aizawa reveals that he calls his scheme the gratitude trade. Iguchi tells Aizawa that he is awful at naming schemes, though he insists his idea is genius. The waitress approaches their table and asks if they are ready to place their order. Aizawa looks over the menu and declares that he will take everything on it. Iguchi asks if he is stupid and reminds him that he couldn't even finish his lunch recently, but he dismisses her by saying that was some time ago. The waitress remarks that the two of them sure get on well. Iguchi stares ahead silently and warns Aizawa that she is not cleaning up if all the food does not agree with his stomach. Iguchi looks at Aizawa and explains that the waitress is a friend of hers from primary school. Aizawa is surprised to learn that she has a friend there. The waitress returns to the table carrying massive trays of various Chinese dishes and apologizes for the wait. The waitress mentions that she added a little extra food just for Aizawa. This causes Aizawa to panic as he sarcastically thinks about how he would have gone hungry without it while clenching his fist. Aizawa prepares to start eating, but he is startled when even more plates of food are slammed down onto the table. Iguchi suddenly reaches for the food and declares that she will be the one to eat it all, leaving Aizawa shouting in shock. Iguchi stuffs her face with buns and says she was starving anyway. Aizawa watches her eat and tells her there is no way she can do that, noting that even though she is hungry, humans still have their physical limits. Iguchi slumps over in her chair while clutching her stomach, and Aizawa remarks that he knew this would happen. Aizawa offers to finish the rest of the food himself, but Iguchi pulls her hood down and stubbornly insists that she will eat everything on the table. Aizawa asks why she won't let him eat, and suggests taking the rest to go before the heat ruins it, while Iguchi stares at him silently. Iguchi looks at Aizawa and tells him that she might let him eat if he allows her to feed it to him. Aizawa is shocked by the proposal and shouts as Iguchi attempts to shove a bun into his mouth. Aizawa refuses to be fed in public because it is too embarrassing, so Iguchi asks if he would be fine with it as long as they are not around anyone else. Iguchi leans in and suggests they go to the benches behind the school where she is certain they will be alone. Iguchi tells Aizawa to open his mouth wide while he sweats and wonders why she is being so insistent. Iguchi mimics a plane with the food as she feeds Aizawa while he begs her to just let him eat in peace. Aizawa strikes a pose and makes a joke about using a special technique while looking confident. The scene shifts to Halloween, where Aizawa is dressed as a vampire and says trick or treat at a door. Iguchi stands in the doorway wearing only a cardigan and her underwear as she blushes and looks down. A panicked Aizawa pulls Iguchi inside while asking why she is taking his clothes off, and a text box explains that the location eventually became off-limits for monsters. Aizawa and Iguchi pose together in their Halloween costumes, with Aizawa dressed as a swordsman and Iguchi as a witch. Back at the benches behind the school, Iguchi holds a piece of food up and tells a flustered Aizawa to open wide. Aikisawa leans back on the bench in surprise and asks what she is doing all of a sudden. Eguchi dismisses Aikisawa's claim that he can eat on his own and tells him he just needs to open wide. Eguchi opens her own mouth and holds the food out toward Aikisawa. Aikisawa clenches his eyes shut and shouts that he doesn't want to do it. Aikisawa recalls being able to open his mouth easily at the dentist, but complains about the timing of his stomach growling. Aikisawa thinks about how being fed by Eguchi specifically makes him feel too vulnerable while she tells him to go ahead. Eguchi holds the food out again and asks him to take just one bite. Eguchi asks if he really doesn't want to eat, and Aikisawa admits he feels like his honor is at stake if he opens his mouth there. Eguchi leans in and asks Aikisawa if he is refusing because the food is coming from her. Eguchi says that it is fine. Eguchi tells Aikisawa that he probably wants to return to his friends since he would have more fun with them than with a mere classmate. Aikisawa has a sudden realization as he remembers telling their peer that Eguchi was just a classmate. Looking distressed, Aikisawa tells Eguchi she is wrong and explains he only said that because he feared they would be teased. Shared memories of their time together flash by including their shopping trip, taking photos in the booth, and promoting the festival. Aikisawa reflects on how these moments signify more than just a casual relationship. Eguchi looks down sadly and admits she believed all those experiences meant they were friends, not just classmates. Eguchi stands up to leave and tells him it is fine, while a panicked Aikisawa stammers and tries to stop her, realizing she has misunderstood him completely. Aikisawa shouts at the top of his lungs that he definitely does not see her as just a mere classmate. Eguchi tells him not to force himself and claims his true intentions have already been made clear many times. Aikisawa clenches his fist against the bench in frustration, wondering how he can possibly make his feelings clear to her after such a mess. Driven by desperation, Aikisawa leans forward and loudly declares that he actually wants her to feed him. Aikisawa stammers that while he would never let a mere classmate feed him, he is willing to let her do it, because of who she is to him, which leaves Eguchi looking back at him in shock. Aikisawa leans back, blushes intensely, and opens his mouth wide to accept the food. Eguchi stares at him with a heavily blushing face, looking completely stunned by his sudden change of heart. Aikisawa, looking extremely flustered and desperate, bluntly tells Eguchi to sit on his face. Eguchi looks at him with an expression of pure disgust and disbelief, telling him he is gross. Aikisawa keeps his mouth open while sweating and blushing deeply, waiting for her reaction. The two sit in an awkward silence on the bench as the sun sets, with Aikisawa looking away in shame while Eguchi quietly calls out his name. Eguchi asks Aikisawa what he would like to eat first, and he nervously chooses the shumai. Eguchi agrees and picks one up with her chopsticks. Eguchi holds the shumai out and tells Aikisawa to open his mouth wide. He complies and prepares to take a bite. Eguchi teases Aikisawa by pulling the food away several times as he tries to bite it. Aikisawa complains that she is doing this on purpose, but Eguchi tells him to be patient. She then promises that the food is actually coming for real this time. Eguchi sits back and tells Aikisawa to come closer to her. Aikisawa stares at Eguchi in silence as he slowly slides closer to her on the bench. Aikisawa leans his entire upper body toward Eguchi as she prepares to feed him once more. Aikisawa finally takes the bite and chews the food while blushing deeply. Eguchi asks if the food tastes good as Aikisawa requests a gyoza next. She agrees but warns him not to choke while he is still chewing. Eguchi tells Aikisawa to finish chewing while she readies the gyoza for him. Aikisawa wonders why he has to follow her instructions so strictly, but Eguchi reminds him that he was the one who asked to be fed. She then holds the gyoza out for him. Aikisawa opens his mouth wide as Eguchi places the gyoza inside. Aikisawa bites down on the gyoza and begins to eat. Eguchi accidentally drops a piece of food into her hand, causing Aikisawa to shout in surprise. Aikisawa is shocked when Eguchi prepares to eat the dropped piece of food, shouting that she shouldn't because it was just in his mouth. Eguchi ignores him and says she doesn't want the food to go to waste. Eguchi looks at Aikisawa and tells him that she doesn't see a problem with eating food that was already in his mouth, catching him completely off guard. Aikisawa protests that the food is dirty even though she just washed her hands, but Eguchi remains stubborn. Aikisawa shouts at her to stop and insists that he will finish his own food to prevent her from eating the dropped piece. Aikisawa grabs Eguchi's arm and confesses that he would eat absolutely anything from her hands, which leaves her blushing and speechless. Leaning down, Aikisawa eats the food directly from Eguchi's palm while she supports his face with her other hand. Eguchi remains frozen in place and blushes furiously after the intimate gesture. Suddenly overwhelmed, Eguchi turns away and calls Aikisawa a pervert, but he immediately shouts back that she is a pervert as well. Eguchi leans in with her chopsticks and tells Aikisawa to be a good boy while she feeds him the next piece of food. After finishing the meal, Aikisawa yells at Eguchi to go wash her hands, but she ignores him and turns away. Eguchi snaps back at him and repeats that he should be the one to go wash his hands. A school announcement calls for them to return to their class as the bell rings. Aikisawa panics when he realizes he forgot the advertisement board and notes that they failed their goal because they just wandered around, though he tells Eguchi to stop pouting. They stand outside a room while a classmate orders them to return to their own class immediately. Walking down the hallway, Eguchi wonders if they are in trouble for failing the advertising campaign. Aikisawa silently realizes that they didn't actually do any work and just spent the time hanging out together. They face their classmates back at the room who look unimpressed. Aikisawa tells Eguchi they are doomed and admits that they even managed to lose the advertisement board they were supposed to use. Classmates praise Aikisawa and Eguchi for their dedication, specifically for going commando to advertise. Aikisawa is baffled by the compliment while a classmate gives a thumbs up. It is revealed that the live microphone inside the haunted house was actually being broadcasted to the crowd outside, causing news of their conversation to spread rapidly. Because of the rumors about a maid without underwear, the classroom cafe was completely packed with customers, allowing Class 1B to easily take first place in sales. Aikisawa can hardly believe the outcome. The classmates cheer and announce that they are all going to eat yakiniku to celebrate. Aikisawa and Eguchi prepare to join them. Just as Aikisawa is getting excited to eat expensive meat, a teacher approaches and tells him he needs to come to the staff room for a moment. Aikisawa is left alone in the decorated classroom to handle the cleanup duty while everyone else leaves. He shouts in frustration about being the only one working. Aikisawa reflects on being scolded by the teacher, where he unsuccessfully tried to explain the situation while the teacher yelled that he simply cannot take off his pants at school. Dejected, Aikisawa imagines his classmates enjoying the party and decides he will at least ask them to bring him some leftovers. He is suddenly interrupted when Eguchi calls his name. Aikisawa is surprised to see Eguchi standing in the doorway of the classroom looking exhausted. Eguchi explains that she asked Mino where he went and learned he was stuck with cleanup duty, then asks why he didn't join the others. Aikisawa asks why she bothered coming back at all. Eguchi admits she felt guilty because she was essentially the reason he got in trouble for removing his pants in the first place. Aikisawa is stunned that she left the restaurant and came all the way back just for him telling her she shouldn't feel responsible. Eguchi ignores his protest and says she will help by taking out the trash. As Eguchi walks away, Aikisawa watches her and wonders if she really returned just to be with him. Aikisawa considers how a simple thank you would make her happy, but he struggles to find the right words. Eguchi returns to ask if the trash bag size is sufficient, and Aikisawa suddenly begins pulling his shirt over his head. He declares that showing his bare skin is his personal way of expressing his gratitude to her. Aikisawa stands in the classroom having changed into a dark butler suit. Eguchi watches him from the doorway, looking completely surprised by his new look. Eguchi is left wide-eyed and blushing as she stares at Aikisawa in his new outfit. A heavily blushing Aikisawa looks at Eguchi and tells her it is a pleasure to see her safe return, calling her my lady. Back at the benches behind the school, Aikisawa shouts at Eguchi and asks why she drank from his hand. Eguchi looks away and blushes, explaining that it would have been a waste otherwise. Aikisawa continues to yell that she didn't need to drink anything from his hand. Inside the classroom, Aikisawa stands in his butler suit and nervously welcomes Eguchi as my lady. Eguchi quietly blushes as she stands in front of Aikisawa. Eguchi asks if the door is locked as Aikisawa clicks the lock shut, claiming he thought he heard a noise in the hallway. Eguchi stands by the door in her damp school shirt while Aikisawa tells her that she is too damn sexy. Aikisawa immediately panics and wonders if his comment was a huge mistake. He tries to argue that his outfit isn't sexy at all because it covers his entire body and doesn't show anything. Eguchi leans in close and tells Aikisawa that the outfit is sexy specifically because it doesn't show anything. Eguchi touches Aikisawa's gloved hand and asks him about the fabric. A flustered Aikisawa asks what she is trying to do as she examines the glove. Eguchi notes that the fabric of the glove prevents her from feeling his skin and heat directly. She tells him that because of this, she has to imagine the feeling instead. Aizawa leans back and blushes as he contemplates the imagined softness of Aguchi's hand. Aguchi speaks about the moist feeling of his sweat and the heat they would if they touched, while she looks toward his hand. Looking deeply flustered, Aguchi admits that she yearns for their hands to meet as she dreams of him. Aguchi grabs Aizawa's wrist and asks if he becomes more sensitive as she starts to remove his glove, catching him by surprise. Aizawa panics and calls out her name as his glove is pulled away, reflecting on how even such a simple act feels significant. Their bare palms finally meet, and Aguchi reminds him of his earlier doubt about his outfit being sexy. Overwhelmed by the touch, a heavily blushing Aizawa leans his head back and breathes heavily. Aguchi similarly blushes and sweats as she keeps her hand pressed firmly against his. Aguchi's face is shown in a close-up as she experiences the physical connection. Looking directly at him, Aguchi remarks that his skin feels even warmer than she had imagined it would be. The two interlock their fingers and continue to breathe heavily as the physical intimacy intensifies. A loud school chime suddenly rings through the room, startling them both and interrupting the moment. An announcement plays throughout the school telling students it is time to go home, and Aizawa reacts with a shout of surprise. Both students immediately scramble to finish the cleaning, with Aguchi grabbing the trash and Aizawa picking up his broom. Aguchi blushes and sweats profusely as she continues to stare at Aizawa. Looking directly at Aizawa, Aguchi tells him that she wants him to leave it inside while they sleep. As he prepares to leave, Aizawa tells Aguchi that he is going to throw out the trash and get changed into his regular clothes. Aguchi pulls out her phone and asks Aizawa if she can take a picture of him, taking him completely by surprise. Aizawa protests that a photo would be way too embarrassing, but Aguchi tells him to just stay still and remarks that the embarrassment is exactly what makes it good. Aizawa agrees to the request and holds up the phone to take a selfie of the two of them together. Aguchi looks at the phone and notes that the picture is good, while an annoyed Aizawa warns her not to edit herself out of the shot. Aguchi insists that she would never do such a thing. As he walks away, Aizawa remembers that she also took a picture of him in his bear costume earlier. He tells her he is leaving to throw out the trash and instructs her to lock the door. While walking down the hallway with the trash bags, Aizawa suddenly realizes he left his spare clothes back in the classroom. He thinks about how many photos she has taken and decides he will ask her to delete them later. Aizawa hurries back toward the classroom, feeling glad that he remembered his clothes before he got too far. Aizawa returns to the classroom door with his trash bags and peers inside. Inside the room, Aguchi is kneeling on the floor while holding her phone up to her face and blushing intensely. Aizawa is shown in a close-up as he watches her with a stunned and blushing expression. Aguchi looks at the photos on her phone with various expressions of surprise and fond affection, blushing as she scrolls through them. Aguchi is startled when Aizawa suddenly reappears in the classroom doorway. He explains that he returned because he realized he had forgotten to grab his school uniform. A panicked Aguchi stammers about her mother preparing yakiniku for dinner as an excuse for her behavior. Aizawa is confused by her reaction while she frantically holds her phone. Aizawa tells Aguchi that she is welcome to wait for him or head home early if she wants to get to dinner. He assumes she is jumping for joy because of the yakiniku, and she nervously agrees with him. Aguchi decides that she will wait for him to finish his tasks. Aizawa tells her he will be back in a flash and heads back out to finish the cleanup. Aizawa looks down at his phone, which displays the photo they took together, and bids her a brief farewell as he leaves the room. Walking through the school with the trash, Aizawa admits that all the talk about yakiniku has made him hungry. He leaves the large trash bags in the designated area and reflects on the end of the day. Aizawa contemplates the situation and concludes that Aguchi was simply happy because of the picture they took together. Back inside, Aguchi leans against a window and desperately hopes that Aizawa won't figure out the real reason behind her excitement. Aguchi scrolls through her phone and looks at the various photos of her and Aizawa, alternating between expressions of surprise and quiet happiness. Aizawa stands before a sweating and horrified Aguchi and casually claims that it was just a dick pic. Aguchi shouts in absolute shock, unable to believe he is being so dismissive about it. Later that evening, Aizawa walks down the hallway having changed back into his school t-shirt. He checks his phone and sees it is 1740, noting that the work took longer than he expected, as Aguchi calls his name. Aizawa finds Aguchi waiting for him by the lockers and asks if she has managed to get all her things ready. Aizawa apologizes for making her wait so long, but Eguchi assures him that it is perfectly fine. He then tells her that there is something he needs to say to her. Aizawa hesitantly approaches Eguchi by the lockers, prompting her to ask him what is going on, which causes her to react with surprise. Aizawa flustredly demands that Eguchi delete every single photo she took of him in the bear costume, specifically the ones taken back to back, and she casually agrees to do so if it makes him uncomfortable. Eguchi then admits that she has already made 100 backups on her computer and printed them out, prompting a defeated Aizawa to plead with her not to upload them online while she tells him to stop treating her like a criminal. As they walk together, Aizawa calls out to Eguchi and suddenly snaps a photo of her on his phone, leaving her startled. Eguchi angrily calls him a creep, but Aizawa points out she is not in a position to talk and claims they are now, even though she continues to protest that he caught her by surprise. Eguchi expresses concern that she must have made a strange face in the photo that Aizawa just took. Aizawa assures Eguchi that her expression was not weird at all, but she insists that they take another picture anyway. Aizawa protests that his own photo in the bear costume was highly embarrassing, arguing that another photo of her would only be fair if it captured something equally embarrassing. Eguchi reluctantly agrees to his terms. Eguchi offers to reveal the part of herself that she wants to keep hidden from everyone else so that he has a reason to take another picture. Aizawa is completely shocked that she is willing to show him her most private secret. Aizawa recalls previous instances where he saw her showing her underwear and saw her without a bra. He nervously accepts her proposal and loudly demands to know where she wants him to look. Eguchi asks Aizawa to stop staring at her while he wonders what she is about to show him if it is not her underwear. Eguchi lifts up the hem of her shirt to expose her stomach as she gets ready for the photo. Aizawa stammers in shock as he realizes she is showing him her bare stomach. Eguchi pulls her shirt up to her chest, explaining that her stomach should look fine since she has not eaten dinner yet. Aizawa thinks about how thin her stomach is and wonders what she is worried about before loudly agreeing to take the photo when she tells him to. Eguchi suddenly stops to worry about her messy bangs, prompting Aizawa to prepare his phone while wondering if her hair is really what she is concerned about. Eguchi lifts her shirt and poses with her stomach fully bared for the photo. Aizawa looks at the picture on his phone and says he needs to make backups, promising her that he will never post it online as she comments on how loud his voice is. Eguchi lifts up the hem of her shirt to expose her stomach as she gets ready for the photo. Aizawa stammers in disbelief and asks if she is pregnant. As they walk home together, Eguchi reflects on how fun the high school culture festival was, noting that middle school festivals were much simpler because restaurants were not allowed. Eguchi asks Aizawa if he is tired, and a flustered Aizawa quickly denies it. Eguchi bids him farewell and says she will head home from there, but a hesitant Aizawa calls out her name as she begins to walk away. Aizawa hesitantly calls out to Eguchi as they part ways, stuttering and struggling to find the right words to say to her. Anxious and unable to confess his true thoughts, Aizawa simply yells at Eguchi not to stay up too late, leaving her highly confused as she promises to go to sleep early. The two bid each other goodbye until Monday, while a frustrated Aizawa walks away, cursing himself for failing to say the single word he actually wanted to say. Aizawa watches Eguchi walk down the street, thinking about how he simply wanted to thank her for her help. Aizawa attempts to cheer himself up by reasoning that dressing up in a butler's suit to express his gratitude should have been more than enough. Aizawa recalls Eguchi arriving at the classroom after learning he was on cleanup duty, trying to convince himself that he does not need to say his thanks out loud. Aizawa remembers Eguchi gently telling him that she would wait for him to finish his work. Aizawa stands in silence, looking deeply conflicted as his thoughts race. Eguchi continues walking down the street alone before slowly beginning to look back behind her. Aizawa suddenly runs back to catch up with Eguchi and grabs her bag to stop her, taking her completely by surprise. Eguchi startledly asks what happened as Aizawa tightly holds onto her bag and nervously attempts to bring up the cleanup duty from earlier. Looking directly at Eguchi with a heavily blushing face, Aizawa finally manages to say thank you. Eguchi is left completely silent and wide-eyed by his sudden sincerity. Eguchi remains quiet as she processes his words. Eguchi smiles warmly and tells Aizawa that he is welcome, leaving him looking thoroughly shocked and flustered. Aizawa and Eguchi bid each other goodbye and begin to walk in separate directions, both looking back with blushing faces as they part ways. Both Aizawa and Eguchi take their first steps away from each other. They continue to walk away down the street in opposite directions. They take another step further apart from each other. They keep walking away, widening the distance between them. Aikisawa speaks the incantation for a dismantle attack, calling out scales of the dragon recoil and twin meteors. Iguchi remains completely speechless and frozen in place. Iguchi quietly processes what was just said to her. Reflecting on everything they went through together during the culture festival, Aikisawa notes that despite all those experiences, their intimacy has not improved. Aikisawa laments that their relationship has not improved at all as they sit quietly at their classroom desks, ignoring each other. Aikisawa looks at his phone, feeling dejected as he wonders if he was the only one who believed they had come a long way together. Aikisawa wonders if their connection was just a physical thing, recalling how close they got, and admitting he had assumed they would take their relationship a bit further than that. Aikisawa thinks it is normal to assume that a culture festival would bring couples closer, wondering why nothing has changed before a classmate suddenly calls out Iguchi's name. A classmate approaches Iguchi to let her know he sent the health committee list to her online, and she turns to thank him while Aikisawa sits in the background. The classmate tells Iguchi to contact him when she wants to start her shift, and as she thanks him, an internally panicked Aikisawa wonders who this guy is and why they are online together. Aikisawa fumes upon realizing the classmate has her contact info while he does not, angrily clutching his phone, which still displays their photo booth picture. Aikisawa calls out to Iguchi, and when she asks what he wants, he nervously attempts to ask for her line contact information. Aikisawa stammers and hesitates, worried that he will seem like he is desperately trying to compete with their classmate, while a confused Iguchi asks what he is trying to say. To cover up his stutter, Aikisawa quickly asks if she has caught any rye, prompting Iguchi to ask if he is referring to the book by Salinger. The classmate quickly intervenes, asking Iguchi if she reads Salinger, and offering to lend her his books, which deeply angers Aikisawa as he glares at him for stealing his opportunity. The classmate invites Iguchi to the clubroom, leaving a frustrated Aikisawa fuming over the fact that he is the one who actually spends every day with her regardless of who has her contact information. Iguchi's phone suddenly chimes with a message, and she looks down to check it while Aikisawa watches her with growing anxiety, wondering what was sent. A soccer ball flies toward Aikisawa, causing him to scream as his teammate yells at him to pay attention and move out of the way. During soccer practice, a depressed Aikisawa sits on a bench with a towel over his head, prompting Mino to ask if something happened, but Aikisawa instead asks Mino how many girls' contact information he has. Mino counts and replies that he has the contact information of only one girl besides his mother and sister, while Aikisawa reflects on the classmate from the Culture Festival administrative group. Mino explains that they will not decide on new committee groups until the second semester in a month and a half, leaving Aikisawa to despair over how far away that is while he continues to stress about Iguchi. Aikisawa panics as he imagines Iguchi happily reading text messages from the classmate who is actively inviting her to cafes and his place to read books. Desperate to spend more time with Iguchi, Aikisawa frantically asks Mino if there are any other upcoming school events, only to freeze in shock when Mino points out that exams are nearing instead. Aikisawa remembers he got a low score of 32 on his latest Japanese literature exam and realizes he can use this as an excuse to get closer to Iguchi. Aikisawa slams open the door to the classroom and loudly calls out Iguchi's name, startling her. Looking flustered, Aikisawa tells Iguchi that it is time for them to have a study session together. Aikisawa is startled by a voice calling him the Ashen One and asking if he can still hear it. Aikisawa slams his hands on Iguchi's desk and demands a study session, to which she readily agrees, prompting him to suggest they meet after school. Iguchi points out that there are no club activities during exam week and suggests they study somewhere in the school, which Aikisawa happily accepts. Aikisawa suggests meeting in the library and Iguchi agrees, while Aikisawa privately plans to get her contact information later and close the distance between them once they are alone. Aikisawa and Iguchi sit next to each other in the library, but Iguchi immediately begins writing in her notebook in complete silence. Aikisawa is shocked to see Iguchi diligently writing, wondering if she is actually planning to spend the entire time studying. Aikisawa sits in silence, internally complaining that they should be acting close and hoping that she will watch him solve problems. Aikisawa imagines a scenario where Iguchi tells him that the sound of his pen is sexy. Iguchi asks Aikisawa if there is something he does not understand, and when he confesses that he does not understand anything from start to finish, she simply wishes him good luck. Aizawa tries to clear his throat to get Aguchi's attention, but she continues to focus entirely on her studying. Aizawa bites on the end of his pen as he continues to stare at Aguchi. Aizawa grows increasingly frustrated with how deeply concentrated Aguchi is on her work while she continues to write. Aguchi unconsciously bites the end of her own pen as she studies. Aizawa shakes his head in embarrassment, wondering why he is letting her actions affect him so much before his phone suddenly vibrates on the desk. Aguchi receives a notification and immediately shifts her focus to look at her phone screen. Aizawa quietly calls out to Aguchi as she continues to stare intently at her phone. Bored and frustrated, Aizawa slumps his upper body onto the desk, exposing a bit of his lower back. A highly flustered Aguchi reaches over and pinches Aizawa's exposed waist, catching him completely by surprise. Aguchi leans in close and scolds Aizawa, reminding him that they are in the library and she was already reprimanded once before. Aguchi checks her phone messages while an annoyed Aizawa looks at his own phone and grumbles about the situation. Aguchi looks up in surprise when an eraser lands near her, picking it up to ask Aizawa what he is doing. Aizawa goes back to lying face down on the desk with his back slightly exposed again. Aizawa watches her from his desk, fuming over the fact that she keeps picking up her phone to read the numerous messages she is receiving. Aizawa lies on the desk and despairs over why Aguchi is completely ignoring him today, while Aguchi gulps nervously as she looks over at him. Aizawa continues to lie face down on his desk, ignoring Aguchi. Aguchi repeatedly calls out to Aizawa, but he stubbornly refuses to look back at her. Aguchi warns Aizawa that his pants are showing, causing him to react with sudden shock. Aizawa quickly dismisses her warning as a blatant lie, reasoning that Aguchi would never say anything and would simply enjoy the view if his pants were actually visible. Aizawa remains face down on the desk, resolved not to fall for any of her tricks. Aguchi pleads with Aizawa to stop messing around and focus on studying since they are in the library. As his lower back and pants remain exposed, Aguchi angrily demands to know who is the one actually messing around. Aizawa smugly dares Aguchi to pull his shirt down for him if it is really bothering her. Although highly flustered, Aguchi reluctantly reaches her hand out to pull his shirt down. Aguchi's hand trembles as she grabs the hem of his shirt. Aguchi retreats in a panic, prompting Aizawa to ask why she is so out of breath. Aguchi is startled when another student approaches the bookshelves, and she quickly leans close to Aizawa to hide herself. Aguchi whispers to Aizawa and asks if he is not ashamed of other people seeing his underwear, telling him to just pull his shirt down, but he stubbornly tells her that he does not mind showing a bit of it anyway. Realizing her words are completely failing to convince him, Aguchi prepares to take matters into her own hands. Aguchi suddenly covers Aizawa's mouth to keep him quiet as her other hand reaches for his shirt. Aguchi leans against Aizawa's back to keep him still covering his mouth while she pulls his shirt up further to expose his lower back. Startled by the sudden physical contact, Aizawa grabs Aguchi's wrist and turns around in shock. A heavily blushing Aguchi shouts at Aizawa, stating that she was only trying to tell him the truth about his clothes. Realizing his underwear really was showing, an incredibly flustered Aizawa slams his hands on the desk and yells that he is going to the bathroom. Standing by the bookshelves, a frustrated Aizawa laments that he only wanted to get her contact information, but they ended up physically close instead. A hand flips a page of the open workbook on the library table. Aguchi looks down at her fingers, blushing intensely as she thinks about how soft his lower back felt to the touch. Aguchi frantically forces herself to focus on her studying, trying to push the inappropriate thoughts out of her head. Aguchi quickly pretends to write in her workbook as another student walks past before welcoming Aizawa back to the table in a flustered voice. A psychology textbook is slammed onto the desk, urging Aizawa to start understanding. Aguchi suggests that Aizawa read that textbook after the exams, but he explains that he is reading it because he struggles to understand what authors mean in modern Japanese literature questions. Aguchi clarifies that he is supposed to understand the writer's intentions rather than the main characters, which leaves Aizawa completely confused. Aizawa panics over having to think so deeply about the author's intentions, but Aguchi explains that he is actually just supposed to grasp the flow of the source text and eliminate the wrong options. Aguchi points out that the answer is always in the text, and advises him to simply read what is directly in front of him rather than overcomplicating things. Aizawa argues that understanding a character's feelings is easier said than done, but his focus immediately drifts to Aguchi's chest as he thinks about having to look for emotional cues. Aizawa continues to lose his focus as his eyes wander down to Aguchi's lap, thinking that analyzing non-verbal cues is too much for his brain to handle. Aizawa complains that he cannot focus, so Aguchi suggests they practice by having him guess what she is currently thinking, advising him to concentrate on only one thing. Aizawa's gaze focuses entirely on Aguchi's chest. Aguchi dryly points out that her breasts are incapable, thinking startling a blushing Aizawa before she tells him to look at where people actually show their emotions. Aguchi stares at Aizawa and asks him what he is looking at as he guiltily glances away. Aizawa jumps back in his chair in absolute panic and embarrassment. Aizawa frantically demands that Aguchi stop teasing him, but she calmly responds that he was the one who was just staring at her chest. Aizawa angrily snaps his book shut and complains about her study method, but as he begins to pack up, he notices a book left on the table. They look down at the copy of the Salinger novel lying on the library desk. Aguchi points out that Aizawa previously claimed he did not know who Salinger was and realizes that is the reason he bought the book, while a flustered Aizawa stammers and struggles to respond. Aizawa admits that he wanted to read the book after seeing how excited she got over it, blushing deeply as he explains his reasoning. Overwhelmed by extreme embarrassment, Aizawa buries his face in his arm on the desk. Aguchi blushes and gently asks Aizawa if he was trying to get to know her better, reaching out to call his name as she prepares to tuck his shirt back in. Aguchi gently tugs on his shirt and tells him to turn around and come closer, but a highly embarrassed Aizawa mutters that he does not want to. An announcement plays stating that the library is about to close, and a defeated Aizawa packs his bags while lamenting that he achieved absolutely nothing today. Aizawa looks at his phone and decides that he might still be able to get her contact information if he tries right now, turning to call out Aguchi's name. Aizawa attempts to ask for her contact details, but completely stutters, failing to get his words out as Aguchi looks at him in confusion. Aizawa panics, internally fuming that he cannot even put a few words together out of pure embarrassment, while Aguchi tells him that they are going to get scolded if they do not leave soon. As they walk out of the library together, Aizawa wonders to himself why he is always the only one acting desperate. Aizawa suddenly turns to Aguchi and loudly demands to know why she is not the one asking for his contact information. Aizawa convinces himself that Aguchi must want his contact information, so he tells her there must be something she is dying to hear from him, leaving her confused. Aizawa smugly offers to answer any question she has as a special gift, prompting Aguchi to ask if he is trying to pick a fight with her. Aizawa continues to urge Aguchi to ask him about whatever is hidden deep in her heart, while Aguchi bluntly asks what he is talking about. Aguchi looks down and quietly replies that she does not have anything she wants to ask him. Aizawa is left completely shocked and disappointed by her flat refusal. Aizawa yells out in disbelief, asking if she truly does not want to know anything about him. Aizawa nervously tells Aguchi to ask away anyway, but an annoyed Aguchi asks him to stop constantly repeating that phrase. Aizawa claims that nothing she asks could possibly surprise him anymore, while Aguchi warns him that he is only going to make a scene if she does. Aizawa eagerly tells her not to be shy and to ask away, leaning in close as Aguchi hesitatingly prepares to speak. Aguchi catches Aizawa completely off guard by asking him what his fetish is. Aizawa blushes intensely and is left entirely speechless by her unexpected question. A panicked and blushing Aizawa grabs Aguchi's face and calls her a fool for asking him such a question in public, while Aguchi mumbles through her pinched cheeks and tells him not to imagine what she would do with the information. Aizawa yells that he was not expecting such a personal question, but Aguchi quickly points out that he was the one who claimed any question was fair play. As Aizawa holds her face, Aguchi blushes deeply and confesses that his flustered expressions and reactions are actually her fetish. Aizawa is left completely stunned and blushing furiously as her sudden confession sinks in. Aizawa grumbles at Aguchi as she looks up at him with a confused expression. Aizawa squats down and buries his face in his hands, begging her not to tease him anymore, while Aguchi stands over him and asks why he is crouching. Aizawa fumes on his walk home, angrily noting that he would have already asked for her contact information a long time ago if it were easy, while Iguchi follows behind him in confusion. Aizawa lies in bed and searches the internet for easy ways to ask for a girl's contact information, reading through various roundabout suggestions. Finding the suggestions unhelpful, Aizawa complains about the roundabout methods and wishes there was a more direct way. Aizawa throws his phone onto his bed in frustration, wishing they had gone somewhere where they could speak freely, before suddenly coming up with a new plan. Aizawa and Iguchi arrive at a family restaurant, prompting Iguchi to ask if they are studying there. Aizawa explains that he would feel more comfortable studying in a restaurant, and as Iguchi agrees, she notices a sign advertising a strawberry parfait. Aizawa suggests that Iguchi order something, but she hesitates and explains that eating sugar will only make her too sleepy to study. Aizawa orders a strawberry parfait from the waitress anyway, telling Iguchi that she won't be able to focus if she keeps thinking about it. When the parfait is served, Aizawa suggests they split it, but Iguchi stubbornly claims she does not want to eat, prompting him to plead with her to have some. Aizawa takes a scoop of the parfait while Iguchi looks anxious and admits she wants to be free from the guilt of eating it. Aizawa eats his scoop, declaring the parfait delicious and noting that it has been a long time since he last had one. Iguchi suddenly reaches over with her spoon to scoop some parfait from the same spot, catching Aizawa's attention. Aizawa stops her and asks if she is trying to scoop from the exact spot he just ate. Iguchi asks him what he plans to do about it, prompting a panicked Aizawa to beg her to stop. Iguchi asks if he is embarrassed by an indirect kiss, leaving him flustered by her bluntness, as she claims she does not care about it. Iguchi offers to let him use her spoon instead, and when she looks happy about it, a panicked Aizawa asks why she is so excited. Iguchi leans forward and happily eats a bite of the parfait. Aizawa stammers and calls out her name in embarrassment. Iguchi repeats that she does not mind sharing, but an annoyed Aizawa declares that he is not a child. Aizawa holds up his spoon and asks if she would not mind this either, taking Iguchi by surprise. Iguchi panics and points out that he is using the same spoon, but Aizawa prepares to eat from it, telling her it is just a simple indirect kiss. Iguchi covers her face in deep embarrassment and begs him to stop, quietly apologizing for her behavior. Aizawa quickly backs down and says it is fine as long as she understands, while secretly panicking over what he would have done if she had not stopped him. Aizawa sits back contentedly after finishing the parfait, reflecting on how nice it was. Aizawa suddenly has a realization and panics, internally questioning what he is actually doing. Aizawa berates himself for wasting time eating a parfait instead of getting her contact information, while Iguchi holds up her math textbook and suggests they start studying. Aizawa holds up his phone to show Iguchi an educational channel and offers to send her the link, celebrating internally when she asks how he would send it. Aizawa suggests sending the link through line, but Iguchi defeats his plan by offering to simply search for the video title herself. Aizawa asks Iguchi to take pictures of her study sources when she gets home and send them to him, but she points out they are in her online search history, leading to another awkward silence. Aizawa asks if she uses Instagram, but Iguchi explains that her family does not allow her to use any social media, leaving him defeated. Aizawa looks completely hopeless as he realizes he has run out of options. Aizawa despairs over their lack of communication options, despite living in a high-tech era, wondering how Iguchi can remain so carefree. Aizawa looks at Iguchi and begins to worry that she simply does not want her contact information with him. Aizawa wonders if he was too unclear about his intentions, concluding that she must be deliberately avoiding sharing her number. Aizawa takes a sip of his water and tries to convince himself that his negative assumption cannot be true. Aizawa reassures himself that Iguchi surely wants his number as much as he wants hers, but continues to worry about what it means if she is actively avoiding it. Aizawa directly asks Iguchi if she does not know how to use Line, taking her by surprise. Aizawa explains that he is just curious, prompting Iguchi to admit that she is terrible at choosing her words and always overthinks her messages. Aizawa is surprised by her confession, admitting that he never considered that reason before. Iguchi notes that many people do not have issues with messaging, but explains that she gets nervous when she cannot see the other person's expressions. Iguchi suggests using FaceTime instead, reasoning that she would be fine if she could see him on a video call. Aizawa immediately holds up his phone with a QR code presenting his contact information. Iguchi is taken aback, and Aizawa confirms that he is giving her his contact information. A blushing Eguchi asks if he would really be willing to have a video call with her. Aizawa pauses for a moment before turning completely red in embarrassment. Laughing to cover his embarrassment, Aizawa happily agrees to her request. Aizawa accidentally bangs his head on the wall, crying out in pain while Eguchi watches him. Looking at a large piece of chocolate, Aizawa notes that it is too big to eat in one sitting, and Eguchi agrees. Aizawa looks at his phone after adding Eguchi's contact information, realizing her first name is Kokoro. Eguchi turns to Aizawa and asks if his name is Enro. Aizawa confirms his name, prompting Eguchi to explain she was curious because of the spring-themed kanji in his name before mentioning her own birthday is on April 1st. Aizawa internally notes that her birthday lands during spring break, which is likely why people always forget it. Eguchi sits quietly while typing into her phone calendar to save Aizawa's birthday on April 1st. Aizawa prepares to speak, while Eguchi looks pleased with herself after setting the calendar reminder. Eguchi looks up from her phone and directly asks Aizawa if he wants to FaceTime tonight. Aizawa nervously stammers that they only just exchanged contact information today, leading Eguchi to quietly accept his hesitation. Feeling guilty, Aizawa quickly blushes and mutters that he would actually like to call a little bit. Eguchi's eyes sparkle as she asks if he can call her right after he takes a bath, catching him completely off guard. Aizawa panics over the highly intimate timing of her request, while Eguchi calmly assures him that it is fine if he is unwilling to do so. Aizawa sits in his bathtub holding his phone, reflecting on Eguchi suggesting that calling while in the bath would also be acceptable. Aizawa panics when Eguchi suggests calling right before bed instead. Eguchi suggests calling right after they wake up in the morning instead, leaving Aizawa shouting in disbelief. A heavily blushing Aizawa stammers and asks why they would do things like a couple. Aizawa quietly finishes his sentence as Eguchi looks at him in confusion. Eguchi clenches her fist and quietly decides that calling right after his bath is fine. Since it is getting late, Aizawa suggests they leave and promises to send her a message online when he is ready to call, adding that she does not need to reply. Eguchi blushes and quietly thanks him for his help. Eguchi says she will see him tonight, and Aizawa bids her goodbye as they part ways. Walking home, Aizawa looks down at his phone in silence. Aizawa blushes as he quietly whispers her first name to himself. Aizawa is suddenly overwhelmed with embarrassment at his own thoughts as he stares at his phone. Aizawa runs down the street waving his arms and loudly yelling to himself that it does not count. A bare foot steps over a sliding door sill as someone walks into a room. A foot steps into the room as both Eguchi and Aizawa return home. Both Eguchi and Aizawa neatly set aside their glasses, undergarments, and clothes as they prepare to get ready. The two undress in their respective homes before heading into their bathrooms. Both of them turn on their respective shower valves to start the water. Eguchi and Aizawa stand under the running water to rinse themselves. They pump out shampoo and body soap to wash. Eguchi washes her hair while Aizawa scrubs his body with a loofah. After finishing their showers, both of them step out onto their bath mats. Eguchi blow dries her hair while Aizawa dries his hair with a towel. Eguchi reaches for a hair tie while Aizawa reaches for his hair wax. Eguchi ties her hair up as Aizawa begins styling his hair in front of his mirror. Both of them examine their styled hair and appearances in their respective mirrors. Eguchi adjusts her ponytail while Aizawa nervously ruffles his hair as he contemplates the upcoming call. Both of them leave piles of discarded clothes on their bedroom floors. The piles of clothes remain discarded on the floor as they finish getting ready. Both Eguchi and Aizawa finish changing into their comfortable home clothes as they prepare for the call. Eguchi is taken by surprise when her phone suddenly begins to ring with a video call from Aizawa. Eguchi taps her screen to accept the call and holds the phone to her face while Aizawa casually greets her. Aizawa, who is shirtless with a towel around his neck, casually remarks that it has been since that evening since they last saw each other, taking Eguchi completely by surprise. Eguchi blushes furiously and stares at her screen in complete shock, prompting Aizawa to ask if she can hear him. Eguchi stammers Aizawa's name as she looks away in embarrassment. Aizawa smirks, highly pleased that she is so flustered before Eguchi asks why he is naked. Aizawa casually replies that he simply felt too warm after his bath while Eguchi stares at him in silence. Looking at Eguchi's flustered face on his screen, Aizawa proudly realizes that he has total control over what she sees during the call. Eguchi asks Aizawa to move his camera a bit further away, taking him by surprise. Aizawa lies in bed and refuses to move the camera because his arm would get tired, but when Eguchi blames him for showing his bare chest, he jokingly remarks that he thought she would be grateful. Aizawa smirks and tells Eguchi not to think she can see his naked body that easily. Eguchi claims she does not need to see his bare chest anyway and tosses her phone onto her bed, but she is immediately left blushing in sudden shock. Nervously calling out his name, Eguchi presses her bare foot directly onto her phone screen and warns Aizawa that he should not underestimate the power of imagination. Eguchi imagines herself straddling a blushing Aizawa on the bed while holding her phone, asking him if he would like to guess which position he is currently in. Aizawa yells in sudden panic and shock at Eguchi's provocative statement. Eguchi leans over her bed and tells Aizawa that she does not need to see him to imagine the full picture, prompting a flustered Aizawa to angrily curse at her. Eguchi continues to tease him by saying she can imagine touching every bit of his skin, leaving a bewildered Aizawa to ask what she is doing as he hears rustling sounds over the call. Eguchi crawls closer to her phone on the bed and tells Aizawa that he is trying to hide while Aizawa yells back at her in alarm. Eguchi explains that seeing only a small part of his biceps makes it feel more erotic, prompting Aizawa to demand that she stop imagining the parts of his body she cannot see. Eguchi then reminds him that she has already seen his naked body several times, but Aizawa retorts that he remembers that fact. Eguchi talks about the details of his serratus anterior muscles that show when he lifts his arms, leaving a confused Aizawa to ask what she is talking about, before she mentions his belly button that he cares so much about. Aizawa lies back on his pillow with his arms raised while Eguchi confesses that she has repeatedly pictured touching him with her fingers in her mind. Eguchi points out that his body must be warm from the bath and describes the moist feeling of his sweat, causing a flustered Aizawa to try to stop her. Aizawa yells her name in embarrassment, but Eguchi calmly points out that she did not actually touch him. Aizawa covers his blushing face in embarrassment as Eguchi comments on how impressive his own imagination is. Aizawa tells her to shut up before suddenly realizing something, noting that if she can tease him like this through a video call, then the reverse should also be true. Aizawa points at the camera and confidently declares that the same logic should apply to her. Aizawa tells Eguchi that he can also touch her with his mind. Aizawa stares silently at his phone until Eguchi calmly tells him to go ahead. Eguchi lies down on her bed and dares him to try since he is terrible at those things, prompting an annoyed Aizawa to warn her not to underestimate him as he begins to speak. Aizawa suddenly freezes in silent shock and curses to himself. Aizawa realizes that he was so focused on teasing her that he did not notice she was wearing her comfortable home clothes. As Eguchi looks at her phone in confusion, Aizawa panics internally because the angle of her camera allows him to see almost everything. Aizawa is completely overwhelmed, realizing Eguchi has just gotten out of the bath and is lying on her bed practically naked. Eguchi lies on her bed in her underwear and asks Aizawa if he is finished trying to imagine touching her. A flustered Aizawa stammers and tells Eguchi not to get her hopes up, but she easily fires back, teasing him that it must be difficult for him to touch anything with his imagination, and telling him to stop messing with her. Aizawa shocks Eguchi by revealing that he has a picture of her stomach on his phone. Aizawa admits that he cannot stop picturing her stomach because he has looked at the photo so many times, prompting an embarrassed Eguchi to yell at him not to remind her. Aizawa recalls how white his stomach was and the moist feeling of his sweat, wondering what Eguchi was actually doing to him back then while she blushes. Eguchi pulls her top up slightly, imagining Aizawa touching her smooth skin. Aizawa continues his narrative, describing how he would grab her by the waist, causing an increasingly flustered Eguchi to gasp in shock. Aizawa says on the call that he would start to squish her waist, but his words startle both of them. Aizawa yells in surprise as Eguchi abruptly terminates the video call. Aizawa quickly redials her, and when Eguchi answers, he angrily demands to know why she ended the call. Eguchi explains that she hung up because he started saying nonsense about squishing her. Aizawa frantically tries to clarify that he was just trying to describe how good her smooth skin feels and did not mean to imply she was fat, but Eguchi bluntly calls him a pervert. Aizawa yells back over the phone, complaining that he does not want to hear that accusation from her of all people. Having put on a shirt, Aizawa immediately rejects Eguchi's suggestion that they show each other their rooms during the call. Aikawa explains that he doesn't want to fuel her wild imagination with the contents of his bedroom, prompting her to call him stingy. When Aikawa points out that she has already been to his room to check up on him, Iguchi replies that she was too focused on him to notice his room back then. Iguchi notes that his room smelled like him, causing a highly flustered Aikawa to immediately reach for a deodorizer spray. Aikawa tells Iguchi that if that is how they are playing, he wants to see her table next, all while frantically spraying deodorizer around his room and stammering that he was not trying to imply she smells. Iguchi tells Aikawa to show his room first, but she suddenly freezes as her eyes drift over to a messy pile of clothes lying on her floor. Iguchi points her camera to show him her bed, but when Aikawa stammers that his own room is a bit messy, she flatly tells him that she already knows that. Iguchi looks away nervously and mutters that her own room is also just a bit messy. As Iguchi quickly adds that her room is not always this messy, Aikawa notices something posted on the wall board behind her. Behind her on the wall, Iguchi has pinned up the photo booth strips from their time together at the culture festival. Aikawa is left staring in complete silence with a heavily blushing face, prompting a confused Iguchi to call out his name. Iguchi asks Aikawa why his face is so red and jokingly suggests he take off his shirt if he is hot, but he firmly refuses and tries to redirect the focus by telling her to show him the rest of her room. Aikawa tries to appease her by showing his bed instead, but Iguchi immediately replies that she already knows that. Iguchi notes that she has already seen his bed more than she really should have, demanding that he show her the shelves next to it instead. Aikawa argues back that she did not show him anything else other than her bed either. Aikawa claims that he does not have any interesting books, completely unaware that Salinger's Catcher in the Rye is sitting in plain view right behind him. Iguchi blushes intensely and covers her mouth in surprise as she spots the book. Aikawa notices her reaction on his screen and asks why her face is so red, but she turns away and stammers that there is no reason. Iguchi softly confesses that she just happened to see something nice, leaving Aikawa completely quiet as her words sink in. A panicked Aikawa grabs his collar and yells out, asking Iguchi if she saw his nipples, catching her off guard. Iguchi initially denies seeing anything, but she quickly changes her mind and jokingly claims she did. Extremely embarrassed, Aikawa pulls his blanket over his head, prompting Iguchi to point out that he looks like an igloo. Iguchi continues to tease him, quietly admitting that he looked quite sexy sleeping in his underwear the previous night. Aikawa lets out a huge yawn and brings up their upcoming exams next week, though Iguchi notes he does not sound very excited about them. Iguchi admits that modern Japanese is the only subject she is seriously worried about, and a yawning Aikawa agrees, complaining that the massive chunks of text scare him. Iguchi asks if he is getting sleepy and plans to go straight to bed, to which Aikawa admits he is unusually drowsy for 10 in the evening, so she tells him he should head to sleep. Iguchi lies down on her side on her bed, holding her phone up to her face as she continues the call. Aikawa also lies down on his side, keeping his eyes fixed on her through his phone screen. Iguchi lets out a soft, gentle giggle as they stare at each other. Looking at the camera angles, Iguchi points out that it feels as though they are sharing a bed together, startling him. Aikawa yells at her to stop saying such strange things so suddenly and accuses her of putting words in his mouth, but Iguchi teasingly asks if he was actually thinking about something perverted. Iguchi suddenly asks Aikawa if he can put on his headphones, and when he asks why, she explains that it will help her sleep better. Iguchi leans in close and blows directly into the microphone, sending a loud breath straight into Aikawa's ear through his headphones and catching him completely off guard. An incredibly flustered Aikawa yells at Iguchi to stop blowing into his ear because it tickles, but she is surprised that he does not appreciate her asthma, noting that it usually makes her sleepy. Iguchi asks Aikawa to close his eyes, and though he hesitates and complains, he reluctantly agrees and closes them. As Iguchi instructs him to take deep breaths, Aikawa keeps his eyes shut, but immediately begins to worry if leaving his eyes closed and letting her take over is actually a terrible idea. Iguchi continues to guide his breathing, telling him to breathe out as she leans even closer to her phone camera. Iguchi tells him to relax his muscles and warm up his body, promising that the warmth will soon carry him off to sleep. Aikawa suddenly sits up and yells that her method is not going to make him sleep at all, prompting a disappointed Iguchi to comment that she got close, which only makes him demand to know what she was getting close to. When Aikawa complains that this is having the exact opposite effect. Eguchi wonders if her voice was not soothing enough and decides to try other kinds of sounds, tapping her fingers against a book. Eguchi begins flipping through the book pages to see if the sound helps him, but after a moment, she concludes that it is really not working. Eguchi is suddenly taken by surprise when she looks at her screen and realizes that Aikisawa has actually fallen fast asleep. Eguchi whispers his name over the call to make sure he is asleep before softly wishing him a good night. Eguchi quietly calls him by his first name for the first time right before terminating the call. It is revealed that Aikisawa was actually awake the entire time, and he lies on his bed staring at his phone screen in absolute shock. Aikisawa panics, internally struggling to believe that she actually just called him by his first name. Aikisawa drops to the floor in agony, shouting that he has no way of sleeping now, which prompts a family member to angrily bang on the wall and tell him to shut his trap and go to sleep. Eguchi tells Aikisawa to close his eyes, and he replies that he has done so. Eguchi asks him what he sees now, and Aikisawa answers that he sees nothing. Eguchi says that is her world without him prompting Aikisawa to cry out in response. Eguchi lies on her side on her bed, blushing as she looks at her phone. Aikisawa lies on his side looking back at her screen. Eguchi lets out a soft giggle. As he arrives at school the next morning, a highly nervous Aikisawa tries to calm himself down, mentally simulating a scenario where they greet each other normally. In his simulated scenario, Eguchi greets him by his first name first thing in the morning. Realizing it is just his name and trying to get a grip, Aikisawa scratches the hallway wall in frustration before walking into his classroom, determined to calm his senses and act like his usual self. Aikisawa sits alone at his desk after hearing that Eguchi has fallen sick and will be staying home for the day. Aikisawa is left completely dumbfounded by the news. Aikisawa worries that she got sick from her thin pajamas and tries to draft a message asking if she is all right, but he suddenly panics upon remembering how terrible she is at messaging. Aikisawa slumps onto his desk next to her empty chair, leading a classmate to ask if he is getting sick as well. A classmate approaches Aikisawa and asks if he can deliver the class notes to Eguchi's house. Aikisawa stammers a yes, reaching out to accept the notes from his classmate. The classmate sternly warns Aikisawa not to take advantage of Eguchi's sickness, prompting a heavily blushing Aikisawa to defensively yell back that he would never do such a thing. Walking towards Eguchi's apartment building, Aikisawa remembers the classmate telling him to just drop off the notes and go home, grumbling to himself that Eguchi is actually the one who should be vetted. Aikisawa stands outside her apartment door and rings the doorbell. A voice calls out from inside that they are coming, causing a highly flustered Aikisawa to nervously stutter his explanation through the intercom. A woman opens the door and happily recognizes him as Kokoro's classmate Aikisawa. A deeply panicked Aikisawa stammers that he is only there to deliver some notes, while the woman chuckles warmly in response. Smiling brightly, she welcomes him inside, while a thoroughly embarrassed Aikisawa stutters through his greeting and holds out the notes. She invites him inside to have a cup of tea, despite Aikisawa's polite hesitation. She happily explains that while she has not heard his name much, she has seen plenty of his pictures, making him realize she must be referring to the photo booth prints pinned on Eguchi's wall. She mentions that Eguchi's fever has just gone down and she is sleeping, before suddenly asking him to watch over her while she goes out to the shops, handing him a face mask. She offers to make them both some tea, first leaving a confused Aikisawa standing at the door. Wearing the mask, a deeply nervous Aikisawa wonders to himself why everyone treats him like he is so untrustworthy, questioning if it is actually all right for him to be in her home. He enters Eguchi's room and sees her sleeping peacefully in her bed. Aikisawa takes a quiet sniff of the air inside the room. He blushes deeply as he realizes that the room smells exactly like her school uniform. He looks around at the room's neat furniture, including a desk with a plush rabbit and bookshelf. A heavily blushing Aikisawa panics internally, fully processing that he is actually inside a girl's bedroom. Eguchi's mother sets down tea and tells him to sit wherever he likes, asking him to make her daughter drink some when she wakes up, which he politely promises to do. She teasingly warns them not to do anything weird together while she is gone, prompting a highly defensive Aikisawa to shout back that he would never. She bids him goodbye and shuts the door behind her, leaving him completely alone in the room with the sleeping Eguchi. Highly tense, Aikisawa drops to the floor and sits incredibly stiffly next to her bed while Eguchi sleeps peacefully. Aikisawa clutches his head in frustration, complaining to himself that he is completely unable to relax. To distract himself, he browses her bookshelf and is surprised to find that she has a large collection of books that are not manga. Eguchi stirs in her sleep, leaving a panicked Aikisawa wondering what one should do in this situation, as he recalls the time she came over to take care of him. He remembers her arriving with a shopping bag filled with drinks and cooling sheets. Looking at her sweating from the high fever, Aikisawa quietly admits to himself that he is not nearly as thoughtful as she is. Eguchi groans weakly in her sleep, leading Aikisawa to worry if she is having a nightmare. Complaining that she is too hot, Eguchi suddenly pulls at her pajamas, shocking a flustered Aikisawa. Aikisawa frantically tries to cover her back up with the blanket so she does not get sicker, but Eguchi stubbornly whines that she does not want to because it is too hot. Wondering if her fever is getting worse, Aikisawa tells her to stay still for a bit and places his hand on her forehead, confirming that her temperature is indeed rising. Still half asleep, Eguchi leans into his touch and murmurs that his cool hand feels nice. Aikisawa is left blushing intensely behind his face mask, staring down at her. When Aikisawa tries to pull his hand away, Eguchi grabs his wrist and pulls his cool hand down toward her neck, begging for more. Holding his hands to her face and neck, she begs him to touch her even more. Eguchi quietly opens her eyes and thinks about what an odd dream she is having while Aikisawa looks down at her in flustered silence. Still dazed, Eguchi sees a blurry figure calling her name and realizes she is hearing Aikisawa's voice. She feels a gentle touch against her cheek, leaving her confused. Eguchi opens her eyes completely and is startled to find Aikisawa looming directly over her in her bed. In a colored memory of her dream, Eguchi holds his hands tightly against her warm neck and face, asking him to touch her more. Waking up further, she blushes intensely as she begins to realize that her odd dream might actually be real. Eguchi sighs to herself as she receives a joking diagnosis on her forehead about being too horny and needing bonks as treatment. Eguchi suddenly opens her eyes wide and looks up at him in surprise, while Aikisawa nervously asks her if she is awake. Instead of replying, Eguchi quickly closes her eyes and drifts back to sleep, still holding his hand to her cheek. Aikisawa wonders if she only opened her eyes momentarily due to a nightmare, deciding that he should probably give her some tea. He notices that her pajamas are slightly open, exposing her sweaty chest. Aikisawa blushes intensely behind his face mask, staring down at her. Noting to himself that she is quite sweaty, he quickly pulls his hand away to avoid looking further. He hesitantly reaches his hand back out toward her shirt hem. Aikisawa slaps his own face in frustration, telling himself that he has not fallen that far. He tries to compose himself, but Eguchi's hand suddenly sneaks out from under her blanket. Eguchi grabs onto the hem of his shirt, prompting a panicked Aikisawa to yell at her to keep her hands to herself. She pulls him down with incredible strength, leaving a struggling Aikisawa to demand that she let go and ask if she is actually awake. Eguchi murmurs in her sleep that her fever goes down whenever he touches her, prompting a flustered Aikisawa to call her a liar and call out her name. Pulled completely flat against her chest, a heavily blushing Aikisawa panics that things will get quite dangerous if they continue like this. Eguchi stares up at him in silence. Aikisawa warns her that she will regret it if she does not let him go immediately, but Eguchi softly asks in what way he means. Aikisawa leans in closer and whispers that he might kiss her. Eguchi's eyes widen in absolute surprise and she blushes intensely at his words. Aikisawa demands that she release him immediately if she wants to prevent that from happening, but she only clenches his sleeve even tighter instead. Eguchi weakly asks him if he is not worried about catching her cold. She quietly adds that she does not mind sharing the cold with him, causing a highly nervous Aikisawa to gulp. Aikisawa looks directly at her and tells her to take his mask off. Eguchi blushes deeply as she continues to look up at him. She slowly raises her finger to pull his mask down. Aikisawa hovers closely over her, bringing his face near her. Eguchi is left completely wide-eyed as she stares up at him. Aikisawa leans down toward her, asking her to take his mask off if she is comfortable with it. Eguchi slowly reaches her hand up toward the strap of Aikisawa's face mask. She hooks her finger onto the strap behind his ear. With a gentle tug, she pulls his mask down to expose his face. They stare directly at each other, their faces only inches apart, as a heavily blushing Aikisawa hovers over her. Aikisawa leans down even closer, bringing his lips near hers. He continues to close the distance as her eyes begin to flutter shut in anticipation. Eguchi pauses and asks him what will happen. Looking up at him with a deeply flushed face, she asks what they will do after they kiss. Taken completely aback, Aikisawa stammers as he sits straddled over her on the bed. Eguchi covers her mouth with her fingers and confesses that she does not want to kiss him if it is going to be for nothing. She calls out his name and directly asks him if he just wants to kiss her without any deeper meaning. Caught completely off guard, a deeply flustered Aizawa stutters and struggles to find the words to answer her. He ponders her question, wondering what indeed would happen after they kissed. Eguchi waits in quiet anticipation, her face heavily flushed and sweating. Aizawa thinks to himself about what he will do after kissing her. Aizawa blushes intensely and bluntly declares that he will fondle her breasts. Eguchi is left staring up at him in absolute shock and silence. Eguchi immediately hurls her pillow directly at his face, knocking him back. Eguchi buries herself under her blanket and furiously calls him a fool with testosterone for brains, while a bewildered Aizawa sits on the floor trying to understand what she meant. An incredibly embarrassed Aizawa covers his face and panics over his sudden lack of self-control, defensively arguing that there was nothing else her words could have implied. Eguchi turns away with a pout, and when Aizawa hesitantly asks if she was referring to a date, she weakly agrees that his guess was only slightly off track. Eguchi slowly raises her hand from under the blanket and extends her pinky finger toward him. She asks him to promise to take her somewhere nice once she is fully recovered, leaving a surprised Aizawa to blush in silence. They link their pinky fingers together to seal the promise. In a colored memory of her bedside confession, Eguchi covers her mouth and reiterates that she does not want to kiss him if it is going to be for nothing. A colored close-up shows a heavily blushing Aizawa as Eguchi directly asks him if he just wants to kiss her. In a colored top-down view of the bed, a completely flustered Aizawa hovers over her and stammers, unable to form a proper response. Aizawa blushes intensely as he confesses that he has already come. Eguchi lies on her back in silence, looking completely stunned by his sudden declaration. Back at school, the teacher stands at the front of the classroom and announces that he is handing out their graded exam papers. Aizawa reflects on their pinky promise to go somewhere nice once she recovered, noting that final exams prevented them from going anywhere immediately, but they are finally in the clear now. Aizawa smiles confidently to himself, excited that they are officially on summer break and imagining all the summer festivals and movies they could go to together. His excitement is instantly crushed when the teacher hands back his test paper with a failing score of 26, informing him that he will be taking supplementary classes. Aizawa desperately protests to the teacher, arguing that he was busy reading Salinger, but the teacher flatly retorts that he should have read the actual textbooks for his classes instead. While the teacher congratulates Eguchi for earning the highest score in the class, a thoroughly defeated Aizawa despairs over having to take summer makeup classes on top of his regular homework. Aizawa slumps over on his desk, declaring himself in complete shambles, prompting Eguchi to turn around in her seat and look back at him. Aizawa asks Eguchi if she plans on traveling anywhere with her family during the summer break, and she replies that she is not going anywhere as far as she knows. Eguchi adds that she is actually going to work part-time to help an acquaintance, causing a startled Aizawa to ask where she will be working. Eguchi reveals that her job is at the pool, prompting Aizawa to immediately panic as he imagines her working as a lifeguard in a tight swimsuit. Stuttering in disbelief, Aizawa asks if she means a pool filled with water, and when she says yes, he nervously clarifies if it is the kind of place where people wear swimsuits, which she readily confirms. Aizawa is horrified as he imagines Eguchi in a revealing swimsuit surrounded by a crowd of muscular, shirtless men. Aizawa loudly yells that this absolutely cannot happen, while a thoroughly confused Eguchi points out that she already received official permission from the school to work there. As Aizawa stands frozen in absolute shock, Eguchi innocently asks if he is also interested in taking up a part-time job during the break. Aizawa frantically asks if he can also get a job there, prompting Eguchi to mention that they need weekend workers and offer to ask the manager on his behalf. Aizawa blushes as he imagines both of them working as lifeguards at the pool together in their swimwear. After a classmate warns him not to slack off on his Monday makeup classes, a highly fired-up Aizawa vows to study as hard as possible, prompting the classmate to wonder where this sudden motivation was before. Back home, Aizawa reads a message from Eguchi reminding him to bring swimsuits instead of uniforms on weekends, making him realize with a blush that they are actually going to work together. Aizawa packs his bag, debating whether to buy a new swimsuit or bring a rash guard before swallowing nervously as his thoughts drift back to Eguchi in her swimsuit. Aikisawa desperately jumps into bed and tries to force himself to sleep, resolving not to waste any more time daydreaming. His mind immediately drifts right back to a vivid image of Aguchi standing in the pool in her swimsuit. Unable to escape his own thoughts, Aikisawa sits up in absolute agony. Giving up on sleep, Aikisawa sits at his desk to do his summer homework, grumbling that school assignments must have been invented specifically for situations like this. He remembers his colorful daydream of the two of them working side by side as lifeguards at the pool. He also recalls his passionate declaration to his classmates that he would study no matter what to make sure he gets to work there. In a modified scenario, Aikisawa panics and yells that they never did anything, while Aguchi flatly replies that he should have hidden his tissues better. In the next modified panel, Aguchi casually asks him what they should name their baby, leaving a completely stunned Aikisawa fuming with swirling eyes. Aikisawa arrives at the pool facility grumbling to himself that he could not sleep for even a single second the previous night. A female staff member confirms his identity and welcomes him warmly, thanking him for saving them and handing him his work uniform. She asks him to accompany her to the poolside because Kokoro has already started her shift, which makes him stutter out a nervous morning greeting. Upon arriving, Aikisawa is stunned to see Aguchi wearing an apron and bandana sweating over a hot griddle as she cooks a large batch of noodles. The supervisor praises her skill with the spatula as Aguchi notices him and offers a calm greeting, leaving a completely dumbfounded Aikisawa to realize her job at the pool is actually at a food stall. Aikisawa realizes that working at the pool actually meant helping out at a food stall, and he reluctantly agrees when the manager offers to teach him the ropes. Aguchi asks Aikisawa if he understood the instructions, and he confidently replies that he will be fine because he occasionally cooks at home. Aguchi is surprised to learn that he can cook, prompting Aikisawa to explain that his sister forces him to do it, while the manager praises his cooking skills. After being complimented, Aikisawa enthusiastically declares that okonomiyaki is his favorite food in the world, earning a silent, intense stare from Aguchi. Aguchi asks him if he is jealous of her cooking skills before teasingly pointing out that his complaints are rich, coming from someone who was disappointed he did not get to see her in a swimsuit. Aguchi calls him a pervert for being right on the money, prompting an extremely embarrassed Aikisawa to argue that he does not want to hear that accusation from her. The manager calls out that they will be starting soon, and as Aikisawa agrees, he quietly admits to himself that she was right about the swimsuit, but notes that he is actually in luck because she is sweating quite a bit. Due to the heat in the food stall, Aguchi's white uniform shirt has become damp with sweat, making her underwear clearly visible through the fabric. Aguchi calls him a pervert and asks him to fetch the ingredients for the yakisoba, prompting a complaining Aikisawa to reach his hand toward her back. Standing close behind her, Aikisawa teasingly whispers that she must have worn sexy underwear on purpose, knowing her wet uniform would be see-through, catching her completely off guard. Aguchi immediately splashes water directly into Aikisawa's face, leaving him sputtering in sudden shock. Aguchi fires back by pointing out that he did not wear anything under his own white uniform shirt, either leaving his bare chest fully visible through the wet fabric. As a heavily blushing Aikisawa stammers, the manager suddenly spots them and loudly demands that they stop flirting and get back to work. The manager tells them to focus on their job, prompting both of them to quickly apologize and promise to get back to work, as Aikisawa grumbles to himself. As they return to their duties, Aguchi turns around and teasingly sticks her tongue out at a startled Aikisawa. The manager furiously yells at them again for playing around while Aikisawa stretches Aguchi's cheeks. In a colored scene, Aikisawa leans in close behind a startled Aguchi and teasingly whispers that she wore sexy underwear, knowing her wet uniform would be see-through. In another colored scene, Aguchi immediately retaliates by splashing water directly into his face and asking him if he is any better. In an alternate colored scene, Aikisawa leans in close behind a startled Aguchi and whispers that he heard she is strong. Aguchi presses her hand directly against Aikisawa's wet white shirt, exposing his chest underneath. Aikisawa gasps for air, whispering to himself that he had absolutely no idea how difficult things would get. Carrying a huge stack of takeout containers, Aikisawa is completely overwhelmed by how exhausting his part-time work is as orders continue to pile up. The manager calls out for 5 more servings of yakisoba, prompting a panicked Aikisawa to quickly respond while Aguchi works busily in the hot kitchen behind him. Aikisawa yells at Iguchi in a panic as she begins to burn the food on the griddle. As a highly panicked Iguchi stammers out an apology with dizzy eyes, Aikisawa desperately tells her to calm down and get a grip. Aikisawa suggests that he will handle the grilling while she handles the packaging, prompting her to agree as he points out the correct containers to use. Iguchi immediately fumbles the packaging, dropping the containers everywhere, and earning a loud shout from Aikisawa as the manager demands to know what is going on. Aikisawa quickly tells the manager that the okonomiyaki will take a bit longer and they will prioritize the yakisoba instead, before ordering a compliant Iguchi to go fetch more vegetables. Iguchi exhaustedly serves the final customers with a noodle-filled okonomiyaki just as the clock finally hits 3 in the afternoon, marking the end of their shift. The shop manager announces that the store is closing for an hour and orders both Aikisawa and Kokoro to take a break. Kokoro is still not used to the work, so Aikisawa thanks her for her help on her first day and encourages her to take a breather while Kokoro denies being frantic despite her earlier behavior. Aikisawa comments that is what they were told about the break, while the manager suggests they both take it easy and go have lunch at the pool area. Aikisawa asks Kokoro if she does not want to eat, while Kokoro sits silently at the table and remarks that the atmosphere is great. Kokoro tells Aikisawa that she does not deserve to eat, leaving him stunned and urging her to do it anyway. Iguchi apologizes to Aikisawa for causing him trouble during their shift, but he quickly tries to reassure her that it is only her first day on the job. Despite his words, she remains thoroughly dejected about her mistakes. Aikisawa panics internally as Iguchi stands before him in downcast silence, realizing he needs to find a way to cheer her up. Aikisawa desperately searches his mind for comforting words, but he laments his lack of vocabulary, recalling that his recent exam failures mean he does not have the right words for the situation. After a brief silence, Aikisawa decides on a sudden course of action and abruptly pulls up his shirt in front of her. Highly embarrassed, Aikisawa asks Iguchi if she would like to touch his stomach. Aikisawa stands waiting in flustered anticipation while Iguchi quietly considers his strange offer. Iguchi calmly declines the offer and thanks him, stating that she is fine, leaving a bewildered Aikisawa holding his shirt up in confusion. Iguchi suddenly asks Aikisawa if he would rather touch her stomach instead, sending him into an immediate state of shock. As Iguchi blushes and calls the situation an emergency, a highly panicked Aikisawa struggles to process her sudden request. The shop manager asks them why they did not visit the pool during their break, noting that it is a staff perk. While Aikisawa laughs nervously, Iguchi quietly admits that she does not think she can go. Aikisawa's sweat drops and agrees that the heavy atmosphere between them is definitely not right for going to the pool. The manager tells them that she will show them how to prepare and clean up for the next day since there are few customers at night, while Iguchi begins chopping cabbage. Aikisawa is highly impressed by her knife skills and compliments her on how good she is at cutting cabbage, causing a blushing Iguchi to shyly agree. Aikisawa holds up a thin strip of cabbage and happily notes how incredibly even her cuts are. Iguchi tells Aikisawa to forget her previous request, leaving him mortified as he realizes he did something completely unnecessary. Meanwhile, an embarrassed Iguchi frantically apologizes and promises to chop the cabbage more firmly next time, while the manager notes how cute she is. Iguchi thanks Aikisawa for trying to cheer her up, noting that it is not good for her to remain depressed forever. Aikisawa watches her in silence before Iguchi suddenly tells him to go get changed out of his damp clothes. Aikisawa feels completely out of his depth, wondering what he should say to console her and thinking about how she has so many books other than manga. Looking out over the kitchen counter, Aikisawa sighs and wishes that he had read more books in his life so he would know how to comfort her. The manager asks Iguchi if she can go clean the outdoor table, to which she quickly agrees. As she heads out, Aikisawa notices a container left on the counter. The manager picks up the container and wonders if she forgot to pack it, prompting Aikisawa to explain that it belongs to Iguchi as a sudden idea strikes him. After asking the manager a quick question, Aikisawa frantically grabs a bag and yells that he is taking out the trash, just as Iguchi returns to report that the outdoor table was already clean. The manager asks Iguchi if she has had lunch yet and hands her the leftover container, warning her to eat it before it goes bad. A nervous Iguchi apologizes and explains that she does not have much of an appetite. The manager gently informs her that Aikisawa was actually the one who left the food for her. Eguchi heats up the food in the kitchen, finding that Aikisawa has written a message in sauce on the okonomiyaki telling her to cheer up and feel better. Eguchi is left blushing intensely in silence as she stares down at his unexpected message. The manager pats Eguchi on the back and pulls out a chair telling her to sit down, eat slowly, and not to expect everything to go perfectly right from the start. Deeply moved, Eguchi blushes as she quietly replies in agreement. Meanwhile, Aikisawa walks outside carrying the heavy trash bags, reflecting on how their day finally concluded. Aikisawa steps out into the blazing sun, complaining about how hot it is. He reflects on his actions, realizing that all he could think of were childish ways to cheer her up. As he walks with the heavy trash bags, he mutters to himself, wishing Eguchi a quick recovery. Back inside the kitchen, the empty griddle sits completely clean. With the shop closed for the day, the manager warmly praises both of them for doing an excellent job on their first day, and they politely thank her in return. The manager adds that another part-time worker will be joining them starting next week to make things easier, which brings a wave of relief to Aikisawa. The manager tells them they can leave now, suggesting they visit the pool to relax before heading home. Aikisawa nervously thanks her while glancing over at Eguchi. Eguchi stands silently next to him, looking down with a heavily blushing face. Noticing what look like traces of tears on her face, Aikisawa assumes she must still be depressed about the day and decides that it is best for them to just go home. As Aikisawa turns to walk away, Eguchi suddenly reaches out and grabs his shirt sleeve, stopping him in his tracks. Eguchi quietly asks if he is not planning on going to the pool, leaving a startled Aikisawa to blush and quickly agree to go with her if she wants to. Eguchi tells him that she's going to get changed and asks him to wait for her by the pool. Aikisawa goes to wait by the water, completely bewildered because he thought she was depressed. Aikisawa reasons to himself that perhaps she just wants to go swimming to take her mind off things, but he is suddenly startled when Eguchi calls out to thank him for waiting. Aikisawa turns around and is shocked to see Eguchi standing there completely wrapped up in a giant towel from head to toe, prompting him to ask her what is wrong. Eguchi weakly explains that she noticed everyone else at the pool was wearing a pretty swimsuit, and not a single person was wearing a school swimsuit like hers. When Eguchi complains that wearing it is embarrassing, a highly passionate, Aikisawa loudly yells that a school swimsuit is actually very good too. Aikisawa argues that her swimsuit is highly functional, and when Eguchi asks if it isn't weird, he firmly maintains that it is not weird at all. When Eguchi asks if he is telling the truth, Aikisawa absolutely reassures her, prompting a quiet reply from Eguchi as she begins to let the towel slip. The towel falls to the floor as Aikisawa stands completely frozen in absolute shock, blushing heavily as he stares at her. Eguchi stands beautifully in her tight one-piece school swimsuit, leaving a stunned Aikisawa struggling to form a sentence. When Eguchi nervously covers herself again and asks if it is indeed strange, he frantically waves his hands and insists that it is not. Aikisawa stammers that her swimsuit looks great on her and will be very good for swimming. While a highly delighted Aikisawa rejoices over his compliment, Eguchi softly asks if he really thinks so before turning her focus back to him. Eguchi walks up closer to him and compliments him on his rash guard, stating that it looks great on him. Eguchi suddenly grabs the zipper of his rash guard and pulls it down to expose his chest, declaring that she wants to take it off him and leaving a shocked Aikisawa to gasp. Eguchi immediately runs off toward the pool while a highly embarrassed Aikisawa desperately zips his jacket back up and chases after her, shouting at her to stop. Aikisawa watches her walk ahead with a soft smile on her face, realizing that she is finally back to her usual self. Aikisawa catches up and asks which pool she is planning to head to first, and Eguchi points toward a massive pool area in the distance. Aikisawa suddenly grabs Eguchi by the arm, warning her that it is dangerous and telling her not to walk so close to the edge of the pool. Eguchi innocently explains that she thought the edge was just a pattern on the floor, leaving a silent Aikisawa to realize that she might not be able to see properly. Aikisawa asks Eguchi if she is completely unable to see anything without her glasses on. When Aikisawa asks if she has tried contact lenses, Eguchi admits she has never worn them because she is afraid of putting things in her eyes, adding that she can still see blurry outlines. Still worried, Aikisawa wonders if she is going to fall right into the water. As Eguchi continues to wobble unsteadily near the water, Aikisawa extends his arm toward her and demands that she hold onto it to stay safe. Iguchi blushes and thanks him as she tightly grabs his arm, causing a flustered Aikisawa to blush in silence. Iguchi begins to rub her body against his arm, prompting an embarrassed Aikisawa to yell at her to stop doing that. Iguchi admits that she cannot help herself when she touches him, leading Aikisawa to comment on her weak sense of reason, as he struggles against her, complaining that she is tickling him and warning her to stop. Frustrated and embarrassed by her actions, Aikisawa grabs Iguchi's arm and begins dragging her away while several bystanders watch them in confusion. Aikisawa overhears the bystanders whispering amongst themselves, wondering if he is taking Iguchi by force and worrying if she is all right. Iguchi quickly reassures the bystanders that they are friends and she is fine, leaving a deeply shocked Aikisawa to quietly process being referred to as just a friend. A highly embarrassed Aikisawa tells her to just hold his sleeve instead of his arm, but Iguchi teases him by saying he looks like an elementary school student, earning an angry shout from him. Iguchi points out that they are going to enter the pool anyway, leaving a flustered Aikisawa to stammer. Iguchi relents and agrees that holding his sleeve is fine, reaching her hand back out toward him as a blushing Aikisawa looks on. Iguchi gently grabs the fabric of his sleeve and squeezes it tightly, and they prepare to walk toward the water together. Iguchi is taken completely by surprise, blushing as she lets out a confused gasp. Aikisawa holds her hand, instead explaining that he does not want his sleeves to get stretched out. Iguchi blushes deeply as she continues to stare at him in quiet shock. Iguchi smiles softly and calls out Aikisawa's name. Iguchi leans in close and teases him, pointing out that his ears have turned completely red, leaving a flustered Aikisawa to stay quiet. Aikisawa tells her to stop talking nonsense because she cannot see anyway, but Iguchi argues back that she can still distinguish colors even if everything is blurry. Iguchi steps into the water and notes that since it is already nighttime, the pool is nearly empty and it will be much easier for them to swim. Iguchi calls out to Aikisawa as he slowly steps into the pool while keeping his rash guard on. Iguchi asks him why he is staying in the shallow spot and if he plans on swimming, but Aikisawa defensively replies that he is more comfortable there and will swim whenever he feels like it. Iguchi teasingly wonders if he actually does not know how to swim, which immediately offends Aikisawa, who firmly declares that is not the case. Iguchi flatly concludes that he indeed does not know how to swim, prompting Aikisawa to protest and make excuses, claiming that he just has not practiced enough, but would get very good if he did. Iguchi directly asks him to explain the actual reason why he does not want to swim, leaving him in a tense silence. Aikisawa confesses that he simply does not like putting his face in the water, prompting Iguchi to point out that is exactly what not knowing how to swim means. When she asks if he also struggles with showering, Aikisawa quickly clarifies that he does not have a phobia of water. Aikisawa explains that his issue is actually when he completely submerges himself. Iguchi quietly notes to herself that it is not that he is afraid of water. Aikisawa reveals that he has been unable to submerge himself ever since his older sister grabbed him by the head as a joke a long time ago. Iguchi sympathizes with his traumatic childhood memory and begins to suggest an idea. Iguchi splashes the water with her hands and directly asks Aikisawa if they should practice submerging his face together, catching him completely off guard. Aikisawa frantically asks how they ended up in a scenario where she is teaching him how to swim. Iguchi replies that the pool is more fun if you can swim, and adds that she wanted to thank him for helping her out so much during their work shift. Accepting her offer, Aikisawa confidently declares that he will do it right away, before stepping forward and immediately dipping his head into the water. Aikisawa instantly pulls his head back out of the water, loudly boasting about his achievement, even though it did not even last a second. Iguchi silently compares his behavior to a cat that hates getting its face wet. Iguchi reassures him that no one is going to hold his head down this time. When he continues to hesitate, she extends her hand toward him and suggests that they submerge themselves together. As Iguchi asks if they should go nervous, Aikisawa tells her to wait before tightly grasping her hand and taking a very deep breath. Holding hands tightly, they submerge themselves completely under the water and open their eyes to look at each other. Under the water, Aikisawa admits to himself that he is still incredibly terrified. He is startled when Iguchi suddenly squeezes his hand, and he looks over to see her staring back at him beneath the surface. Iguchi gives him a reassuring look under the water, silently asking if he is doing all right. Aikisawa is left staring at her in absolute silence, his face blushing intensely even deep beneath the surface. As they both pop back up to the surface, Iguchi excitedly praises Aizawa, telling him how amazing he is for successfully submerging his face. Iguchi suddenly stops and looks down in confusion, calling out his name as she realizes Aizawa is floating completely motionless face down in the pool. Iguchi frantically pulls Aizawa up out of the water, calling out his name in a panic and desperately telling him to breathe. Iguchi tells Aizawa they need to practice so he will not drown like he just did. Although Aizawa grumbles and insists he was not actually drowning, she moves right along, stating they will start by checking his form. Iguchi instructs him to start by taking off his rash guard, but Aizawa immediately refuses, claiming he knew she would try to make him do that. Iguchi argues that it is necessary for practice, teasingly admitting she only has a tiny bit of impure thoughts. Aizawa firmly tells her she cannot have those thoughts, though he quietly wonders to himself if he might actually be able to take it off today. Iguchi points out that she cannot see his body anyway since she does not have her glasses on, leaving a startled Aizawa to process her words. Aizawa admits that her lack of vision is a valid point, and Iguchi casually agrees that he can go ahead and take it off under those circumstances. Aizawa still refuses, arguing that she will probably just use her wild imagination to fill in the blurry details. When Iguchi asks if he is giving her too much credit, he notes that he is speaking from his own personal experience with her. Iguchi suggests a compromise where he takes it off while submerged up to his neck, pointing out that she will not be able to see his body as long as she stays above water. Aizawa flatly tells her to stop trying to negotiate. Iguchi wades closer to him and declares that she is fully committed to teaching him properly, leaving a sighing Aizawa to give in. Aizawa makes her absolutely promise not to go underwater, and as Iguchi nods in agreement, he grumbles and reluctantly begins to unzip his rash guard. A highly embarrassed Aizawa unzips his jacket in the pool, revealing his bare chest. Iguchi immediately dips her face slightly into the water, nodding to herself as she ignores her promise. As Iguchi submerges her face up to her nose, a highly panicked Aizawa yells at her not to go underwater, leaving a grumbling Iguchi to pull back up. Iguchi suggests they start by practicing flutter kicks, telling him to just hold her hand and let his body float without putting his face in the water, which makes Aizawa agree. As they hold hands, Aizawa reflects on how much he has been holding Iguchi's hand today. He suddenly notices that the height of their current posture in the water is extremely specific. Aizawa realizes with an intense blush that her chest is positioned directly in front of his eyes. Iguchi instructs him to raise his upper body more and lift his legs, but Aizawa stammers that his back will come out of the water if he does so. When Iguchi says it is not a big deal if his back is visible, Aizawa frantically tells her to stop trying to look. Iguchi warns him that staying in an awkward posture is dangerous because he could get a leg cramp, urging him to adjust his body. Iguchi tells him to try to float higher, suddenly reaching her hand underwater and poking him directly on his chest. Aizawa lets out a startled gasp and blushes intensely as his eyes widen in shock, while Iguchi looks back at him in surprise. A highly panicked Aizawa begins splashing frantically in the water, prompting a startled Iguchi to desperately plead with him to calm down. Iguchi tries to defend herself by claiming she did not do it on purpose, but a coughing and furious Aizawa loudly calls her a liar and accuses her of doing it intentionally. Declaring that he is completely done and does not need to swim anymore, and angry, Aizawa grabs his clothes and walks away, ignoring Iguchi's calls for him to wait. An announcement plays over the speakers, informing everyone that the pool is closing in a few minutes and asking them to exit the park. While a disappointed Iguchi mutters that they were just about to get started, Aizawa calls out from a distance, telling her that they need to leave. Aizawa blushes with embarrassment, questioning why she had to poke his chest when his only goal in jumping into the pool was to cheer her up. Although Aizawa is relieved that Iguchi is finally back to normal, his thoughts are cut short when he enters the changing room and hears several men gasp in surprise at his appearance. Meanwhile, Iguchi lets out a soft sigh as she climbs her way out of the pool. As Iguchi dries off with a towel, a completely flustered Aizawa looks over and is sent into a state of absolute shock. Aizawa immediately wraps the towel tightly around Iguchi's shoulders, defensively yelling that it is freezing and she will catch a cold and miss work if she does not wrap up properly. Internally, however, his thoughts are entirely occupied by how tight her swimsuit is. Iguchi looks down and quietly asks him if her swimsuit is actually the wrong size, while a nervous Aizawa can only stammer in response. Aizawa remembers the manager suggesting they visit the pool to relax, before going home recalling how he nervously thanked her while glancing over at Eguchi. As they walk, Aizawa watches other girls passing by in fashionable swimsuits, surprised to realize just how stylish modern swimwear can be compared to Eguchi's school swimsuit. Aizawa thinks to himself that if Eguchi wore a normal swimsuit, perhaps people would not stare at her so oddly. He debates whether he should lend her his rash guard to cover up, but quickly dismisses the idea upon remembering how she sniffed his jersey the last time he lent her clothing. His train of thought is suddenly cut off when Eguchi calls out his name. Eguchi holds out her hand to him and softly asks if they can hold hands. A highly embarrassed Aizawa stammers before reaching out to take her hand, agreeing that they should. As they walk hand in hand, Aizawa notices another girl carrying a swim ring and wonders if Eguchi could use a float to cover herself up as well. Eguchi confronts him, pointing out that he has been staring and glancing at other girls ever since they left the pool. Aizawa immediately gets highly defensive, loudly protesting and denying that he was looking. When Eguchi flatly accuses him of looking at them with a perverted expression, Aizawa fiercely denies the accusation once again. Blushing furiously, Aizawa yells that he was only looking at them to figure out ways to stop other people from staring at her like that, leaving Eguchi completely silent. As a thoroughly embarrassed, Aizawa instantly panics over what he just blurted out. Eguchi blushes and softly admits that she does not actually care how other people look at her. Aizawa turns away in frustration and declares that he cares even if she does not, adding that he hates it when she gets so much weird attention from others, which leaves a surprised Eguchi to utter a soft gasp. After a brief pause, Eguchi muses over his words and directly asks him if he would come swimsuit shopping with her, sending Aizawa into an immediate state of shock. Eguchi reminds him that when he visited her while she was sick, he promised they would go somewhere together. When a shocked Aizawa asks if they are going to a swimsuit shop instead of an amusement park, she readily confirms it. Eguchi looks directly at him and asks him to pick out a swimsuit for her, catching a flustered Aizawa completely off guard. Aizawa recalls how she previously told him to raise his upper body, remembering his embarrassed refusal to let his back come out of the water. Back in his room, Aizawa browses online for female swimsuits on his phone, overwhelmed by the ridiculous number of styles and color variations available. He blushes as he remembers Eguchi's request for him to choose a swimsuit for her. When a skimpy bikini pops up on his screen, Aizawa frantically shakes his head and tells himself that he needs to find something far less revealing for her. He finds a dress-style swimsuit priced over 7,000 yen, which panics him because it costs far more than the 5,000 yen he currently has on hand. Aizawa wonders if girls' swimsuits are always so expensive before reminding himself that she invited him to go together, meaning she likely plans on paying for it herself. The next day, as Aizawa is about to leave the house, his sister asks if he is heading out, and he casually replies that he is just meeting up with a friend. Aizawa bids his sister goodbye and leaves, but she is left looking after him with a highly suspicious expression. His sister spots his open, empty piggy bank on the desk and wonders if he is planning on buying something expensive. Aizawa arrives at the mall and stands outside the swimsuit shop looking around for her when he suddenly hears her call his name. Eguchi arrives wearing a lovely white summer dress and asks if she kept him waiting. A heavily blushing Aizawa stands completely frozen in shock, stammering that nothing is wrong when she asks about his reaction. Eguchi looks surprised when Aizawa confesses that he was just thinking about how completely different she looks from her usual self. Aizawa tells her that it feels weird to see her wearing casual clothes after only seeing her in work uniforms, and Eguchi notes that it is because they always wear uniforms during their shifts. Aizawa agrees that dressing up for work makes no sense, but he quickly realizes that she is actually dressed up today for a completely different reason. Aizawa panics and holds his head, wondering if this actually counts as a date, while Eguchi looks back at him in complete confusion. Aizawa looks down at his own plain t-shirt, baggy shorts, and worn-out sneakers, realizing he was so focused on swimsuit shopping that he did not even think about his own outfit. He looks over at Eguchi, comparing his clothes to hers. He notices how pretty her hair looks, noting that it is done up beautifully with small flower clips in it. Aizawa continues to observe her, noting how stylish her shoes are and how cute and feminine her entire outfit is. He notices that her cheeks and lips are slightly pinker than usual, concluding that she looks incredibly beautiful. Aguchi notices him staring and asks if she looks weird while Aizawa's mind screams that she is seriously prettier than ever. Aguchi shyly admits she thought her hair looked odd because she messed it up, but Aizawa quickly reassures her that it is not odd at all, quietly thinking to himself how pretty she is. Aizawa panics and loudly declares that she looks pretty much the same as always, and there is nothing strange about her, leaving an annoyed Aguchi to coldly reply. As they enter the shop, they stand together looking at the rows of swimsuits on display, while other customers browse beside them. Aguchi then calls out to him. Aguchi asks him which swimsuit he thinks is better, sending a heavily blushing and sweating Aizawa into a panic. Overwhelmed by the embarrassment of looking at swimsuits with her, Aizawa resolves to just pick one quickly to get it over with, reaching his hand out while Aguchi looks on in confusion. Aguchi holds up a skimpy polka dot bikini in front of herself and asks if he likes that one. Aizawa is left blushing and screaming in absolute silence at the sight of the revealing swimsuit. Aizawa frantically waves his hands to reject the bikini, calling it the wrong one. He immediately points toward another rack, explaining that they need to find one with much more coverage. Aizawa holds up a full zippered hoodie set and asks how about that one instead, but Aguchi immediately rejects it, stating that it is absolutely not cute at all. When Aizawa argues that the hoodie will protect her from sunburn and is very practical, Aguchi counters that they are going to an indoor pool where sunburn is not an issue. She then tells him to just pick whatever he wants so she can make the final choice. Aguchi holds up a frilly dress-like pink swimsuit, but Aizawa immediately cuts her off with a firm refusal. Aizawa worries that the low chest cut on the swimsuit might slip, but Aguchi assures him it is designed not to. He remains skeptical, pointing out that she would be the one left embarrassed if anything were to happen. Aguchi holds up a strappy, revealing black bikini and asks what he thinks, but Aizawa loudly declares that it is absolutely out of the question. Aizawa crosses his arms in a firm gesture and states that anything showing off her stomach that much is a complete no. When Aguchi asks what is wrong, he stammers that it would make her look way too sexy. Aguchi looks at him with a worried expression and asks if she is fat, sending Aizawa into a sudden panic as he loudly denies it. Aizawa explains that he is only worried because people around her will stare if she reveals too much of her body, leaving Aguchi to quietly reflect on his words. Aguchi looks directly at him and softly states that what he thinks of her matters far more to her than how everyone else looks at her. Aizawa is left completely speechless, blushing intensely at her sudden confession. While a startled Aizawa tries to process her comment, Aguchi explains that she simply wants him to think about what suits her best, rather than focusing on how revealing the swimsuit is. Aguchi then holds up a stylish swimsuit with a corset-laced top and a floral skirt, asking what he thinks about that one instead, which catches his attention. Aguchi complains that he did not even give her choice any thought, but Aizawa loudly and immediately refuses her pick. Aguchi asks him if he likes butterflies, leaving a thoroughly surprised and blushing Aizawa to stammer and ask how she knew that about him. Aizawa sheepishly explains that he noticed a lot of butterfly decorations on her wall the last time he visited her apartment, making him assume she liked them, which leaves Aguchi staring at him with wide eyes. Flustered and embarrassed, Aguchi tells him to just speak up if he does not like it and tells him to pick another one. Aguchi looks down at the corset-laced swimsuit with a soft smile and quietly decides that she will take this one. Aguchi happily states that now that her swimsuit is chosen, they should head over to the cash register to pay, calling out to Aizawa to follow. She taps his shoulder from behind and reminds him that they still have not picked out a swimsuit for him. Aizawa yells that he does not need a swimsuit, but Aguchi insists that they promise to buy them together, earning a highly defensive denial from him. Aguchi suddenly grows incredibly gloomy, which immediately panics Aizawa and forces him to reluctantly agree to buy one. Aizawa tells her to just avoid picking anything weird, muttering that choosing a safe option is fine. His warning immediately makes a sparkling Aguchi look silently thrilled. Aizawa frantically grabs her by the shoulders and shakes her, demanding that she answer his warning. Aguchi tells him that she has the ultimate right to choose, but promises to pick something that genuinely suits him and tells him not to look so unhappy. Aguchi stands in front of the men's section, silently scanning the rows of swim trunks on display. Aguchi is surrounded by various styles of men's swimsuits, trying to decide on one for Aizawa. Aguchi suddenly bends down and grabs a pair of skimpy swim briefs, leading a horrified Aizawa to demand to know what she is doing. Iguchi mutters that they all look fine to her, but Aikisawa holds up a pair of standard board shorts, pointing out that if those are fine, they should just go with them. Iguchi asks him to hold up the other swimsuits in the same manner. Iguchi holds a small pair of swim briefs directly up against Aikisawa's waist to test the look, sending him into an immediate state of shock. Aikisawa angrily yells that he promised to reject anything weird and demands she explain herself, but Iguchi calmly counters that the swimsuit is not weird at all. Iguchi explains that swim practice is much more efficient if he wears something with less drag in the water, but Aikisawa cuts her off and tells her to stop rambling as he searches for a compromise. Aikisawa holds up a pair of slightly shorter swim trunks and declares that this particular length is his absolute limit. Iguchi states that she has one more request, but Aikisawa immediately tells her there is no chance she is getting her way. Iguchi holds up both the board shorts and the tight swim briefs, asking him if he would wear the briefs underneath the shorts. Aikisawa is left completely dumbfounded and blushing deeply at her suggestion. Aikisawa frantically asks what the point of that would be, but Iguchi explains that there is a practical reason to wear something underneath his trunks, begging him to do it. Iguchi softly adds that she would also wear a bikini under her own swimsuit, leaving Aikisawa thoroughly startled. Aikisawa yells to ask what kind of suggestion that is, but Iguchi points out that he has only been looking at bikinis since they entered the shop, asking if he actually likes those sorts of things. A highly embarrassed Aikisawa stammers before grabbing both swimsuits and running off to the counter, muttering that it cannot be helped, while a triumphant Iguchi celebrates. As he opens his wallet, Aikisawa realizes with a sudden shock that he does not have enough money to afford both swimsuits. When Iguchi urges him to head to the cashier, a sweating Aikisawa weakly suggests that they should just buy one swimsuit instead of both, but Iguchi insists that she wants them both. Aikisawa reluctantly confesses that he simply cannot afford to buy all of them, prompting Iguchi to offer to pay for her own. Aikisawa firmly rejects her offer, declaring that he will absolutely not let her pay for herself. Aikisawa stubbornly insists that he will pay for her, refusing to back down, even as Iguchi keeps trying to assert that she will pay for herself. Iguchi proposes that she pay for his swimsuit, instead pointing out that this way they can treat it as giving gifts to each other. When Aikisawa protests that he does not need her to do that, a store clerk notices their argument and smiles. Finding them incredibly cute, the clerk walks up and taps Aikisawa on the shoulder, silently sympathizing with his desire to look cool in front of his friend. The clerk tells them they are lucky because the store is currently running a buy one get one free special for students, leaving a surprised Aikisawa to gasp. While the clerk secretly admits to herself that no such student discount actually exists, and she is just playing matchmaker, Iguchi happily remarks on the great deal, stating they can buy gifts for each other now, and offering to pay first. Iguchi thanks the clerk as the items are processed, while the clerk is left completely baffled when she notices she is scanning a pair of tiny swim briefs for the young man. Iguchi hands Aikisawa his bag and he politely thanks her, while the store clerk waves goodbye and wishes them well. Aikisawa sighs in relief, thinking how embarrassing it would have been if he truly could not pay. He suddenly stops when he notices Iguchi has halted, asking if there is something else she wants to get. Iguchi stands silently with a dark expression before quietly muttering that she is fine and walking ahead. Iguchi suddenly drops her bag and groans in pain, prompting a deeply worried Aikisawa to cry out her name. Aikisawa points out her hurt foot, but Iguchi stubbornly claims she is fine. Refusing to believe her, Aikisawa tells her to wait a second and heads into a nearby dollar shop. Aikisawa returns with a pack of bandages and cheap flip-flops, telling her to wear them so her foot will stop hurting, and a blushing Iguchi thanks him. Once she puts them on, Aikisawa asks if her foot still hurts, and Iguchi shakes her head to indicate that it is all better. Aikisawa asks if she dislikes the flip-flops, and although she replies that they are fine, he senses she is annoyed about something, while Iguchi feels a wave of guilt. Iguchi asks if he liked her other sandals since she had just bought them. Hearing this, Aikisawa realizes that is why she was annoyed, loudly admitting that he simply does not pay much attention to shoes. Iguchi wonders if he is just getting irritable from hunger, which immediately offends Aikisawa, who loudly declares he is not a little kid. Iguchi suddenly looks down and quietly apologizes, catching Aikisawa by surprise. Iguchi confesses that she has been feeling incredibly guilty because she has just been carelessly having fun today. After a brief pause, Aizawa gently smiles and remarks that her behavior is typical of her, noting that he already knew how badly she wanted a new swimsuit. Iguchi quickly fires back, teasingly stating that acting like a complete idiot is very typical of him as well, which leaves a startled Aizawa looking on. As the evening approaches, Aizawa asks if they should head back, pointing out that her foot still hurts and asking if she wants to leave while Iguchi stays quiet. Aizawa mentions that he will make sure to wear comfortable shoes next time, and when Iguchi asks why, she quietly announces that she is going to wear a casual outfit next time too. Iguchi adds that she will not even bother doing her hair next time, prompting Aizawa to tell her that she does not have to copy his style. He then suddenly processes her words and asks what next time she is talking about. Iguchi blushes and softly confesses that she was just thinking about how much fun she had today and how much she would like to go out with him again. Aizawa is left completely speechless, blushing furiously as her words sink in. Aizawa stammers that it should be obvious, but he does not know, and when Iguchi asks if he is being serious, he frantically yells that it is a definite maybe. Iguchi quietly repeats his answer as she turns and walks ahead of him, leaving a frustrated Aizawa to follow her in awkward silence. Aizawa steps up beside her and apologizes, admitting that after reconsidering he realizes he acted like an ass. Aizawa explains that he does not usually dress up nicely just to go shopping, and Iguchi notes that she also typically dresses casually when going shopping. This realization makes Aizawa freeze in shock, and he directly asks her why she bothered to dress up so nicely today. Aizawa suddenly stops walking as he starts to wonder if they were actually on a date this entire time, while Iguchi softly explains that it makes sense to dress up and look good in front of the person next to you. Aizawa stands completely still, staring down at his shoes as the truth finally begins to dawn on him. Aizawa blushes intensely and covers his mouth, fully realizing that the reason Iguchi got dressed up today was entirely for him. He recalls her doing her hair and choosing her clothes early in the morning, realizing all of those efforts were made specifically to impress him. He remembers her apologizing earlier for feeling guilty about having fun, and she softly calls out his name to bring him back to reality. Iguchi turns around and asks him what is wrong. Aizawa simply stares at her in silence, prompting a confused look from Iguchi. Overwhelmed by emotion, Aizawa covers his face with both hands and groans, leaving a highly concerned Iguchi to ask if he is doing all right. Aizawa lets out a long, heavy sigh as he tries to compose himself. Aizawa looks down and firmly declares that it will happen for sure, prompting Iguchi to ask what he is referring to as he brings up her mention of a next time. He looks at her directly and blushing promises that there will definitely be a next time for them. Iguchi is left completely wide-eyed in surprise, and when she asks if he is being serious, Aizawa confirms it and promises that he will make sure to dress up nicely next time as well. As they walk together, Iguchi softly asks him how soon they will be going next time, and Aizawa confidently promises her that it will happen soon without a doubt. The next day, as Aizawa happily hums to himself while heading out of his room, his sister teasingly remarks that humming on his way to work must mean his job is very fun. A highly startled and blushing Aizawa slams the door behind him, loudly protesting that he is not going there to have fun. As he walks to work, Aizawa quietly admits to himself that he is just a little giddy, because they plan on going into the pool after their shift, resolving that he must wear the new swimsuit they bought no matter what. Aizawa tries to suppress his excitement, telling himself that he is not looking forward to it, or anything, and cheerfully calls out a morning greeting as he spots Iguchi already at the food stall. Upon his arrival, Aizawa is dismayed to see a huge crowd of enthusiastic male customers gathered around the counter, loudly chanting her name and clamoring for her attention. Although the manager tells the boys that they are not ready to serve customers, yet they insist they are happy just waiting there. The manager chuckles and tells Aizawa that Iguchi has instantly become the face of their shop, while Aizawa stands in silent dark jealousy. As the boys eagerly beg Iguchi to cook up some okonomiyaki so they can taste her cooking, she nervously tries to calm them down while a dark shadow looms over Aizawa's face. With a dark and furious expression, Aizawa suddenly snatches the spatula right out of Iguchi's hand and commands her to hand it over. He immediately begins cooking the okonomiyaki himself, prompting the disappointed customers to angrily demand to know what he is doing. Aizawa serves up a beautifully prepared okonomiyaki, apologizing for the wait. The boys are forced to drool and admit that it looks amazing, while the manager instructs Iguchi to go take orders at the front instead. An angry Aizawa aggressively snatches the money from the customers and tells them to get out. The manager praises his hard work, but a determined Aizawa tells her that he has everything under control and instructs her to go handle the ingredients instead. Aizawa tells Iguchi that he is more useful handling the front counter, while Iguchi stands behind him silently squeezing her fists in frustration. The manager praises Aizawa for doing an amazing job on their shift. While Aizawa laughs nervously, Iguchi silently walks away. He runs after her to try and talk about their plans to go to the pool. Iguchi bluntly tells him to go to the pool alone or by himself if he is so eager to go. A thoroughly confused Aizawa demands to know what she means by that. With tears in her eyes, Iguchi angrily asks why he always treats her like she is completely useless, asserting that she is perfectly capable of serving customers too. As she runs away in a huff, panicked, Aizawa frantically tries to call her back, realizing his actions came out completely wrong. Iguchi slams the girl's locker room door shut right in his face, warning him to stop following her. Aizawa slumps to the floor in absolute misery, clutching his head and wondering why he always screws things up. He resolves to stop talking before he says something stupid, just as he hears the locker room door click open. Iguchi unexpectedly steps back out of the locker room, already wearing her new swimsuit, leaving a startled Aizawa to look up in shock at how fast she changed. Iguchi quickly walks past him with an annoyed expression, ignoring him as he calls out to her. Aizawa follows her, desperately wondering how he can possibly make things right now. Aizawa admits to himself that he only acted that way because he was angry about random guys crowding her space and acting so chummy with her. He blushes at the thought, realizing there is absolutely no way he can say something so embarrassing directly to her face, deciding instead to send her an apology message later tonight. His thoughts are cut off when someone calls out to them. Two boys from school approach them and invite Iguchi to join them at the pool, asking if she has finished her shift yet, while Aizawa watches quietly from behind. One of the boys reaches out to grab her, insisting that it will be fun if she joins them. Watching this, Aizawa's cheek twitches with immediate irritation. A furious Aizawa lunges forward and loudly commands the boy to get his hands off of her this instant. His sudden outburst leaves both Iguchi and the two boys staring at him in complete stunned silence. Iguchi is left completely wide-eyed, her face flushing bright red at his protective shout. Iguchi stares at Aizawa in complete shock, calling out his name before blushing intensely as she asks him what he just said. One of the boys realizes Aizawa works with Iguchi and asks if they can go somewhere else to have a chat for a minute, leaving Aizawa completely confused. The boys suddenly grab Aizawa by the shoulders and drag him away for a private talk, ignoring his protests. The boys angrily scold Aizawa, calling him an idiot for not declaring they were together while they were hitting on her, and warning him that a girl as cute as her will constantly get hit on if he leaves her side. A flustered Aizawa tries to protest that they are not even a couple. The boys slap him on the back and tell him to quit being a coward and step up for his girl, leaving him to complain that it hurts. As the boys tearfully walk away, a concerned Iguchi asks if he is okay, and he mumbles that he is fine. Iguchi blushes and points out that during his sudden outburst, earlier he had actually called her by her first name. It takes a moment for her words to sink in before Aizawa's face flushes bright red in sudden, overwhelming embarrassment. He frantically waves his hands and stammers that it was a total accident because he was fired up, insisting that he did not mean to say it at all. He weakly argues that using her name is not a big deal and did not have any special meaning behind it, prompting a quiet reply from Iguchi as she grabs the hem of her sleeve. Iguchi looks up at him with a deeply flushed face and softly asks if he could say her first name one more time. A highly embarrassed Aizawa loudly asks why on earth he would do something like that, but Iguchi logically counters that if it truly means nothing, then doing it shouldn't be a problem or change anything. Aizawa stubbornly refuses, arguing that if it changes nothing, there is no point in him saying it at all. Iguchi looks down sadly and complains about how mean he was to her today, reminding him that he basically called her a useless amateur at her job. Iguchi adds that she was really looking forward to them having a great time together at the pool in their new swimsuits, causing a guilt-ridden Aizawa to grimace. When Iguchi sighs that she was genuinely excited to go swimming with just him, a completely defeated Aizawa looks down in deep regret and quietly apologizes to her. Holding his chin and blushing furiously, Aizawa sincerely apologizes for being such a jerk to her earlier, finally whispering her first name. Eguchi blushes and smiles quietly in response, looking down in silence. Eguchi asks him to say her name one more time. After a flustered Aizawa mutters her first name again, she playfully tells him to repeat it, yet again driving him to yell in complete embarrassment about how many times she is going to make him say it. A highly delighted Eguchi giggles happily behind her hands, looking incredibly pleased. Eguchi suddenly switches back to her usual demeanor and tells him to get changed for their swim. She walks off announcing that she is going in first, while a sweating Aizawa marvels internally at her sudden shift in attitude. As she steps away, Eguchi looks back over her shoulder with a playful smile and calls out his first name. Aizawa staggers back against the door in a completely drained state, utterly overwhelmed just by hearing her say his first name. Inside the locker room, Aizawa unzips his clothes and pulls on his new swim trunks, looking down at them nervously. Aizawa is startled to realize that the trunks are way shorter than he anticipated, though he tries to calm himself down by reasoning that it is probably just the average size for most guys. As he walks out of the changing stalls, Aizawa looks incredibly anxious and insecure as he passes by several muscular, shirtless men flexing and chatting in the locker room. When he meets Eguchi by the pool, she is surprised to see him completely covered up in his zippered hoodie with the hood pulled up. When she asks why he is covering up again, Aizawa defensively replies that he is simply wearing the swimsuit they bought correctly. Eguchi complains that it is completely unfair since she is out here in her actual swimsuit without anything over it, but a blushing Aizawa loudly yells back that it is not unfair. Aizawa frantically tries to pull her toward the pool to change the subject, but Eguchi calls out his first name to stop him, causing a panicked Aizawa to scream at her to stop using his first name so casually. Eguchi grabs the zipper of his hoodie and begins pulling it down, pointing out that he will have to take it off once they get in the water anyway, while a highly panicked Aizawa desperately begs her to stop. Aizawa holds his hoodie closed and tightly grasps her hands, pleading with her in complete desperation that he really does not want to take it off. Eguchi instantly feels guilty and apologizes profusely, stating that she did not mean to make him uncomfortable and promising not to do it again, while a sweating Aizawa tries to tell her she has it all wrong. Aizawa crouches on the floor looking completely dejected as he quietly mumbles that it is only because he is so scrawny. Eguchi is left completely surprised by his comment, while Aizawa complains that everyone else at the pool is incredibly ripped. Aizawa confesses that he is just too embarrassed to take off his hoodie when everyone else looks so muscular, leaving a stunned Eguchi to recall his fierce protective outburst from earlier. Eguchi asks if he is referring to the two boys who were shouting at him earlier, and she immediately begins scanning the area to find them, insisting they must be nearby, because they definitely said something mean to him. Eguchi adopts a dark, furious expression and tells him to give her a second so she can go deal with them, while a terrified Aizawa frantically begs her to calm down. Aizawa insists that nobody said anything to him, and she is just reading into things, quietly admitting that he is simply very self-conscious about his body. They both squat down together, and Eguchi softly calls him by his first name. Eguchi leans in close and gently grabs the strings of his hoodie, softly telling him that he is attractive to her just the way he is. Eguchi continues explaining that having a muscular body, a six-pack, or even what he wears, and how he styles his hair does not matter to her at all. Aizawa is left staring at her in complete stunned silence, as she tells him that he is the only one she is looking at. A highly flustered Aizawa hides his blushing face and screams to ask what she is talking about, while Eguchi quietly suggests an alternative if he is not comfortable taking off his hoodie around other people. Eguchi leans forward with a heavily flushed face, suggesting that they go somewhere quiet where they can show each other their swimsuits instead. Aizawa's face turns completely red as he screams in overwhelming shock at her bold suggestion. In the end, they find themselves standing together inside a quiet storage room where a highly nervous Aizawa softly calls her name. Eguchi suddenly pulls out her glasses and puts them on with a flourish, leaving a completely dumbfounded Aizawa to demand to know where she even got them. Eguchi calmly explains that she brought them along just so she can see better, while Aizawa complains that she is acting as if this is a completely normal thing to do. Eguchi steps right up to him and asks if he is seriously still calling her by her last name, shocking a flustered Aizawa. Iguchi notes that she expected him to actually start using her first name regularly now, while Aizawa defensively yells that she put him on the spot. She then asks if his earlier use of her name was just a one-time thing. Aizawa stammers that he will use her first name when the time is right, but Iguchi questions what that means. Aizawa then complains about her shoving him into a storage closet, asking if they are even allowed in there, though she dismisses his worries and assures him they are fine. Iguchi reveals that she got proper permission to be there, and Aizawa recalls her frantically begging the manager to let her clean the storage room for free. Sweat dropping, Aizawa realizes she is far too calculated. Aizawa accuses her of planning to trap him in the storage room from the very beginning. Iguchi casually shrugs it off without a hint of denial, which only makes him yell in disbelief. Aizawa softly notes that they spent all that time choosing their swimsuits together. Hearing this, a blushing Iguchi admits that she wanted to see him wearing his swimsuit too. Iguchi gestures to her swimsuit and adds that she wanted him to see her like this too. Seeing her stand before him, a blushing Aizawa is completely stunned as he finally processes what she is wearing. He realizes with a sudden flush of embarrassment that she is actually wearing the exact floral swimsuit he chose for her. Iguchi asks him for his thoughts on how the swimsuit looks on her. A highly flustered Aizawa stammers in response, barely able to form his words as he begins to say that it is cute. Aizawa loudly blurts out that he thinks the swimsuit is very cute before blushing deeply and looking away. Iguchi giggles and teases him for acting like an elementary school student, earning an angry protest from him. She then smugly concludes that he is basically only interested in seeing her in a bikini, sending him into another panic. Aizawa furiously denies her claim while Iguchi casually brushes him off. He then points a finger at her and commands her to choose her swimsuit very carefully next time as well. Iguchi looks down and explains that she picked a color she thought would look good on her for his sake and went with the floral pattern specifically because she figured he would like it. Iguchi explains that she thought he would want ruffles on her swimsuit too, since she always notices him wearing clothing with ruffles, leaving him completely startled. Aizawa looks away as he quietly mutters that out of all the many swimsuits available in the store, this was the exact one he picked out for her. Aizawa proudly declares that this swimsuit was obviously the one that would look the absolute best on her. Iguchi stares at him in surprised silence before her face flushes red, and she pouts in embarrassment. Iguchi glares at him and demands to know why he couldn't have just said that from the very beginning, leading a startled Aizawa to ask why she is getting so angry. With his heart beating wildly, Aizawa watches as Iguchi walks up close to him and playfully asks if he is ready for round 2, noting that he has already seen the first part of her swimsuit. Iguchi leans forward, presenting herself and telling him to take a close look. Aizawa panics and asks what she means by that, but Iguchi casually tells him to go ahead and take his hoodie off. Aizawa is left blushing and sweating frantically, wondering if she is actually serious. Aizawa loudly accuses her of planning to demand that she take his hoodie off just because he took hers off, but Iguchi only smiles playfully and admits that she has been caught. Aizawa turns away and states that he is not going to fall for her tricks again, but Iguchi asks if he is sure about that, before suddenly reaching out and grabbing his wrist, causing him to cry out in surprise. Iguchi wraps his fingers directly around the lace tie of her corset-style swimsuit top, making his hand grip it as it begins to slip. While gently pulling on his hand, Iguchi looks up at him and tells him that he can untie the lace however he wants, sending a heavily blushing and sweating Aizawa into a state of absolute shock. Aizawa stands frozen, his heart pounding wildly in his chest as he stares down at her in complete silence. While Iguchi silently hopes that he will pull the tie, a trembling Aizawa panics, internally convinced that he will actually die of embarrassment if he goes through with it. Iguchi leans in even closer, telling him to hurry up, but to do it carefully, sending a shivering Aizawa into deeper panic. As Aizawa tries to undo the knot, the string suddenly snaps, startling Iguchi. With the lace string broken, her swimsuit top begins to slide down, prompting a panicked Iguchi to scream that it is falling too fast, while Aizawa gasps in shock. Iguchi stands perfectly composed, revealing that her swimsuit is still securely in place, which makes Aizawa realize that the snapped string was purely decorative and did not actually hold her top up. He angrily yells at her while she quietly giggles. Iguchi points to the side of her swimsuit top, showing him that it is actually held together by a secure zipper. Annoyed by her teasing, Aizawa reaches out and grabs her arm, fully prepared to take matters into his own hands. Aizawa pins her arm up against the storage shelf and reaches for her side zipper, leaving a deeply blushing Eguchi completely caught off guard. He grasps the zipper pull and slowly slides it down while blushing furiously. Aizawa hesitantly asks if she is absolutely sure because he is actually going to pull it all the way down. A flustered Eguchi tells him that it is far too late to ask that before directly commanding him to just do it. Aizawa slides the zipper down to open up her outer swimsuit top. The corset-style outer top splits open at her side, exposing her chest. The outer corset top slides completely off and drops to the floor with a soft plop. Eguchi stands before him wearing only her polka dot bikini top underneath, while a heavily blushing and sweating Aizawa tries to find his breath. Eguchi grabs the hem of her floral skirt and announces that it is time to take the skirt off as well. Aizawa gulps and prepares himself for her to remove the skirt, but Eguchi calmly suggests that they can just take it off the normal way. Eguchi slightly bends forward and lifts up the edge of her skirt, telling him that it is also okay to just lift it up for a little peek. Aizawa stands frozen before his face turns bright red and he loudly asks if she is a genius. He then immediately grabs a nearby stool to set up a new plan. Eguchi climbs onto the stool, explaining that he can look at her from below. Looking up at her in a daze, a highly excited Aizawa declares to himself that a simple change in perspective opens up a ton of possibilities. Aizawa nervously asks if it doesn't weird her out to suggest such things, but Eguchi casually shrugs it off, stepping down from the stool while noting that she is wearing a swimsuit regardless. Aizawa is left staring in a daze at her bikini top, mentally celebrating that swimsuits are absolutely amazing. Aizawa frantically holds his head, marveling at how weird it is that he can do all these things with her just because her outfit is made of swimsuit material instead of underwear. Eguchi softly tells him to look as much as he wants. Overjoyed by her permission, Aizawa yells out a passionate plea to lift her skirt, loudly praising the crazy world and the existence of swimsuits. Eguchi sits on the stool and asks if she should sit or stand. Telling her to just stay still, a deeply blushing Aizawa crouches on the floor and slowly reaches his hand toward the edge of her skirt. With his hand trembling slightly, Aizawa slowly lifts the hem of her floral skirt, revealing her matching bikini bottoms underneath, as she silently looks down at him. He gets a clear close-up view of her swimsuit bottoms. Aizawa instantly pulls his hand back and covers his face, sweating and blushing furiously as he tries to compose himself. Aizawa remains crouched on the floor with his head down, begging her to give him a second while Eguchi quietly watches him from her stool. Eguchi asks him if he can unzip the back of her skirt for her, since he is already down on the floor, pointing to the zipper at her lower back. Eguchi leans forward over the stool, looking back at him and telling him to take it off of her, leaving a startled Aizawa to stare in shock. Aizawa nervously reaches out and begins to unzip the back of her floral skirt. The skirt begins to slide open, revealing her bikini bottoms from behind. Aizawa stares in stunned silence, blushing furiously as the skirt slides completely down to her feet. Eguchi leans forward on the stool to show him her full bikini, politely thanking him for his help. Eguchi points out that it is finally his turn, asking him if she can also see him in his swimsuit. The sheer intensity of the situation completely overwhelms Aizawa, causing him to stagger and collapse onto the floor. Eguchi looks down in concern as Aizawa lies completely motionless on the floor, unresponsive to her calls. In the nurse's office, the school nurse diagnoses Aizawa with a mild case of heatstroke, advising him to rest for a bit. Arresting Aizawa quietly thanks the nurse. Sitting by his bedside, Eguchi apologizes to him, expressing regret for not noticing right away that he was feeling unwell. Aizawa flusteredly tells her not to apologize, jokingly remarking that it must have been rough for her to have to look down at him from that angle earlier. Aizawa points out that she really just wanted to see his swimsuit, causing a blushing Eguchi to quickly tell him that is beside the point right now. Eguchi claims she is not crazy enough to strip a sick guy, but Aizawa teases her, pointing out that he is pretty sure he heard her demand that he strip just moments ago. Eguchi dismisses his claim, suggesting he is just hearing things because of the heat. She teasingly adds that unlike him, she does not let her hormones do all the thinking for her, earning an annoyed shout from Aizawa. A smug Aizawa asks if she is truly worried about him without any lewd motives whatsoever, leaving a flustered Eguchi to quickly claim of course she is. Lying in bed, Aizawa casually mentions that it is a little hot and asks Eguchi if she can help him unzip his jacket. Iguchi is left wide-eyed, stammering that he should be able to do that himself, but Aizawa groans that his body feels incredibly heavy. Iguchi slowly reaches down and unzips his jacket, exposing Aizawa's bare chest. Iguchi gulps nervously and blushes deeply as she tries to keep her eyes off his chest. Aizawa tells her to pull the zipper down a little more so he can put ice packs under his arms, which makes Iguchi blush even further as she reluctantly agrees. Iguchi slides his jacket completely off his shoulders, exposing more of his upper body. As Aizawa panics, internally realizing she is trying her absolute hardest not to lose control of herself, Iguchi frantically grabs the ice packs to hand them to him. Aizawa groans weakly as he places the cold ice packs under his arms. A highly embarrassed Iguchi slaps another ice pack onto his forehead, causing a startled Aizawa to complain about the cold. Iguchi quickly rushes out of the room, stating that she is going to grab him a drink. Aizawa watches her go, wondering if she finally managed to pull herself together. While getting his drink from a cooler, Iguchi tells herself that she needs to get a hold of herself because he is actually sick, and she almost lost control of her emotions. She then returns to the bedside and hands him the bottle, earning a quiet thank you from him. Iguchi notices his swim shorts sitting on a stool and picks them up in confusion, wondering why they are out here. Iguchi is startled by a rustle from his bed and turns around, blushing furiously as a sudden embarrassing realization hits her. She looks at the bed to find Aizawa lying down under his sheet with only his underwear on, having already taken his swim trunks off. Iguchi stands by the bedside holding Aizawa's swim shorts, suddenly realizing why they are lying out in the open. Aizawa lies on his side in his underwear with his back turned toward her. When Aizawa demands to know what she is doing, Iguchi tells him to go ahead and take a look, but he blushingly states that he only wanted to show her his other swimsuit. Iguchi glares at him over her glasses, suspicious that he is plotting something. Aizawa grabs the swim shorts from her hands to stop her, but Iguchi quickly jerks them away and tells him she will just keep them if he is not going to show her his swimsuit. Iguchi demands to know what is wrong with him, pointing out that he would normally be making a massive scene and asking if he is only doing this to fluster her. Aizawa rolls over to hide his face in his pillow, asking if she truly thinks he is such a terrible person, while a remorseful Iguchi watches him silently. Aizawa sits up and begs her to at least deny his claim, but Iguchi bluntly points out that he does have a bit of a terrible personality. Aizawa demands his shorts back, but Iguchi holds them out of his reach and declares she will not return them until he explains why he was so desperate to show her in the first place. Iguchi directly warns him that if he refuses to tell her, she will force him to walk all the way to the changing room in just his underwear, prompting a horrified Aizawa to ask if she is a demon. Aizawa looks away and mutters that since she showed him hers, it would be messed up if he did not show her his, but she asks if that is really the truth. Iguchi suddenly leans in extremely close, catching a blushing Aizawa completely off guard. Looking directly into his eyes, Iguchi flatly accuses him of lying, leaving a startled Aizawa to gasp in surprise. Iguchi leans even closer and begs him to just tell her the truth, noting that this behavior is completely unlike him, while Aizawa stays quiet. Aizawa sits up slightly and blushes quietly, muttering that the truth is really not that big of a deal. Aizawa explains that he wanted to show her his other swimsuit because she was the one who bought it for him. Iguchi stares at him in absolute silence, her face instantly turning bright red at his confession. Aizawa blushes and admits he was just genuinely happy that she wore the swimsuit he bought for her, so he thought she might be happy to see him wearing his swimsuit too. Iguchi clutches her face, completely overwhelmed by how incredibly cute his reasoning is, while a thoroughly confused Aizawa looks on. With a sudden thud, Iguchi lunges forward toward the bed and calls his name, happily declaring that since he put it like that, she will gladly take a look at his swimsuit now. Iguchi leans down close over the bed and tells him that if he really wants to show her his swimsuit, she directly commands him to lift up his blanket himself, leaving a startled Aizawa to gasp in surprise. Iguchi firmly repeats her demand for him to lift up the blanket himself, sending Aizawa into a state of panic. A highly flustered Aizawa yells back that there is absolutely no way he is going to do that, prompting a calm Iguchi to quietly mutter in response. Looking into her eyes, Aizawa realizes that he can feel exactly what kind of thoughts are racing through her mind right now. Iguchi reminds him that he certainly did not seem to mind when he lifted her skirt earlier, causing a completely embarrassed Aizawa to scream in agony. Aikisawa clutches his head in deep regret, lamenting that he is finally paying the price for being so greedy earlier when he begged to lift her skirt. Eguchi softly calls his name again. Eguchi lets out a heavy sigh and asks him if he is really not going to show her driving a thoroughly defeated Aikisawa to finally give in and agree. His hand trembles and tightly clenches the sheet as he prepares to pull the blanket back. Aikisawa sits up in bed, clutching the blanket, screaming to himself that he might just die from how mortifying this is. He panics over the fact that he is about to let her see his underwear while she sits there with a completely deadpan expression, but Eguchi softly calls out his first name and reassures him that it is all right. Eguchi tells him to relax, pointing out that she is just wearing a swimsuit. Her words instantly put a flustered Aikisawa at ease, leading him to agree that it really is just a swimsuit. However, his relief instantly turns to outrage as he yells that her logic makes zero sense. When Eguchi asks if they aren't both in the exact same situation, he demands to know in what world that could possibly be true. Eguchi slides her outer jacket off to show her bikini again, stating that she is basically naked, which sends a shocked Aikisawa back into a panic. Staring at her swimsuit, Aikisawa admits to himself that she is right and has a good point since she has already showed him everything. He resolves to finally do his part. Aikisawa clenches his hand tightly around the edge of his blanket. His hand trembles with intense nervousness as he prepares to pull the blanket down. Eguchi watches him in quiet, heart-pounding anticipation as he slowly says her last name. With his back turned and blushing furiously, Aikisawa pulls the blanket down to his thighs, declaring that he cannot bring himself to lift it any higher. He tells her that if she wants to see the rest, she will have to look on her own, leaving a startled Eguchi wide-eyed. As her eyes begin to swirl with dizziness, Eguchi crawls forward on the bed, murmuring to herself that this is without a doubt way better than anything she expected. Suddenly, Eguchi dives headfirst directly into his lap under the sheet, leaving a completely shocked Aikisawa to blush furiously. Eguchi is left completely dizzy, her eyes swirling in a daze. As Eguchi collapses with a thud, a highly panicked Aikisawa frantically asks how much longer she is going to keep staring. With her heart pounding wildly, Eguchi buries her face in the bed and lets out a deafening scream of pure embarrassment, leaving a sweating Aikisawa completely startled. A highly panicked Aikisawa loudly screams for the nurse to bring a blood transfusion while the nurse opens the door and looks inside with a thoroughly startled expression. The shop manager asks if they are okay after hearing that Aikisawa fainted. She decides to let them head home early for the day and warmly bids them goodbye, wishing them a great summer and inviting them to stop by to use the pool whenever they want. While walking down the street, Aikisawa laments that their job ended much sooner than expected. He asks Eguchi if her nosebleed has finally stopped, and a gloomy Eguchi holds a tissue to her face and quietly confirms that it has. Aikisawa asks if she would have preferred to work a bit longer because she wanted to save up to buy something specific, but Eguchi quietly admits that it was not actually about the money. Eguchi asks what his plans are for the rest of his summer break. Aikisawa is surprised by her question and explains that he has to attend makeup classes, but otherwise just has his club activities. Eguchi blushes and softly admits she was thinking of heading to the school library to finish their summer assignments together, which completely startles Aikisawa. Aikisawa asks if she is just bored, pointing out that nobody in their right mind voluntarily goes to school during the summer break when they could just study more comfortably at home. His blunt response leaves Eguchi looking highly annoyed. Eguchi argues that studying at school is helpful because she can ask teachers for help, but Aikisawa counters that she can just look up anything on the internet. When she complains that her bedroom has too many distractions, Aikisawa suggests she go to a regular public library instead, so she does not even have to dress up in her school uniform. Aikisawa adds that she would probably run into classmates at a normal library too, and suggests they can always grab a snack together once they are done studying. Aikisawa continues his lecture, noting that a public library is far more likely to have books she actually likes to read and insisting there is zero logic in going to school over the summer break. Eguchi quietly speaks up, starting to explain her reasoning. Eguchi blushes deeply and directly confesses that going to school means she will get to see him. A completely red-faced Aikisawa panics and yells out in shock, asking if she meant him. He then nervously stammers that he will only be at school for his makeup classes. As they walk in completely embarrassed silence, the truth finally dawns on Aikisawa, and he wonders if the only reason she was so upset about their job ending early was because she simply wanted to spend more time with him. Eguchi nervously tells him that he does not have to go to the school building just to see her. However, a flustered Aizawa suggests that they could always just meet up elsewhere once his makeup classes are finished for the day, catching her completely by surprise. Eguchi lists out several ideas suggesting they could go to the summer festival, watch the fireworks together, and even visit the ocean on the days she does not have any club activities. Eguchi excitedly asks if they really can, and a blushing Aizawa quietly agrees. Eguchi smiles warmly and states that she would really love for them to go to the summer festival together. When Eguchi mentions the fireworks, Aizawa points out that if they go to the festival, the fireworks are a given anyway, so they should save fireworks for another night. He eagerly adds that they are definitely going to the beach as well. Eguchi points out that they did not get much swimming done today, explaining that since she bought a brand new swimsuit, she wants to get as much use out of it as possible. Aizawa laughs out loud and tells her to calm down because she is getting ahead of herself, pointing out that they do not have to rush to do everything in a single day. Eguchi is left quietly staring at him as she hears his words. After catching his breath from laughing, Aizawa notices she has stopped and asks why she is just standing there. Eguchi happily remarks that this is the first time she has ever seen him truly laugh. Aizawa is surprised and claims that is just how he always laughs, but Eguchi teases him, saying he only laughs when he is teasing her. Eguchi looks down with a flushed face, quietly noting how it feels to see him laugh like that. Eguchi blushingly declares that seeing him laugh like that is actually pretty erotic, sending a red-faced Aizawa into a fury, as he screams at her to stop making everything about being erotic. Back home, Aizawa frantically scratches his head in frustration, complaining to himself that he has absolutely no idea which outfit to choose. He looks down at the two traditional summer outfits laid out on his floor, debating intensely whether he should wear a yukata or a jinbei. Aizawa recalls looking like a slob in his old t-shirt when they went swimsuit shopping, explaining that he genuinely wants to look sharp for the summer festival. Crossing his arms on the floor, he sighs and wonders why choosing an outfit has to be so incredibly difficult. Aizawa decides to try on the yukata first to see how it looks on him, noting that it makes him look more mature and confident. Once he gets the sash tied properly, he eagerly tells himself that Eguchi is going to love it. He then tries on the jinbei, finding it far more comfortable to wear despite being a little rough. He reasons that showing off his legs might actually be a plus, allowing her to catch a subtle glimpse of his skin here and there. Aizawa leans forward in front of the mirror to check if the jinbei is too revealing when he bends over. His sister suddenly pops her head into the room, teasingly asking him if he is searching for his balls. An incredibly embarrassed Aizawa hurls a cushion directly at her face and tells her to get the hell out already. As the door slams shut, she complains that he is a brute to treat his sister that way. From behind the closed door, his sister advises him that if he is stuck on what to wear, he should just ask his date directly to find out what she likes. Aizawa angrily tells her to shut up, prompting her to threaten to eat all of his ice cream in retaliation. Aizawa stands in silence, deeply blushing as he seriously contemplates her advice to ask Eguchi directly. Meanwhile, as Eguchi sits reading a book in her room, her phone suddenly goes off with a loud chime. Eguchi is startled when she checks her screen and sees a message from Aizawa containing pictures of him trying on both outfits, asking her which one she thinks is better, and adding that she can just reply with a sticker. As Eguchi blushes and silently prepares her response, Aizawa jumps in sudden surprise back in his room when his own phone chimes. He reads her reply, stating that he looks great in both, but she thinks the yukata is slightly better. Eguchi sends another text explaining that she is choosing the yukata because she plans on wearing one herself as well. Aizawa is left staring at his phone, his face flushing bright red at her words. He is filled with intense excitement, realizing that this means he will get to see Eguchi dressed in her yukata. In a great mood, Aizawa walks out and quietly slides a treat over to his sister as a thank you for her advice. His sister looks at the treat in surprise, asking if he is actually giving it to her, while Aizawa simply nods and walks away. Thrilled, she loudly declares that he is the greatest brother in the world, prompting Aizawa to yell back over his shoulder that it is only because she is the greatest sister in the world. On the day of the summer festival, Aizawa panics and runs down the street, realizing he got so caught up in dressing up that he completely lost track of time, even though Eguchi had messaged him to say she would be a little late. Upon arriving at the festival, Aizawa looks around for Eguchi when he suddenly hears her call out his first name from behind him. Eguchi stands beautifully in her floral butterfly-patterned yukata with her hair styled elegantly. She tells him he did not need to rush before shyly apologizing because getting ready took her much longer than expected, while a heavily blushing Aizawa stands completely frozen in awe. Eguchi assures him it is fine, but suddenly leans in close to him, leaving Aizawa flustered. Aizawa blushes and gently confesses that he is just happy she put so much effort into her appearance today. Eguchi looks away and quietly compliments him, stating that his yukata really suits him, which makes Aizawa stammer in embarrassment. A highly embarrassed Aizawa stammers that her yukata suits her too, and Eguchi looks up in happy surprise to ask if he really thinks so. Eguchi beams at him with a warm, happy smile and thanks him. Aizawa is left staring at her in complete breathless wonder. Aizawa panics internally over how incredibly cute she looks tonight, wondering if it is her outfit the festival lights, or if he is just losing his mind because they are attending the festival together. As they walk together, Aizawa notices she is keeping her distance and wonders why she seems too embarrassed to be near him, especially since he expected her to tease him like usual. Eguchi glances over at him, shyly making Aizawa wonder if her heart is actually racing from seeing him in his yukata. She then softly calls out his name and starts to ask him a question. Eguchi suddenly presents a chocolate-covered banana and asks him if he wants some, leaving a surprised Aizawa to ask when she even bought it, while noting that she simply wanted to eat. Eguchi holds the chocolate banana up to his mouth and tells him to say "ah," catching a blushing Aizawa off guard. When Eguchi points out that he looked very happy when she fed him once before, Aizawa yells back in embarrassment, telling her to eat it herself. He quickly snatches the treat from her hand, explaining that he only let her feed him last time because his hands were tied. As Aizawa eats, Eguchi calls out his first name and softly confesses that she wants to eat a chocolate banana too. Eguchi adds that she wouldn't mind opening her mouth and eating it straight from his hand, sending a shocked Aizawa into a panic. Aizawa blushes intensely and turns away, stammering that he is not falling for her games. Eguchi looks away and sulks, murmuring that she was really looking forward to sharing some snacks together at the festival, which leaves Aizawa staring at her in guilt. In response, Aizawa heads back to the food stall and orders another chocolate banana for her. Eguchi tugs at his sleeve and suggests they go eat their snacks together, pointing toward a wooden bench nearby. As they walk over to the bench, a deeply blushing Aizawa panics internally, wondering if the festival is starting off way too intensely for him. Eguchi looks at her chocolate banana and asks how they should decide who takes the first bite. A highly flustered Aizawa loudly yells back to ask who even cares about the order. Aizawa tells her that they should just eat their own food themselves, immediately taking a bite of his chocolate banana, while Eguchi frantically tells him to wait. Eguchi suddenly grabs his wrist to stop him, blushing as she suggests they feed each other instead. Eguchi looks at him and asks if it wouldn't taste much better that way, sending a deeply blushing Aizawa into a panic as he loudly demands to know why on earth it would make a difference. Eguchi recalls when she let Aizawa eat those gyoza back then, noting that they looked incredibly delicious. Eguchi stares down at her chocolate banana, explaining that when someone is just watching someone else eat, they can't help but wonder. She explains that she wonders what the food actually tastes like to the other person and how it feels in that moment. Eguchi wades into her thoughts, claiming that sharing a snack like this makes the flavor much richer, leaving a flustered Aizawa to stammer in response. Aizawa sweat drops and asks if she just made that up, but Eguchi quietly replies that it is just how she feels. Aizawa tells himself that he is not falling for her trickery this time, even though Eguchi insists she was not trying to trick him, before glancing back at her. Eguchi looks up at him with a flushed face and admits she is actually really curious to try it now, prompting a blushing Aizawa to finally give in. Eguchi leans close and proposes that they both bite into it at the exact same time, catching him completely off guard. When Eguchi asks if they should really do it at the same time, Aizawa strongly insists that it is the only way to make it fair. He frantically repeats that it must be at the exact same time, and she reluctantly agrees. They both nod and prepare to start. With their faces flushing red, they cross their chocolate bananas and get ready to take a bite. They lean in close and simultaneously bite into their respective chocolate bananas. They begin to chew on their food while keeping their eyes locked on each other from inches away. They continue to eat in silence, realizing that eating while looking directly at each other is incredibly intense. They both blush and sweat profusely, finding the closeness of the moment far too embarrassing. Despite the overwhelming embarrassment, neither of them can bring themselves to look away, and they continue to chew in silence. Finding the intense eye contact far too embarrassing, Aizawa desperately tells himself to look away from her. Eguchi is delighted by the taste, excitedly declaring that the chocolate banana is incredibly good. They both chew happily on their bananas, with Aizawa marveling at how delicious it is, and Eguchi noting that the chocolate-to-banana ratio is flawless. They finish eating so quickly that only the empty sticks are left. Eager for more, Aizawa turns back to the vendor and loudly demands another serving right away, while Eguchi frantically tells him to hold on for just a second. Eguchi begins eating a cheese dog, stretching the melted mozzarella cheese with her mouth as a bewildered Aizawa watches. Eguchi immediately moves on to eating a candy apple next, ignoring his calls. She then starts eating a takoyaki, prompting Aizawa to plead with her to just slow down. Aizawa grabs her wrist to stop her, yelling at her to slow down and just call it a day before she gets a stomach ache. Eguchi only pouts, with her cheeks stuffed full of food. Aizawa takes a bite of the chicken skewer and finds it surprisingly tasty, eating it without any complaints, while Eguchi watches him happily. As Aizawa praises the food, Eguchi offers him a bite of her snack as well, and he happily takes a bite and agrees that it is also delicious. Eguchi sparkles with joy, stating that this is so fun. She then holds up her drink and asks him if he wants some juice too. Aizawa leans in and takes a direct sip of her drink through the straw. Eguchi is left completely wide-eyed, blushing deeply in silence at his casual, indirect kiss. Aizawa asks what kind of drink it is, and Eguchi explains that it is an acai smoothie, noting that it is her first time trying it, and it is delicious. Aizawa turns away and remarks that he does not see why people find it so addictive, since it is just a drink. Aizawa suddenly freezes in panic, belatedly realizing that he just took a sip straight from Eguchi's straw, while Eguchi also stops and silently blushes. As Aizawa sweats nervously, Eguchi quietly wonders to herself what she should feed him next. When Aizawa asks if something is wrong, she quickly blushes and denies it. Aizawa is completely bewildered by how totally unbothered she seems, recalling how desperately she had tried to stop him when he tried to lick her spoon back at the diner. Aizawa panics in shock as Eguchi casually takes another sip of the drink with zero hesitation. He frantically wonders if she did this entirely on purpose, just to mess with him. Eguchi casually asks if he wants some more, since it is almost finished. Aizawa is left deeply flustered, frantically trying to figure out if she is a pro at messing with his head, or if she simply does not care at all. When Eguchi nervously asks if it is really okay, Aizawa insists that it is fine and slowly takes another sip, though his extreme tension leaves Eguchi wondering why he is acting so weirdly tense all of a sudden. Aizawa continues to blush intensely as he quietly sips the drink. Eguchi suddenly gasps in shock, her eyes widening as she realizes what they are doing. Eguchi frantically snatches the cup away from his hands, completely flustered as Aizawa's sweat drops, and realizes that she truly had not processed the indirect kiss until just now. Aizawa blushes and quietly sighs, teasingly telling her that she is far too late for that now. Aizawa frantically shakes his head in embarrassment and tells her that he can stop drinking if it makes her uncomfortable. Aizawa suddenly chokes on his drink, letting out an embarrassed groan. Eguchi blushes deeply and looks away, complaining that his sudden shyness at the end only makes the entire situation feel way more awkward than it actually was. As Aizawa quietly sips his drink with a flushed face, Eguchi glances back at him, grumbling that he gets worked up over the most random things, and she does not understand him at all. Aizawa checks his phone and realizes the time is already past 6, noting that they got carried away eating and barely have any time left before the fireworks start. He asks Eguchi if there is anywhere else she wants to go. They walk past a shooting gallery game stall, where the stall owner loudly invites passersby to try their luck, boasting about their toys and prizes. Aizawa asks Eguchi if she wants the rabbit plushie on the shelf, and though she replies that she just thinks it looks cute, he recalls seeing many plushies in her room. He immediately grabs a toy rifle and confidently tells her to leave it to him, catching her by surprise. Aizawa aims the toy rifle at the target, confidently declaring that he is going to take it down in a single shot. The cork fires and hits the rabbit plushie directly, but it bounces right off without moving the toy at all. The stall owner hands him some tiny cheap candy as a consolation prize, wishing him better luck next time. An annoyed Aikisawa immediately grabs another cork to reload the rifle. Eguchi suddenly takes the toy rifle from him and aims it seriously at a gift card prize, leaving Aikisawa staring at her in surprise. The stall owner loudly announces that they have a winner, congratulating Eguchi for successfully shooting down the top prize. Eguchi casually remarks that she only missed her target by a little, noting that it is a bit hard to aim when she is just standing there normally. This leaves a flustered Aikisawa to ask what she means. To demonstrate, Eguchi leans way forward over the counter to steady her aim, stating that this way is much easier. Aikisawa blushes intensely at her revealing posture and tells her she is taking the game way too seriously. Several small toys, chocolates, and candy boxes are laid out on the counter. The stall owner praises Eguchi, laughing that she basically cleared out almost every prize he has. While Aikisawa notes that the rabbit plushie is the only thing left, he grabs the toy rifle once again. Aikisawa aims at the rabbit, insisting he only missed earlier because he was not focused and vowing that the rabbit is definitely going down this time. He fires, but the cork bounces off the toy once again, leaving him to groan in frustration. As Aikisawa desperately begs for one more try, Eguchi taps his shoulder and leans close to him, pointing out that his center of gravity will shake if he continues to stand like that. Eguchi leans close behind him to guide his posture, telling him to put his elbow on the table and keep his arm tucked in tight, which makes a highly flustered Aikisawa blush. Eguchi pats Aikisawa on his lower back and commands him to drop his butt to improve his stance, sending a startled and heavily blushing Aikisawa into a panic. When a flustered Aikisawa asks if he really has to do that, Eguchi bluntly confirms that he must. Aikisawa angrily tells her not to make him do unnecessary things, but Eguchi insists that it was necessary. She then calmly decides that she will just crouch down instead. Aikisawa crouches low to the ground and aims the toy rifle once more. As Eguchi looks at his crouching posture, she blushes deeply and tries to tell him that his stance is extremely suggestive, but she quickly realizes that he is too focused to hear her. Aikisawa narrows his eyes, locking his gaze entirely on the rabbit plushie as the toy stands frozen on the shelf. With a loud bang, Aikisawa fires the toy rifle. Eguchi watches him in silence as the shot connects. Aikisawa lets out a triumphant laugh, holding up his fist in pure joy. Eguchi happily hugs the rabbit plushie and thanks him by his first name. A heavily blushing Aikisawa yells in embarrassment, claiming he only got a bit addicted to the game and was not trying to win it for her at all. Eguchi smiles warmly at the toy, softly telling him that she will place it right beside her bed. Aikisawa stammers that it is fine, but Eguchi declares that seeing his effort makes her want to win something for him now. Aikisawa frantically tells her she really does not have to do that. Eguchi points out a toy stall and suggests winning one of the glowing toy katanas for him. Aikisawa deadpans and asks how old she thinks he is, leaving a disappointed Eguchi to look elsewhere. Eguchi then points out a gemstone scooping game and asks about some shiny rocks, but Aikisawa asks if he looks like a bird collecting shiny things to her, noting that his gift does not need to be flashy. When she suggests trying for a goldfish next, he dejectedly admits that he is a terrible pet owner. Eguchi looks at a lottery booth displaying a top prize and suggests going for the grand prize, but Aikisawa tells her not to go throwing her money away on a gamble just for his sake. He then spots something else nearby and points it out. Two girls nearby loudly whisper about how handsome Aikisawa is in his yukata, complimenting the mark near his mouth. Hearing this, a blushing Eguchi looks down in silence while Aikisawa looks over in confusion. Aikisawa asks Eguchi what is wrong. Eguchi turns to him and tells him she got something, holding out a bear mask as a gift for him. After putting on the bear mask, Aikisawa asks her why on earth she bought him a bear mask. Eguchi explains that she bought it to help him immerse himself in the festival atmosphere, adding some historical context about masks. Aikisawa retorts that a bear mask is hardly going to help him talk to a deity, before lifting it up and complaining that it is hard to breathe in. Eguchi pushes the mask back onto his face and commands him to keep it on, stating that he is absolutely not allowed to remove it. She tells him it is time to go and grabs his sleeve. Aikisawa leans in close to her, looking concerned as he asks if he did something to upset her. Eguchi's heart beats wildly as she blushes intensely, unable to look him in the eyes. Eguchi insists she is not mad, but Aikisawa accuses her of lying. When she runs off, he quickly chases after her asking if he said something wrong. As Aizawa runs and asks if she is upset because he did not care about the toy katanas, a classmate suddenly grabs his shoulder from behind and asks if he is indeed Aizawa. Aizawa is left completely startled as he turns around to see his classmates. Mino expresses his shock at seeing Aizawa there, laughing that they did not bother inviting him because they assumed he wouldn't come. He then asks who Aizawa came with, wondering if it is some middle school friend. At the same time, several female classmates run up to Aguchi and gush over her gorgeous yukata. Mino mentions to Aizawa that they all decided to stop by together while Aizawa watches the girls in surprise. Aizawa looks away in quiet embarrassment, realizing how awkward their situation has suddenly become. Mino gasps in utter disbelief upon realizing that Aizawa is actually at the festival. He points out his yukata and mask loudly, wondering who the girl is that finally managed to drag him out of his house. Aizawa and Aguchi look at each other in tense, speechless panic. Aizawa remains completely silent, unable to find the words to explain. As Aguchi quietly squeezes her bag in disappointment, Aizawa finally stammers out that she is just a friend of his. Aizawa reiterates to the group that she is merely a friend. One of Mino's friends asks if they got separated from the rest of their group. As Aizawa stammers, Mino pats him on the back and assumes his friend is just in the bathroom due to the long lines, which Aizawa quickly and nervously agrees with. One of the girls turns to Aguchi and directly asks who she came to the festival with, leaving a sweat-dropping Aguchi to stammer as Aizawa watches in panic. Aguchi nervously claims that she just loves festivals and was wandering around by herself. The girls are highly impressed, calling her brave and cool before immediately inviting both of them to join the group to try out the ring toss game together. Mino pulls Aizawa aside and quietly whispers to him, directly asking if he is actually here on a date with Aguchi. When a red-faced Aizawa asks how he figured it out, Mino points out that he would have to be blind not to notice his weird behavior. Mino playfully scolds him for keeping their relationship a secret, stating that he gladly would have helped them out. Aizawa frantically tries to set the record straight, raising his hand to assure Mino that they are not dating or anything. Mino immediately assumes that Aizawa brought her to the festival to make a move and ask her out. A highly embarrassed Aizawa loudly yells back that his plans have absolutely nothing to do with that. When Mino asks if they really are just friends, Aizawa hesitates and stammers, starting to think about their relationship. Looking over at Aguchi as she stands with her friends, Aizawa is suddenly left wondering to himself why on earth they aren't actually dating. Aizawa reflects on everything they have experienced together so far, noting that they have gone on dates, almost kissed, and just had an indirect kiss today. When Aizawa wonders why they aren't dating, Mino asks if he is the one keeping things platonic. Aizawa reacts in shock, asking why he would be the one keeping things platonic, but Mino asks if he is wrong. Aizawa blushingly admits that Mino is not exactly wrong. However, he looks over at Aguchi's back and tells himself that it is not just him, wondering if she feels the same way too. Aizawa contemplates the possibility that Aguchi might actually like him. He traces back their recent interactions, noting that while she asked him to come here after work, he was actually the one who brought up the festival first, and he was also the one who chose to work the same shifts as her. Suddenly, a mind-blowing realization hits Aizawa, and he is left staring in complete shock as he directly questions if he has fallen in love with Aguchi. Aizawa quickly tries to deny it, telling himself that he is just overthinking things. He reasons that she has always been the one looking at him with perverted eyes since the very beginning, so either way it cannot be true. When Aguchi turns her head and looks back at him, Aizawa instantly blushes and sweats in intense embarrassment. He abruptly whips his head away in a panic, leaving a highly confused Mino to call out his name. A highly panicked, sweating Aizawa admits to Mino that the situation is bad and desperately asks him what he should do now. Sweating and blushing, Aizawa quickly pulls his bear mask back down over his face, confessing that he cannot even look at Aguchi right now. Mino is left staring at him in complete deadpan silence while Aguchi looks back at him with a thoroughly confused expression. Mino remarks that Aizawa is acting like an actual maiden, prompting a trembling, heavily blushing Aizawa to quietly tell him to shut up. Under his mask, Aizawa continues to blush, furiously, silently wondering when exactly he fell in love with her. As Aguchi stands with her friends, Aizawa remains completely frozen in place, his mind spinning as he continues to wonder if he has actually fallen in love with her. One of the girls excitedly calls out to look at how insanely good Aguchi is at playing the ring toss, while Aizawa's friend stands by his side. Aguchi proudly shows off a large bag of snacks to Aizawa, happily declaring that she won a whole bunch of them. Still too embarrassed to face her, Aizawa immediately hides behind Mino, squirming and trembling behind his friend's back. Aizawa desperately begs Mino to hide him, but Mino yells in frustration, asking where on earth he is supposed to hide him. His loud outbursts leave Aguchi looking at them in absolute confusion. Aguchi looks on in quiet confusion, wondering what is happening. Aguchi steps closer and holds out a snack, calling him by his last name and offering it to him. Aizawa is initially confused as to why she went back to using his last name, but he quickly realizes that since everyone else is right there, she is likely trying to prevent people from thinking they are dating. The mere thought of them dating causes Aizawa's face to flush red, and he stammers out her last name as she quietly watches him. Their classmates immediately crowd around Aguchi, playfully begging her to some of her prize candy with them. Aguchi beams and generously tells them to help themselves and take as many as they want, earning ecstatic thank yous from her classmates. Aguchi pulls out a specific bag of okonomiyaki-flavored snacks and calls out to Aizawa, catching him by surprise. She holds out the okonomiyaki snack to him, recalling that he liked okonomiyaki, while Mino watches them silently. Aizawa instantly panics and hides behind Mino again, squirming in embarrassment, while an annoyed Mino stands there silently. Mino teasingly tells Aguchi that Aizawa is acting this way because she is so dazzlingly bright, he cannot even look at her, prompting a panicked Aizawa to scream that he never said anything of the sort. Aguchi looks at him in concern and asks if everything is okay, leaving a sweating Aizawa to mentally lament that he wishes he knew the answer to that himself. Aizawa panics internally as he finally accepts that he has liked Aguchi this entire time. When she reaches out to grab his sleeve and calls his name, he flinches in shock. Aizawa suddenly shouts a refusal and runs away, swatting her hand aside. Aguchi is left standing by herself, looking completely dumbfounded at his sudden departure, while Mino and a masked Aizawa watch her from a short distance away. Aguchi approaches them looking concerned and asks what on earth is going on. Aizawa desperately hides his face and stammers that it is nothing, his heart pounding so hard that he thinks it might burst out of his chest. Aizawa abruptly yells out an apology and runs away, thinking to himself that he is completely unable to even look at her right now. Aizawa dashes away into the crowd, yelling that he needs to be alone for a bit, which leaves both Aguchi and Mino staring after him in utter shock. Mino facepalms and sighs over Aizawa's foolishness. He quickly makes excuses to Aguchi, telling her with a nervous laugh that Aizawa is just terrible with crowds and can be quite a handful. Mino reassures Aguchi that Aizawa probably just got dizzy from the crowd and will wander back once he cools off a bit, while Aguchi looks on in quiet concern. Meanwhile, Aizawa sits alone on a wooden bench, letting out a heavy sigh of relief as his racing heart finally begins to slow down. He immediately clutches his face in deep embarrassment, shouting to himself about how pathetic he is being and questioning what he is even doing. He hangs his head in deep regret, lamenting that he completely panicked and ran away right in front of her, worrying that she must be really upset with him now. He sits up straight and resolves to think the situation through logically, starting with his feelings toward Aguchi. His face immediately flushes bright red as he is forced to admit to himself that he really does like her. As he stands alone by the trees, Aizawa wonders why he is only just figuring out his feelings now, and if there was a specific moment that caused him to fall in love with her. He thinks back to their times together, from seeing her sitting in her school uniform to the embarrassing moment when she held him while he was dressed in a maid outfit. He also recalls her lying flushed in her open pajama shirt on her bed. He remembers her holding his hand inside the pool and standing before him in her bikini. A highly flustered Aizawa clutches his face, realizing that he can only seem to remember them doing embarrassing and lewd things together. Aizawa tries to rationalize his feelings, muttering that his heart isn't actually racing and he is just feeling horny. He clenches his fist in frustration, questioning if his feelings are purely driven by lust, and if getting flustered around her is just a physical reaction. He sits on the bench and wonders if it is indeed just pure physical attraction, asking himself what the actual reason is for falling for someone in the first place. He thinks about Aguchi's cute smile and her attractive figure in her bikini, wondering if he fell for her simply because she is cute and hot. He remembers her reaching out her hand to him, wondering if it is because he genuinely wants to be close to her. Meanwhile, Mino talks to another classmate nearby, asking how things went with a Tinder date. The classmate proudly boasts to Mino that he is very close to sleeping with his date, leaving Aizawa to look down in quiet reflection. Aizawa immediately rejects the comparison, clenching his fist as he insists to himself that he does not think of Aguchi in that way and that what he feels is completely different. Completely confused, Aizawa stands up and wonders what it actually means to love someone and what romance truly is. He covers his face in quiet embarrassment as he struggles to find the answers to his questions. Feeling completely overwhelmed, Aizawa groans that he is going to pass out. He suddenly realizes how thirsty he is, which instantly reminds him that he has not had anything to drink today except for her juice. Aizawa sits on the bench, feeling nauseous, telling himself he is going to barf as he struggles to keep his composure. Suddenly, a voice calls out to him, announcing that they have found him. Aguchi stands before him, looking concerned as she calls out his name. Aguchi continues to look at him, calling his name again and saying she has found him. Aizawa looks up, completely startled by her sudden appearance. Aguchi asks if he is okay because his face has gone pale, while Aizawa stammers her name in shock. Aguchi explains that she went to a nearby store to get some things for him. Aguchi tells him that their friend Mino mentioned the crowd was overwhelming him, so she went to buy painkillers, wondering if he would like some water or a sugary soda to help with his lightheadedness. Aguchi continues to list everything she bought, including cooling pads, while Aizawa thanks her. Aguchi shows him the bag filled with citrus juices, sports drinks, headache medicine, and cooling patches, and Aizawa is shocked by how much she went out of her way to get for him. Aguchi notices his feet are scraped up and asks him about it. Aguchi expresses surprise that he was running around in his yukata and suggests that is why his feet are injured, noting that even walking is exhausting for girls. Aguchi looks at him with a blush, appearing flustered as she talks to him. Aizawa recalls how Aguchi previously helped him during the school festival when she found him doing cleanup duty by himself. He remembers another time when she brought him supplies while he was resting with a fever. Aizawa reflects on how Aguchi is always teasing him and looking at him with perverted eyes. He thinks about how she genuinely worries about him and rushes over to help him whenever he feels unwell, all because he is a bit pale. He watches as Aguchi holds the medicine she bought for him, noting how she immediately comes to his aid. Aguchi tells him to let her know if he needs anything else, while Aizawa acknowledges that this pattern of kindness has happened many times before. Aizawa realizes that it is Aguchi's genuine kindness that warms his heart. Aguchi asks if he would be more comfortable being alone for a bit, while Aizawa struggles to respond. Aguchi looks at him with a soft smile as their eyes finally meet. Aizawa stares back at her, his expression shifting as he processes his realization. A bottle of lemon drink falls from his hand and spills onto the ground. Aizawa suddenly grabs Aguchi in an emotional embrace as his feelings finally overflow.